And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you, baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding me up. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drive me around in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
One's a company, two's a crowd, three's a party coming, move around like the first rush when the school is out, when the booze is up, when the sun is down. Enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy. It's like a dolly, low hitting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months I've been messing with this steady.
Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Love, give me light to fire. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology. Yeah,
It won't be over till the fat lady sings. I owe you a trip, cause me and you, we got a thing. My sunshine state, hair curly like a string. Just a big ol' ooh, smile, that's about all you gotta bring. So enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy. It's like a dolly, low hitting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months I've been messing with this steady.
open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh,
whatever. All this ever about you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your rock, I disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. Ain't no man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man. Tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Told my boss that I'm done.
had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth, maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low.
Ladies and gentlemen, FIFA fans from Southern California and around the world, welcome back to the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament presented by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. I'm your host, Dan Campion, and I'm joined by, of course, the one and only Lisa Manley. Lisa, for the final time from me and you, say hello to the people watching at home.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, it's going to be the final time. However, hello everyone. I'm excited to be casting alongside Danny again today. But I'm even more excited about the matches we have in store today.
Yes, absolutely, Lisa. It's going to be fantastic. The day we've all been waiting for, Lisa, the day we have been building towards this entire week is finally here. Quarterfinals, followed by the semifinals, and followed by none other than the championship game.
To be honest with you, I'll be honest, this week has been proven to get even more and more intense and packed with drama as we progress from day one of the group stages to day 2, to day 3, day 4, and round of 16 yesterday. I mean, it couldn't have got better, could it? Wow.
It's been amazing, Lisa, and it's been a pleasure, like I said, numerous times to be a part of this with you, with Braghouse, everyone. But we have to give credit where credit is due, Lisa, all right? A huge thank you, obviously, has to go to Coca-Cola and McDonald's and Braghouse, who joined forces to create this incredible opportunity for Southern California students. On that same breath, thank you to all the gamers as well and the fans at home who are competing, watching and engaging with us throughout this whole tournament. We are creating these tournaments for you guys.
Yeah, exactly. And for those of you who are, maybe just joining us for the very first time today, I mean, you've missed a lot, I can't lie to you, but you are watching a very special show today. I mean, Danny, we have literally the quarterfinals, not just the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and, yes, the final of the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament presented by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. McDonald's, where college students all across Southern California are competing for the bragging rights of being declared the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament champions.
Of course, Lisa, but they're not only competing for bragging rights, are they, Lisa? They are going to be bringing home a championship title, Lisa. They are going to be bringing home a physical title, a trophy, to prove and brag they are the FIFA 23 champions of Southern California. Not only that, Lisa, but a first place prize of $1,000 cash, which we have all heard in previous interviews with the student gamers so far, how much these funds will help them towards their tuition and other college expenses as well, you know, books, etc. It's going to go a long way.
Yeah, exactly. But hang on a minute. It's important to mention, Danny, that second to fourth place are not leaving empty-handed. I mean, I was actually shocked that the third and fourth got something. You know, most tournaments is 1 and 2. However, you know, second place gets $500 cash. Third and fourth place, they get $250 each. I mean, that is a lot of money, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Big bucks just for playing a tournament as well. But these players have been on a grind this week, Lisa. They have been through emotional roller coasters, and it's been amazing to see them compete. Our tenacious competitors of this tournament are by far not the only ones who have something to gain on this tournament from our live streams. And when I say something, of course I mean prizes, Lisa. Lots and lots of prizes for you, the fans, the audience at home. You can win simply for being such a great support throughout this tournament. Lisa, tell them what they can win. Seriously, it's incredible.
Yeah, exactly. And these prizes are, let's be honest, no joke. They are worth over $3,000 in total. Yes, you heard that. Let me repeat that. I mean, $3,000 in total. And according to our production team, you know, they're whispering in my ear right now, I can't lie. At this point, we have already raffled approximately 100 giveaways. I mean, I've won one of them, I'm pretty sure. Maybe potentially 2, but I think it's 1. You've won 2 and not me. I'm a bit upset about that, by the way. But maybe today could be my day. But yeah, since Tuesday, I mean, that is a lot, isn't it? 100 of them. But you guys can obviously get some more chance of winning today by just watching in the chat, speaking to us, and engaging.
Absolutely. It is mental. You know, 100 prizes already given out and plenty more to come, Lisa. But listen, we said it once, we have to say it again. Massive thank you to Coca-Cola and McDonald's for sponsoring this event and making it possible. You know, their generosity for the SoCal community is simply unmatched. These prizes you, the audience, can win from the comfort of your own homes include our cards, which are McDonald's gift cards, custom t-shirts, hats, power banks, backpacks, wireless chargers, and so much more, Lise.
And also, you know, you can obviously win by Braghouse app, using the Braghouse app, and we got to talk about the popcorn machine. I mean, we know Danny wants that chat. However, you know,
want that popcorn machine,
I want the AirPods. That's all I'm saying. I want the AirPods. You want the popcorn machine. Make sure to get them bragging stuff on because you can potentially win today. But however, if you know you have won one of the raffles today, be rest assured that the Braghouse team will contact you as soon as possible. So be on the lookout for our team already starting reaching out for the people that have won.
Absolutely. Here's what you need to do to partake in the action to claim those incredible prizes. Throughout the night, we will do numerous raffles in the chat where you can win these awesome merch prizes. So engage with us throughout the night, pay close attention to the chat, and win. This is also the perfect segue to talk about the Braghouse's bragging functionality, which are in-game stat predictions, Lise, where you can win many prizes on the Braghouse app. Prizes like brand new Apple AirPods, power banks, popcorn machines. I said machines, Lisa, more than one, which means that I have a chance to win it if someone else does. Backpacks and more.
I mean, I obviously just mentioned about the AirPods and the popcorn machine, and as you heard there, there's two. I don't know how many there is, obviously, of the AirPods, but there's 2 popcorn machines, guys. Hashtag popcorn machine for Danny in the chat. That's all I'm saying. You know, we've seen the hashtag. The last couple of days flowing. You know, hashtag Lisa for AirPods. But yeah, you know, that's right, Danny. I mean, and all you folks at home, all you need to do is you got to go to the App Store on Google Play, search and download the Brag House. You got to create an account. If you were referred by one of our lovely SoCal ambassadors, don't forget to use their promo code to show them some love. And place your brags to earn SoCal FIFA 23 tokens to redeem your prizes on the app's virtual store. We will have game stat predictions, or as we call them, brags, posted every day for the coming streaming days of the tournament for you to place those predictions, climb the leaderboards, and win prizes. In fact, you still actually have some time to play some brags on tonight's matches, so hurry up before the matches start, because the brags get locked in then.
Absolutely fantastic there, Lise. And like we said, this is the final night, guys. So if you don't have it downloaded, make sure you go to the App Store or Google Play, depending on which phone you have, and download it. Get involved. The brags are still open for tonight. We will go through them very, very soon. However, for those of you who are new to Brag House and you're sitting there asking, what are they talking about? What are brags? Those are some very valid questions. We will give you a quick rundown that should provide a lot of clarity. So please listen carefully.
Have you heard? Brag House now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Brag House tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Brag House app. Earning Brag House tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Brag House token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Brag House tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Brag House tokens, go to the Brag House store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
Fantastic. That is how you do it, guys. And again, if you do not have it downloaded already, make sure you go to the App Store or Google Play and download the Brag House app. And here are some SoCal FIFA 23 token brags that are already available on the app for you to go and place your predictions for tonight's games. So, Lise, let's have a look at these brags and see. I'm not really sure what you're going to be aiming for tonight. I know you've been having a lot of fun with the Brag House app over the course of the group stages, etc. So, Lisa, how many goals will be scored in total from the quarterfinals to finals? Very interesting. Obviously, you have a selection of 0 to 40, 41 to 50, 51 to 60. You're over 60 goals. Very interesting brag there, Lisa. I know we've seen, I believe, a 0 to 50 result last night on that one. However, as we go deeper into the tournament, players are getting better. More goals could possibly go in. However, the games could also get tighter as well. So very, very difficult one there. Another one, how many different clubs will be used from the quarterfinals to the finals? You have a choice of 2 to 5, 6 to 7, 8 to 9, or 10 plus. Lisa, we've seen kind of the same sort of rhetoric teams being used, PSG and Real Madrid being the main sort of teams being used. However, we did, towards the latter stage of the round of 16, see a lot of different type of teams being used. Bayern Munich, Barcelona, Man United as well, which we're going to get to, Lisa, because we know that Biscuitine is your boy for this competition, stuck with Man United the whole way through. Another brag here, guys, for you. Quarterfinals. How many times will gamers succeed to keep a clean sheet, not including extra time or golden goal? You have a choice of 0 to 1, 2 to 3, 4, or 5 plus. And another one for our early games here is how many matches will end in a draw? And Lise, as the stages come to a close here, the final day, the games are certainly going to be more, tighter. Are we going to see players kind of lock up shop a little early with a two-legged affair? The mindset is going to be completely different. So some very, very interesting brags to think about. And remember, guys, you do still have time to lock them in. But as soon as the games start, they will be locked. So get them done very, very soon.
Yeah, exactly. And there was actually some brags on the screen there, different to ones that we just mentioned. However, obviously, like you said, make sure to get your brags on if you haven't already. And actually, while you were speaking there about the ones that you can obviously put some on, I was thinking to myself, the first question, I'll quickly go over them quickly. How many goals will be scored in the quarterfinals to final? Yesterday, I think I counted 48 in the rounds that we saw yesterday. But I feel like it's going to be a little bit more closer, you could say. Today, especially with, if, I'm pretty sure if they advance into the semi-final, they're guaranteed money, especially if it's, first, second, third, fourth. So, a lot of money at stake there. Yeah, Danny, we also have to explain to the audience at home our format for the quarterfinals, semi-final, and the finals. The quarterfinals and semi-final games will consist of two-leg matches, so scoring the most goals is the utmost important. It is the aggregate score across the two-legged matches that determines who advances to the semi-final and accordingly to the finals.
Very excited for Elisa. I cannot wait for these games to start. Now, look, in an event that the aggregate score is a draw at the end of normal time of the second-legged game, the gamers will be instructed to start a third match under the golden goal rules, which in its most simplistic sense means whoever scores first wins and advances. We've seen it a couple of times yesterday, Elise, and it was certainly intense.
Yeah, it definitely. We saw a goal from kickoff, didn't we, on the golden goal, which is a bit upsetting, let's be honest. But at this point, the gamers know, as confident as they may be, it's risky going into golden goal, like we've seen when FIFA 23 and the complex new defense mechanics. These gamers had to excel to get to where they are in this tournament. A single mistake, which let's be honest, we've seen that quite a lot in this tournament, can cost them the entire tournament. So secure a win during normal time is, let's be honest, a massive, massive priority.
Absolutely. This is exactly why it's so important to keep your composure during gameplay, Lise, and score every possible opportunity, because it can be the driving factor of winning or losing. Of course, our first game, Lisa, is now underway. We have Raxanti versus Ninja. It is 14 minutes in. We had to get our intros in. I'm sorry, guys. We missed the first 15, but thankfully, Lisa, we didn't miss any goals.
Hey, we know that, in these competitions so far that we've joined games as they score. Is this what they do? That they're waiting for us? Let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to see some epic games here today, of course, leading up to our final, Lisa. And it is going to be drama after drama in each tie, Lisa. And, Raxanti here in our opening game yet again. Of course, he went first in the last round, Lisa, and he won 6-1 on aggregate, set the standard for the whole day, and I do believe it was the highest aggregate score out of all the matches.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm actually looking at some facts. You like to be the stat man yesterday, but I'm going to be a stat woman today. However, every time I try to speak, they score. So I'm going to let this bit play out, see if they get a goal. And a potential one here, but unfortunately the back heel didn't go to plan. But yeah, looking at some statistics to say the least. Raxanti has only played with Madrid and has consistently scored 3 goals every 90 minutes. And on the flip side, Ninja played both with PSG and Madrid this tournament, equal stats for W's and L's. Obviously, I guess if he wanted to use Real Madrid in this game, he obviously couldn't because his opponent is, but it's interesting, isn't it? What his preferred preference would have been, potentially.
Absolutely, and we see it time and time again. A lot of players play better with certain teams, and it does come into a team selection, like we said from the very beginning, Lisa, is a major part to play in a tournament like this. We spoke about PSG, we spoke about Real Madrid. They have obviously been the highest selected teams in this tournament. PSG have played 70 games overall, Real Madrid 45, so a massive, almost double the amount of games played for PSG. However, the win percentage is 49% for PSG, 44% for Real Madrid. So in terms of numbers of games played to win percentage, it probably is a little bit of a higher percentage considering they've been selected considerably lower amount of times. However, I have to say the loss percentage for PSG is higher than Real Madrid. They've lost 23 times throughout this tournament with a 33% loss rate, and Real Madrid have lost 13 times with a 29%. So, like we said, it does come down to team selection and, then meta players. However, Lise, we're seeing here, with numbers and stats that it does really come down to who is better on the day also.
Yeah, exactly. It comes down to who's, the better player as well. But we talk about team helping, definitely by probably an extra 10, 20%. But, I remember the first day that we commentated together, the chat was like, oh, they need to be removed. They're so OP. It's a joke. And then since then, we've seen so many times. Hang on, a potential chance here.
Big goal there. And it is. It's the opening goal, Lisa, out of nowhere. That literally came out of nowhere. He's grittying. He's doing the gritty in the first game of the quarterfinals, and it is Ninja who fires first, Lisa. Raxanti, we are seeing him in a position which he has never been in now, Lisa. He won his group, and he steamrolled around a 16. He finds himself 1-0 down to a 45th minute goal, and that could be massive going in for halftime. Ninja taking great confidence in breaking the deadlock against a very, very good Raksanti, who said yesterday when he was so securely up in that game, he didn't show exactly what he was made of because he was fearful of other players, you know, kind of finding stuff out about him, about his gameplay, about how good he is. But Ninja doesn't seem to be phased. He's saying, I'm going for this. This is the quarterfinals. I am taking home $1,000 tonight, and Raksanti is up against it now.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, I feel like as a prediction, I feel like most people in this game would have thought, you know, Raksanti would have come out on the top. But, you know, we talk about it all the time. It's just the person that comes out firing, you know, taking that chances that they get. And he did there. And it was, like you mentioned, from nowhere. You know, every time I'm in the middle of, you know, giving a good point, someone's like, you know what, I'm going to score. And as you can see there, I was the only shot on target for both these competitors. And he took it. You know, we talk about composure, we talk about being clinical, and he was. And like I was saying, in terms of the teams, everyone was saying how OP PSG is, and they need to be removed from, like, you know, not being able to be used and stuff like that. And then yesterday, I'm pretty sure every time someone used PSG yesterday, I'm pretty sure they lost because Daniel was so happy about it, wasn't he, in the chat, saying, "Wow, I love it when I see PSG lose."
Absolutely. His second half is underway here now, Lise, and Ninja starts us off with a 1-goal lead in this first-legged quarterfinal tie. And Lise, Raksanti now, we're going to see him in a place where he's never really been before in this tournament. A goal down in a high-pressure situation in the quarterfinals, Lise. You know, these guys are essentially, you know, taking out the two-legged games. They're 3 ties away from winning $1,000 just from playing FIFA. It's massive pressure.
Oh, yeah, it is. You know, we heard throughout various interviews that we did throughout the last couple of days that every student said, other than the one last night, the last one we did last night, they said they was going to be spending it on books. However, you know, one of the competitors last night, I'm not sure which one it was, he said, I'm going to be spending it on clothes. And it might sound silly, I think he said, but when you was like, no, you know, we all need clothes, we all need to treat ourselves sometimes. Maybe you can get some books and some clothes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it would be his to use for whatever he wants. But Lisa, the opportunity to be able to win $1,000 from playing FIFA is incredible. And again, we have to shout out to our sponsors here, Coca-Cola and McDonald's, for giving these college students an opportunity to do this from the comfort of their dorm or their home, you know, and to put this great, fabulous show on for all of you guys watching at home. And, you know, big plaudits have to go out to Bragg House as well, and the production team, incredible throughout the week. They've made it so easy for us, Lise. You know, we've literally just had to show up, essentially. Incredible team there, and massive credit to them in the shadows. But Lise, we are seeing it now, 61st minute. Is this kind of a time where Raksanti maybe makes a substitution, or do you think in a two-legged affair here, 1-0 down, should he be going constant press or press after loss, or should he just be kind of saying to himself, right, 1-0 is a scoreline that I can get through in the second leg?
Yeah, you got to remember, you know, yesterday we saw a competitor 4-2 down. I think it was Tank, actually. And, you know, scored 2 goals within, I think, a matter of minutes, 5 minutes maximum, I think it was. And ended up, you know, winning the game. So I think, yeah, 1 goal's nothing, let's be honest. It can take a couple of minutes in game to score. So I think he just keeps it as it is. I don't think he's playing bad. It's a really close game. You know, I think we had what, 2 shots from both of these, one going in and one from Renato Sanchez that, yeah, he tried it from distance, and obviously it was an easy save. But yeah, I think, you know, they're cancelling out each other here, to be honest with you. And I'm pretty sure Ninja yesterday, if I'm right, I'm pretty sure every time he did score, he gritted as well. I think that was something. Was he the one that I interviewed yesterday, or was that a different competitor? I can't quite remember. But if it was him, you know, he had his family watching and everyone. Was that him, or am I thinking of someone else?
No, that wasn't him. You interviewed Biscuitine, as it was obviously the Man United.
I interviewed 2 though.
Oh yes, actually you was.
2.
Yes, you done Raksanti as well. Yeah, he had his coaches there, his friends there in his dorm, and he said that's just how he plays. He just likes to enjoy the game. He done, you know, he was very happy with how he played yesterday. And no, actually I interviewed him. Correction, Lisa. That wasn't you. I remember speaking to him, and he said he was very chilled. He was very calm, collected, and he said that he didn't play to his maximum ability when he knew he was through. Obviously, going 3-0 up in the second leg was very quickly, and he just kind of took the foot off the gas a little. Of course, goal difference doesn't come into it, only in terms of aggregate score. He was 6-1 up at the time, so you know, he said he was trying to mask it a little bit. of his ability. But Lisa, I have to ask you, we're coming into the end of this game here, and one question that I did want to ask you was, in a situation like this where, it's a two-legged game, it's only 2 games of FIFA, would you be on an hour or two before, kind of getting your thumbs warmed up, getting used to the gameplay, kind of getting used to the team, warming yourself up for a very, very high-intensity game?
I'll be honest, I feel like maybe even more than 2 hours. I feel like you definitely have to prep, it's kind of hard, it's a different scenario. If I played you right now, obviously you're a good player, but it's not going to be the same in a way to what you're playing in a tournament, because you know that against you it's a friendly.
Big chance, Lisa! And Raxanti has pulled it back in the final minute of the game. We see drama already in this first leg. Raxanti with the lofted pass, double tap over the X button, makes it go over the leg of the defender. Benzema finds himself in space and he rattles it in to make it 1-1 and to bring this leg to a standoff, Lise. We could be going into the second leg here, drawing this game 1-1 unless we see a very, very late goal from either competitor. But I'm going to guess that we won't unless they are giving him a last attack here, Lisa. It was over the 1 minute. However, Raxanti is going down the line. It's going to be cleared. 1-1 in this first game, Lisa. And already we are seeing last-minute dramas.
Yeah, we know Raxanti's good, was able to get the goal back there. Helps him going into the next leg. Talk about being, nervous because you're a goal down. Well, he's not anymore. And, he was talking about how many hours you should be on before the competition. And I think for me, it's got to be a couple of hours, maybe 3 hours, 2 hours, trying to play against your friend. Yeah. But as I was saying, if I played you, for example, even if I beat you, it's completely different to a tournament. You know what's on the line. You know that playing you, I'm not going to get anything other than experience. But then when you're in the moment, it's like, wow, if I lose this game, I've lost the chance of getting $1,000. So it's going to be tough. I actually noticed that. I don't know whether anyone else did. I know we didn't mention it, but there was a red card. I don't even know where that came from.
It was a very late tackle. The goal came from the resultant free kick. It was a tackle out on the wing, and he went short, and he ended up working the ball into the box with Benzema there. It was a last minute tackle, so it didn't really affect the game that much. However, Lisa, I do want to bring up the brackets for today. Obviously, starting with Raxanti versus Ninja, and then in the other side we have Diego and then your man Hunter, aka Biscuitine. Obviously, you interviewed Biscuitine yesterday. Very nice guy, very softly spoken, very calm, composed, genuine, said that he's using Man United the whole way through. He's going to go all the way, and he's going to prove to everyone that you don't need to be a top 2 or 3 side in FIFA to go all the way with it. You can't help but root for him, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. And if you can hear my keyboard going, I'm just reading the chat. Talking to Steve, and obviously I was saying earlier in an interview that I did yesterday, it actually was Ninja that I actually interviewed. I interviewed him, and I also interviewed my goat Biscuitine, and he was the one that actually, if you remember correctly, he showboated doing kick-ups, and I spoke to him about it, and he had his 2 coaches. His brother is in the chat. Obviously, we wanted to know if his mum was in the chat yesterday and who it was so we could say hello. His brother is in the chat, Steve, supporting him as always. I just love to see that, and I think in this game it's going to be tough. I definitely don't think there'll be any showboating coming on because we know how good Raxanti is.
Absolutely, Lisa. And listen, we are ready to name our first semi-finalist here, Lisa. It is 1-1 on aggregate, 0-0 in this game as we kick off, of course. And Lisa, now the nerves are going to set in. It is about who could keep their cool the most, who can make less mistakes, and who could be more clinical. This really is it, Lisa. There's nothing else for these competitors to do other than try and stay calm, play their game, and essentially just take their chances.
Yeah, exactly. We see Tuber in the chat, another competitor that's been playing in this tournament. I'm pretty sure I think it was Golden Goal that he went out on. Potential chance there, great save. We know how good Donnarumma and also Courtois is in this game. And he's saying Vamos Rax. He seems like a Raxanti fan. I love it to see competitors that were in the competition supporting others. It's just amazing to see.
Absolutely, and fantastic support from all colleges throughout Southern California as Vinny spun in the box, but a very, very well-timed block there. And Lisa, it's looking like Raxanti has warmed up his thumbs for this game. He's on the attack, and it's been a wave after wave type situation, but Ninja is bending, not breaking at the minute. And in situations like this, at least we've all been there where the game, it seems to have momentum for one player rather than you sometimes, and you just got to Oh my God, I thought that was it. You just got to weather it, and it seems like Ninja is doing a fantastic job to keep the ball out of the net.
Yeah, and we saw Lalo, didn't we? You know, he was dominating the game that he played. And I know he got a red card, but, you know, he conceded 2 goals very, very quickly. And, you know, his opponent was able to obviously, you know, allow that pressure on, stop it as much as possible, although he had 4 shots. But his goalkeeper made some perfect saves for him, and he went down the other end and scored 2 quick goals. So it just shows that if you can, even if you're on the back foot and your opponent's having so many opportunities like we're seeing here, just try and hold off, try and you know, stay composed. And then we've seen it time and time again where they've gone up the other end and scored, and then it's like, wow, you know, it's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is a good point, Lisa. You know, how many times have we seen a near goal up the other end, and straight away the opponent goes up and scores straight away from it? So a lot of momentum switches there as well against the run of play. But we're seeing kind of both players seem to be very similar, at least in their style of play. They like to play in the opposition's final third, in and around the area. They recycle it. They look for the little gaps, and they're trying to find them little intricate through balls, like what we're seeing here with Messi going for the Trivela, but well time tackle there by Alaba and Raxanti, and very much so cancelling each other out, Lise. Something that we do expect a lot from these quarter-final games.
Yeah, exactly. And when we saw the brags, or when I saw the brag, and I saw the one about goals being scored, I just don't think there's going to be too many. I think there's only going to be a couple over a couple of legs. I do say normally when a goal is scored, normally they fly in, you know, one after each other because they only need to score. However, potential chance. Oh,
offside.
Good save, although it was offside, but still a good save.
Yeah, very good save. And again, Donnarumma, Lisa, has to be a talking point as well. The goalkeeper's doing very well for all competitors in this competition. Very, very much keeping a lot in the game. However, we see Verratti here. He puts it out to Renato Sanchez, back to Verratti, and maybe an opportunity gone there, but very composed. Lovely tiki-taka here. A very, very quick build-up with a Trivela at the end, and Courtois saves it this time. And Lisa goes out for a goal kick eventually, but some very, very good play there from Ninja, and just showing Raxanti that he cannot lose any focus or concentration at any point while he's defending against them. Very, very good play.
Yeah, that was actually really, really nice. You know, we have to give credit where credit is due. You know, he well worked that, you could say. You know, passing, just trying to, you know, make him, you could say, drag someone out of the way. However, on the flip side, can he get a goal here with Benzema? Oh.
He's gone near post. Lisa, with Benzema, and you're just never going to beat the keeper from there. However, he does win a corner. Some good attacking play there. Found some space with Benzema. Maybe go across the keeper there. You know, we've seen Mbappe score from that position, going across the keeper yesterday, at least. You know, Benzema definitely more than capable of hitting the net from there. But we see some lovely skill moves now down the side of Ninja's area as he clears the ball, this time to Mbappe. Plays it up to Messi. Mbappe making a darting run through the middle, but it is well handled by Raxanti. And again, Lise, we're seeing some player switching there, R-stick switching, or R3 switching, for anyone who doesn't know, flicking your R3 stick to change player to the relative player that you want to the ball. And very good defending there, and needed for the likes of Mbappe when they make them runs through, Lise. It's the only real way of defending it.
Yeah, exactly. You need to definitely get into your game if you haven't already. You need to, you know, even me, I'll be honest, it's not something that I can do it, but I'm not like the type of player. You know, when you watch a pro and you can see that every time someone's near the ball, they switch between 3 players, and you're like, huh? Like, I'm not that level, but like, it definitely is great to add into your game because, you know, you can track runs by doing it. You know, normally if you click the L1 button, I think it's L1, LB, L1, yeah. Just looking at my controller, I can't lie, but when you click a button, you know, it normally goes to the closest player, right? And if you have to try and switch to your centre back when the ball's not near there, it will take about 50 billion taps to try and get to it. Whereas if you can use your right stick to switch to that player, it really is very, very helpful. And I was looking at the stats there, by the way. I'm pretty sure it's Raxanti that's had 4 shots on target to Ninja's 1. But I was reading the chat as well, and Victor said he should have shot from that cross. And I actually do actually agree. I think, you know, when he whipped it in to the edge of the box there was quite a bit of opportunities to shoot. He opted to go for the extra passes, which almost worked out in the end. But yeah, close.
Yeah, very close. And like you said, a game of very few chances. Raxanti having a few tight angle chances. As we see, Mbappe bursts through here, and a vital kind of shove, or, you know, a spamming of the circle button, which kind of gives the opponent a little tug of the shirt maybe, or maybe put him off balance. Very, very smart play there from Raxanti as he breaks through himself into Benzema. Takes it first time on his left foot. Maybe just a little bit of nerves there. That's the first time I've really seen Raxanti rush an opportunity, Lise. And you know, interestingly enough, you know, looking at the chat there as well, like you, Lise, and Victor has said golden goal loading. Could we be looking at our first golden goal tonight in our first game?
I think there's going to be a goal in this game. And for those, obviously, that are maybe just joining and tuning in, this game is 1-1. I mean, technically the same thing as what you're saying. It's just, you know, an extra tick on each of them. One up. It's currently 1-1. In the first leg, it was 1-1. So no goals here so far. But there's been shots. So, you know, it's been the sort of battle of the goalkeepers again. Obviously, more for Ninja. Obviously, he's Donnarumma making some outstanding saves that we've seen quite a bit. And we've seen it throughout the tournament.
Absolutely. Raxanti kind of taking control of this game now, really, Lisa, in terms of possession and chances created. And, you know, it is a case of Ninja just has to not concede here and hope to hit Raxanti on the break with that Mbappe. As you see some fantastic fast build-up play from Raxanti. Just can't find that final ball yet, Lisa, but you have to think it's only a matter of time before it clicks and he gets himself into space with that Benzema and he fires it home.
Yeah, and a potential chance here. I mean, he made a massive mistake, leaves Finney
there
open,
it is!
and there's a goal!
Just as I say it, he has found the space needed to get the ball into the net, and it is that man, Vinny Jr., dancing his way into the semi-finals, it looks like. But listen, Lise, this game isn't over. We know Ninja is capable of scoring. We see an ultra-attacking change as well in his custom tactics, so he is going to have to go for it now. He has 20 in-game minutes to pull this back, Lisa. He's still one goal away from bringing it to golden goal. He needs 2 to win it. This is anyone's game right now.
Hey, I'm just saying, Mystic Man in the chat, I did say there'll be a goal before golden goal, as you obviously mentioned, Victor saying in the chat, will it go there? But yeah, and I normally say goals do come in once a goal has been scored, but that was, yet again, you could say a massive mistake from Ninja. You know, he gave away the ball in a crucial position. I actually thought he defended it really well. He tried to, you know, stop the extra pass, but then he just allowed too much space in the end for Vinny. And we know that he's not got a better shooting, to be honest with you. He's mainly using Ultimate Team for the pace, but he's got about 76.
Big chance here,
chance on the flip side.
The back. Goes for the chip. Courtois comes rushing out and he makes a big vital save. But literally, Lisa, as I said it, warning signs now for Raxanti that Ninja is not going away lightly here. That should be offside, right? I think
he knew that he was offside because he like backed off.
Yeah, he did. He keeps that clock ticking and could be vital when it comes down. We are into the last 10 minutes of our first quarter-final tie, Lisa. It is 2-1 to Raxanti on aggregate, 1-0 in this leg. And, you know, Ninja now has to find some composure. He needs to find some urgency at the same time. And he needs to take his next chance, Lisa.
Oh, very, very close there. I mean, we know trailers are really OP, but I feel like when you've got Courtois in it, I mean, it's got to be something special to beat him, especially with how he's been throughout this tournament. But I mean, he's given the ball back to Ninja, and we know he's deadly in the final third. I mean, I don't want to call it, but can we get a late goal here?
There could be certainly time for some late drama. Looks like Benzema was offside there, and he is. And he gives the ball back to him in the 89th minute, at least. This could be it. It is do or die for Ninja here. He needs to find a goal. There's 1 minute added on. This is it, Lisa. He has to get a goal, and he's giving the ball away. And that's going to be it. Raxanti is our winner of this tie. He is through to the semi-finals. He was first through in the round of 16 yesterday, at least. He's done it again. Raxanti moves into the semi-finals. 2-1 on aggregate. Ninja, very, very disappointed.
Yeah, I definitely think potentially you could say on paper maybe the favourite going into this. You know, we know how confident he was yesterday. He said, you know, I'm pretty sure he said he'll basically beat anyone in front of him. And we know Raxanti's good. And, you know, it was a great performance by both of them. Arguably a mistake which made that tie conclude as a loss for him, which is very unfortunate. But you remember the pressures that are on for these players is just up there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Untold amount of pressure, you know, considering they're playing for $1,000 at the end of the day. But also, Lisa, you know, a big factor going first on the fixture list as well. Everybody's going to be watching, you know. Everybody's excited in anticipation. You know, Raxanti kind of had a little bit of experience on the side going first yesterday in the round of 16. He kind of knew how to deal with it, you know. And at the end of the day, at least he took his chances, you know. Ninja at the end, again, didn't have that composure to keep the ball in the final third, let gaps kind of open up. He kind of rushed the pass, ended up giving it away after the 1 minute added on was past the 1 minute mark, and that's really all she wrote for it after that. Just looking at the chat there, I did see Grungy Lime, who obviously is in this competition as well. Lise, he said, Decapian, has anybody ever told you that you look like Andrew Robertson? I mean, I don't know if that's a compliment or not, Lisa. I think Andrew Robertson is a fabulous looking man, personally. But believe it or not, I actually have heard that before. A few people have said that to me. But yeah, so I'm gonna take it as a compliment. Grungy, thank you. But Lisa, I have to just bring it back real quick to the game we just witnessed. Raxanti placing himself into the semi-finals. He's going to be very, very happy with himself. He backs himself, as we said. He puts the fire emojis in the chat. You know, I see him in the chat right now as well. You know, a lot of hype going on, and he seems like a very calm and collected FIFA player.
Yeah, actually, it's time to make everyone laugh. I got a quick story for you guys. I can't lie. I mean, you know, you just been compared to Andy Robertson. However, I'll be honest, I've been compared to a man. I mean, I've been compared to Lewis Capaldi. I'll be honest. I kind of do look like him. He's got long hair like me, so you know it is what it is.
You can sing like
however,
him as well, though, Lisa. I've heard you sing. You have a fantastic singing voice.
Don't lie to the chat. I mean, I sound like a cat dying, so it's not like getting stood on. Actually, you know what? I should say not dying. I should say stood on, because they do make some really strange noises when they get like, you know, kicked, stood on, whatever it may be. So like, you know, not let's not talk about it. But yeah, I mean, you know, you mentioned about Messi for Ballon d'Or, which we all know is Raxanti. You know, every time he wins a game, we see him in the chat. I mean, he did the zoo emoji because he did that for me. I'm calling it. You did that for me, didn't you? However, you didn't use United, so I'm a bit upset with you. But we'll move on from it. However, you know, he said GG as well. Obviously, you know, I love to see that. You know, saying good game to your opponent.
Yeah. Absolutely, and he has been a very, very respectful. Everybody in this tournament has been very respectful towards their opponents, and it's fantastic to see. You know, we know how toxic sometimes the FIFA community can be towards each other. You know, especially in foot champs, etc. But it's been a very, very friendly tournament, so to speak. But yeah, listen, Lise, we have our first semi-finalist. Ninja, commiserations, of course, played a fantastic tournament. Very disappointing to go out in the quarterfinals, being so close, especially in the first game as well. But listen, commiserations to him and congratulations to Santi. I do think we have a competitor ready for an interview right now, so we can move over to that if we are ready and see how they're doing. And it is the main man himself, Santiago, Mr. Raxanti. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty good after that win.
Oh, I bet. Listen, I have to ask, all right? It was a tight game. Did you expect it to be that close?
Honestly, yeah. If you're playing deep in these stages, you have to be good, you know? So, yeah, I did expect it to be that close.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to come into this, especially the quarterfinals, expecting a really, really tough game, you know. And, you know, you took the lead. You ended up... Oh, no, sorry. You went behind. You ended up equalizing quite late on into the first leg. Did that give you a lot of confidence going into the second leg, knowing, okay, I've scored now. I know how to find the gaps. I've got this.
Yeah, that definitely gave me a lot of confidence because I knew I was dominating him the first game, or that's at least how I felt. And going into the second game, it gave me the boost that I needed.
Absolutely. We know how important late-minute goals are, you know. Going into that second leg, if you were 1-0 down, it could have been a different mindset going in. But listen, you got the job done. Ninja was fantastic. I just feel like like you said, I feel like you were quite dominant. I feel like you had the better chances. You looked more comfortable kind of on the ball. However, a close game for you, Santiago. You know, one of those games where, you know, you've steamrolled the round of 16. Did you expect to really only win it by 1 goal? Do you feel like you could have scored a few more goals?
I should have definitely scored a few more. Like I said, I felt like I was better than him, and the result showed it at the end.
Absolutely. Well, look, you're in to the semi-final. You are essentially 4 games away from winning $1,000 for playing FIFA, and you know you've been a powerhouse in this tournament. You know, going into the semis, does the nerves start kicking in now for you, or are you going to be calm and collected?
I think I'm gonna keep it calm and collected. I can't let it get to my head too much. It's just a game of FIFA, and that's how I gotta take it.
Absolutely. Well, listen, Raxanti, our first semi-finalist into the next round. Congratulations, sir, and I can't wait to see your semi-final tie.
All right, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Good luck. Lisa Raxanti there, aka Santiago, with the fire in this quarterfinal tie, Lisa. He's the first competitor into the semifinals, and I think rightly so. Like he said, he felt like he was the dominant player, he was the better player, and I tend to agree. Although it was a close game, I feel like Raxanti controlled that leg, both legs, and was maybe a little bit unfortunate to be 1-0 down in the first leg, but managed to pull it back. It shows a resilience that we haven't had to see from him, being so dominant throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah, exactly. I actually wanted to mention, you know, one of the points that you put, just a game of FIFA. If we all thought about that, just in FUT champs or rivals, you know, if you're in the league division, you're losing. It's just a game of FIFA. However, this has got money on the line, so I don't think it's quite just a game of FIFA, but, you know, it's good to think that, especially going into tournament, just think it's like any other game, you know, because then, like you mentioned, you won't have as much pressure on you. And he obviously mentioned about confidence, and we did say that once he got that goal, that'll give him a bit of boost of confidence and get him raring to go, and obviously it did, which made him end up winning that game in the end, let's be honest. And we talk about obviously the goal that he did score. Let's be honest, from a mistake really, but you got to take your chances when you get gifted, don't you? So obviously congratulations to him, and I expect some more zoos in the chat when you maybe potentially win the next round. However, I would like to know. Biscuit Teen said they would keep United. You know, I hope they stick with it. I mean, we won today. W's.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, of course, Diego, and Biscuitine is going to be next up on our list of games. And Lisa, they've stuck with Man United, and we're 6 minutes in, 0-0. This is it. The second game of our quarterfinals is underway. Biscuitine versus Diego, and Lisa. It is looking like Biscuitine is in here, and they take the lead. It is 1-0. They have done it. They have broken the deadlock inside 9 minutes, just as we sign into this game, and we get the Ronaldo Sue on the stroke of the 10th minute mark, and Biscuitine picking up where they left off yesterday, Lise.
Ooh, unbelievable. To be honest with you, I actually was going to say before, we joined again, and a goal went in. I mean, it's just what we do, chat. Whenever we join, we give them both a bit of confidence, and they score. However, what I was going to say as we joined when it was 0-0, I'll be honest, Diego, he's a very, very good player, and it'll be a tough match for Biscuitine. And on the flip side, just when his scores, I mean, my goat, chat. That's all I've got to say. And I mean Biscuitine and not United, but they're both. It's hand in hand. They're both goats. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and we're seeing Scott McTominay turn in to the Scottish Messi as he takes half of this Bayern Munich team out of the game, and he still has the ball. He plays it in to Ronaldo, who's maybe fouled. No, the referee says it's not a foul. It is a well-timed tackle. But Lisa, Scott McTominay turning in to something we've never seen before. He took out the whole Bayern Munich midfield and defence and almost ended up with a 2-goal lead. Some good, resilient defending there, though, Lisa, up against it. But maybe a little bit of panic from Diego early on here.
Yeah, I feel like we've never really seen that so far. We talk about pressure and nerves, and I think that's something that's happened so far for him. For me, I'm always nervous before a tournament. When I go 1-0 down, I'm even more nervous. So maybe that's a massive factor. And I'll be honest, like you mentioned, Scott McTominay, I felt that, although it's good to go for the pass across the goal, he's done all that running, man. Just fire it at the goal. We saw Mbappe score from a steady position yesterday. However, obviously, the difference between Mbappe and McTominay shooting is a big factor. But if he shoots from there, it might fall to Ronaldo. Instead, he passes it, and potential, chance call for a penalty, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, absolutely. It is certainly. Oh, that could have been a big mistake as it's closed down, and we really are seeing Biscuitine here really on the front foot, Lise, and they are looking more likely to score a goal the next goal rather than Diego at the minute, which is quite surprising because we have seen Diego be very, very good in attack and good in possession. But maybe, Lisa, you know, the nerves kick in. You don't know how to control maybe a little shaking in the hands. You know, it's very difficult to keep them at bay in such a high-stake FIFA game.
Yeah. Looking at the chat again, you know, we'd like to get a chat involved. Make sure to type exclamation mark raffle as well, guys, if you haven't already. Enter into the giveaways that we are doing today. But potential chance to score here. Oh, he's doing some risky challenges, I can't lie. And a potential chance again to win it.
Oh,
Save
it could fall here. It does. It's 2-0. And it is Scott McTominay. He looks like he was fired up for this game, Lisa, with the surging run that he just went on moments before. Maybe a little bit of fortune there in the way of Biscuit Team, but a well-worked goal. And, you know, I'm a firm believer that you create your own luck, Lisa. And that goal was built off hard work and determination for Biscuit Team. Diego now has found himself in a world of trouble in this tie. However, it is still the first half. Plenty of time to come back, but they need to get their act together, Lisa.
Yeah, this isn't looking like the same Diego that we've seen the last couple of days, you know, dominant from him. And obviously there's factors, obviously the stake, the opponent as well. But I just love to see Biscuit Team obviously dominating as you know, as a United fan. But however, I think deserved as well, you know. Diego hasn't even had a shot on target at the moment. But I think, you know, there's still chance, you know, he's got 2 legs, well, this leg, the rest of this leg, and obviously another leg of FIFA to go. So all it takes is one chance.
There and a big save. Big save by De Gea, but warning signs that Diego is not going down lightly here, Lisa. And, you know, still a long way to go in this tie alone. Another leg as well to come. Very important for Biscuit Team not to switch off and allow easy opportunities. We see 2 very quick shots in succession. 2-0 at half-time, Lisa, and Biscuit Team firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, dominant performance. We see 6 shots there, obviously 2 converted. Yeah. 2 on the flip side, actually, for Diego. I think he'd be quite upset with the first half performance that he's done, especially with how good he has been throughout this tournament. However, we do know that, you know, get the next goal in this game, 2-1 or even potentially 2-2 if he gets a couple of goals and gets a bit of momentum going into the next leg is huge. But I was actually reading the chat, and Victor said should have been 2-0, hesitated. That was at the chance, obviously, where McTominay ran through the whole team. Definitely should have just shot with him, but he definitely hesitated as well. But, you know, still ended up scoring. But it definitely could be, you know, 3-0 to Biscuit Team.
Absolutely, and we're seeing a lot of possession being given away by Diego very, very, you know, needlessly. As we see Rashford go through there, this could be 3. Big save from Manuel Neuer in goal for Diego, and that was a massive let-off. But warning signs for Diego that Biscuit Team is coming for that 3rd goal. They don't want to sit on this 2-goal lead. They want to put this game to bed in the first leg, and they're definitely showing signs that they're capable of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dominant performance so far, but a simple click in the game where you maybe get a bit fortunate to get a goal, you know, you can get that momentum going and you can get a bit of confidence like we saw in Raxanti. You know, he knows he's a good player. He ended up scoring a late goal. I know, obviously, different situation in terms of the goals at the moment, but if he can get a goal now, he gets that momentum, and I could see him coming back. But I mean, Biscuit Team just keeps going forward, and every time he goes forward, I'm actually like I'm worried for Diego with how good he is going forward. Biscuit Team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, interestingly enough as well, Lise, this is a 2-legged tie. However, we are seeing a high press from Diego in this second half. That could be one of 2 ways, Lise. He's going to get himself back into the game, or he's going to leave himself susceptible to space in behind. His defenders are going to be up the field, and Biscuit Team could put this game to bed. So, very risky tactics, I think, for a first leg. However, you know, this is everything, you know, this is it. You know, they're trying to get themselves back into the game, but it could backfire here, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we know that, you know, press after possession loss or constant pressure, we'll talk about both of them, you know, it helps your team push up so much. And that could cause, you know, gaps in behind, which we know it does. And you could concede because of it. And, I mean, so dominant, you know. And it's just crazy to think that, like, with the likes of McTominay, you know, it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the team selection. Speaking of team selection, Lisa, just a couple of cool little facts for you here. As Diego goes in the attack, I will wait till after to see if it rustles out. Great challenge there, well read. Goes out for a throw-in. So Lisa, Man United in this tournament has played 9 games. So competitors have played 9 games with Manchester United. They have a win percentage of 56%, which is also the highest win percentage out of the whole tournament, Lisa, in terms of teams selected to games won. They've drawn 1 and they've lost 3 times. So very, very interesting there. Obviously, Man United not being oh my God, what was that glitch we just seen there? Someone just got yeeted into the stands. Very, very strange gameplay. However, at least, you know, being a Man United fan, it upsetting not to see him used as much, but when people do use them, they seem to win more than they lose. So Biscuitine has only played with Man United, of course, as well, and he is standing at a record of 4 wins and 1 draw. They have not lost a game being Manchester United here, Lise.
There's reasons for. I have been telling people throughout this tournament to use the goated team in United, but did they listen? No. The only person that listened, Biscuitine, now at the moment, as it stands, they're seeing themselves into the semi-final. However, we do still have another leg, a potential chance. What a challenge that is!
Wow, that was a very risky tackle. Had to get the ball, or he was looking at a free kick and a red card there. Only 9 minutes left, of course, that they would have had to have held out. We are seeing a pause now. 9 minutes left, Lise, and time is running out for Diego to keep himself in this tie.
Yeah, we're seeing pressure on every touch at the moment. Obviously, slow build up. Interesting to see that part. Not something that I obviously have it on, but the depth at 90. Obviously,
yeah, very high.
Interesting.
Very high.
Obviously, very high. But you also got to remember, you know, you've got another leg. I feel like, is there a really need to do this now? Potentially, it's a tough one to think because, you know, he's so high up. If you could see another goal, I feel like 3-0 against a player like Biscuitine would be quite hard to come back for. But I guess, you know, going into the second leg, if they do get a goal, that's 2-1, and then it's more achievable, you know. So I get it, but it's just a risk that you take, I guess you could say.
Yeah, you know, risk versus reward comes into mind here, Lisa. You know, I mean, the reward being that, okay, you may be only 1 goal down going into the second leg, but the risk of being 3 goals down against a player like Biscuitine, it could be deadly. It could be the difference between winning and losing, because 2 goals in a game of FIFA, you know, at this level, it's very likely. You know, it can happen quite easily. One mistake, or, you know, a lucky deflection, or maybe just some good play. However, like you said, if it's 3 goals, you're thinking, I need 4 goals to win this game now. Against a competitor like Biscuitine, it's very unlikely, you know, someone who's very, very solid in defense as well, you know. And so it is a risk versus reward. They are going for the risk here to get rewarded, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to find a goal here, at least, unless they can muster up something here with this attack in the final couple of minutes.
Yeah, and, you know, it seems like he's given the opportunity potentially for Biscuitine. It is being called 2-0 in the first game. Up, yeah, 9 big boys is all I'm saying. I mean, what a performance. Yeah. However, I mean, Diego on the flip side, I feel like that's not the best Diego that we've seen throughout this tournament. I think he's still got a lot more to give, and hopefully we see that in the second leg and he doesn't lose confidence at the fact that he's 2-0 down.
Absolutely. I don't think he will. I think, you know, for the most part, it's first game jitters. You know what I mean? Like, it happens. You know, you can go into a game very, very nervous. Biscuitine, obviously, very composed and calm. You know, you spoke to him yesterday, and I was surprised with how soft he was, you know, and how mentally he was just so calm about this whole thing, especially using a team like United, who, of course, like you said, you know, is a disadvantage sometimes to the likes of Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, what we're seeing. But again, it just proves, Lise, that it's all about what you can do with the sticks and not how good your team is.
Yeah, and obviously he started firing very early there. You know, we saw a lot of opportunities in the first half, and he's able to capitalise on it. 2-0. You know what? I feel like he could have had a lot more goals as well. But either side, really. I mean, Diego had a couple of opportunities as well, but just wasn't to be. But I think he's got a lot more to give. And that's the perks, obviously, of having 2 legs of FIFA, isn't it? You know, I feel like the better player of the 2 legs of FIFA always comes out on top, majority of the time.
Absolutely. And look, Diego has given himself a mountain to climb, but 2-goal leads are difficult leads to keep, because, Lise, we talked about it before, the swing in momentum is massive. When you're 2 goals up, you can see the goal, and all of a sudden your mentality can change. As you see Rashford go down the end line here, he goes with a shot instead of the pass across the goal, Lisa, and that was a massive chance to put this game to bed.
Yeah, we know De Gea is a good goalkeeper. We've actually mentioned, obviously, since commentating on United, that he's obviously not going to the World Cup, which was a shock for Spain, but we know he's a good goalkeeper. You know, he's had a few years where he's been the best, and there's been a few years where he's not done too good, and he's let in some, interesting goals. However, in FIFA, he is quite OP, obviously, not as OP in my opinion as Donnarumma and Courtois, but he's still, if he needed to make a save, he normally does majority of the time, and that was, I'll be honest, a key chance of this game for Diego, and if he would have scored it this early, He'd have been licking his lips thinking, yes, I am back.
Absolutely. Just a reminder that Diego is Bayern Munich and Biscuitine is Manchester United. Lisa's obviously rooting for Biscuitine.
Blind.
You know, Bayern Munich in the red and Biscuitine in the white. And listen, Lise, is it a case of Biscuitine having to see out this game now, or do they go for the juggler, go for the killer goal? The third goal probably kills this tie off. Massive pressure on both players, really, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I was somehow blind there. You might have heard me say blind, and that's because I just realised that the opportunity that we saw there was actually with Man United, because obviously I feel like they switched to get. Obviously, United do have a
Big
red
chance
and a
here,
white,
Lise.
a potential
Ronaldo
chance
could
for
wrap
Ronaldo.
this up now if he gets the dink right. Big save again from Manuel Neuer, but warning signs that Ronaldo can still move in FIFA, Lisa, still quite quick. He only has 81 pace kind of on his face stats. However, he doesn't feel like it, does he?
Yeah, he doesn't. I was actually reading the chat, and one of the people in the chat, Destroyer, said, no, De Gea is not good, and he cost me so many wins. I mean, there's certain games where your goalkeeper can turn into, not good. I've had it several times where my goalkeeper's decided to not play for the badge, to say the least, and that happens sometimes, but majority in this competition, De Gea has been saving Biscuitine quite a bit. But like I mentioned, there are certain games where the goalkeeper doesn't perform how he should do.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Diego now with Sadio Mane. Fantastic tackle by Varane. Absolutely needed to get that right. Otherwise, Mane would have been in on goal or potentially a red card situation. But again, we're seeing the resilience of Biscuitine here, Lisa. He's very, very capable of keeping a clean sheet. We've seen it in the last game. And again, another very well-timed slide tackle, which is not an easy skill to acquire in FIFA, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'd never slide in any position just because I know that maybe in frustration you could say that I slide, which obviously can cause red cards, but in general I don't slide because I know that if I do, potentially, could cost them a red card. It could, give them a fight or free kick on the edge of the box, because we know that certain people this year are good at free kicks, and especially with the new way of doing them as well. So I try my best not to slide, but I mean, he seems to have them on lockdown, you could say. He's literally doing them perfectly every single time he does one.
Yeah, absolutely. And the game now in the 35th minute, not many chances for either player. Very, very close in possession as well. But it does look like Biscuitine is the most likely to score, as we see a chance, but they've gone for a little chip. And I have no idea why. When you're in a position there with Ronaldo, a finesse shot or just a power shot in general may have trouble Diego there. As we see Davis come through with Sané, get it in, and he gets the goal he's needed. Sané pulls it back to 1 goal in this tie, 2-1 on aggregate, 1-0 on the night. And Lisa, that is going to be a killer goal to concede for Biscuitine after going up the other end. We spoke about it earlier about goals and momentum shifts. We've seen a fantastic opportunity for Biscuitine to go 3 goals ahead at 1 second. The next, it's in the net up at the following end. Lisa, massive goal for Diego, and he will find confidence now from that.
Yeah, I feel like, hang on
big
a
opportunity
second.
here for 2-2. Oh, what a save
Massive
from
save.
De
I
Gea,
feel like you need to
and
take your
maybe just a
chances,
wrong.
right?
Yeah, wrong choice. I think of pass there to pull it back to the player that was being marked. There was 2 players in front of him. Definitely a great solid end to the half there for Diego. He's definitely on top in this one, and it does look like we are in for some more late drama in this game, Lise.
Yeah, we talk about taking the chances. I felt like in the first leg, Biscuitine could have seen himself free, maybe even 4-0 up, maybe 4-1. I feel like, on the flip side, Diego did have a couple of opportunities. But in this game, yet again, you mentioned about taking your chances, and went down one end, done like a chip that you could say that should never have done. They're not really OP this year in FIFA. Maybe he was just trying to, be smart, be just showing that side of things, maybe just not trying to show too much, maybe going into the next round thinking that he's ready. Because secured it like we saw with Raxanti. He said that he didn't want to show too much because of the competitors watching. And on the flip side, Diego thinks, yeah, okay, I win the ball back now, and he scores. So it's crazy. Now he's going to have that momentum. He seems like a completely different player this game, and that's why 2 legs of FIFA is crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. Momentum is the key word there, Lisa, as we see Shaw get in with Ronaldo with a stop shot. And what a save from Manuel Neuer. But Lisa, he's done everything right there. All he could do is take the shot first time with Ronaldo, and it just wasn't in the corner enough. But again, Biscuitine coming out this half, firing, and they've got the first shot on target, really. And, you know, Diego now, he really has to get the ball and get it up the field, try and get an early second goal so he can win this game. But Biscuitine is not going to allow him to do that very easily. Very good in defense, Biscuitine, but going forward has been very impressive as well to find these gaps.
Yeah, he's been getting quite a lot of joy in and around the box, but he's making mistakes that we've just seen there, and that could cost him. As we know, how good Sane is going forward. He seems to be crumbling a little bit under the pressure at the moment, especially conceding that goal, which, like I said to you, it makes you think when you're 2-1 down, or sorry, 2-1 up in a champs game. That's offside, surely. Yeah, when you're 2-1 up in a game of foot champs, you know, you was 2-0 up. You think to yourself, wow, you know, this guy's similar level to me. I'm going to bottle this because of the momentum shift. And majority of the time, let's be honest, it happens. You end up losing that game, and that could happen here due to the fact of him not taking his chances.
Yeah, we are seeing a high press now from Diego. He has to go for it. He needs that second goal to draw a level and potentially take this into a golden goal match. Lisa, he has to go full press. He has to put all bodies forward, and most importantly, he has to take his chance when it comes. We could see it here in the 3v1 situation. Fantastic defending again from Varane and Biscuitine. Very resilient, so difficult to break down, very good at reading the play, and now they're on the counter-attack, and they may see a 3v1 situation, but it is a red card. Diego made the tackle to try and stop the attack. Maybe it was needed, maybe it wasn't. You know, I mean, at this stage of the game, Lise, is that a tactical red card?
It's a tough one, really, because I actually was going to mention prior. I mean, look at the stamina on all of his players. You know, they're already, let's be honest, in nice terms, dying. You know, they literally can't run anymore. If they try, they put their all into the badge for the team and stuff like that. So I think, you know, now one less player with that stamina, I definitely think he needs to make more substitutions than that, because Davies is dying. His right back's on not feeling good about himself neither. So I think that's probably what's going to cost him this game. If I'm honest, just because of the stamina. Obviously, we do know if he still does score, it's a brand new game and it's golden goal, so he will get his stamina back. So I guess you could say in that position, he's not. I mean, there's a chance that he could obviously, you know, cause drama by, you know, doing extra passes and getting closer. But was there really a need to do that? It's a tough one, really.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 minutes left in this game, Lise, and Diego could be in here, and it's Davis. He has no stamina left, Lise. Just what you were talking about. He couldn't break through, and usually Davis is a monster going through on goal like that, but because of the low stamina, due to the high press, he wasn't able to get through, and he was caught by Varane quite easily.
Yeah, and the same thing's happening here with Mane. I feel like for him to actually score potential
He's
chance.
offside, Lisa, that's it! It's 2-2! He's managed to find his way in! And Sané, as he worms his way to a draw on aggregate, 2-0 in this tie. But Lisa, now he has to hold out for 15 FIFA minutes while he's down to 10 men with his players on low stam. Surely he has to pause it there, Lisa, and make a few substitutions.
Yeah, I was saying that obviously before he scored there, and obviously the chance that he had with Davies, that you need to. Oh, it's showing the signs at the moment of him being nervous. You know, he needs to pause. He needs to take off Davies. You know, if he had someone more brighter in that situation, maybe he could have scored 2 goals in that time, because he would have scored with the Davies and he would have scored the opportunity later on. But yeah, I mean, Biscuitine is under the cosh, to say the least. I mean, momentum shifting, but he's shifting with no stamina, so it's kind of tough, right? If you had stamina with the shifting of the game at the moment, I'd say you probably win this game last minute, but it could shift the other way. Potential chance.
Oh, that was a very dangerous cross. We know how good Ronaldo is in the air, Lisa. And, you know, as this game wears on, 3 minutes left, there is going to be a chance for someone, you know, most likely Biscuitine with the stamina in his favor. And he's got to take it, Lisa. You know, this is going to be a better opportunity than he will ever have. As it opens up, he just overruns it. But a mistake, maybe? No, and it's a clear the lines type mentality now for Diego. His players are on 0 stamina. 1 minute in, this is it, Lisa. Last attack for Biscuitine. Can he get it into the area? No! He rushes the pass. Lisa, we are going to golden goal. Our first one of the quarterfinals. And this game is going to be decided by next goal wins. Incredible comeback from Diego. Resilience. Dug in and took their chances in this game. That chance for Sané was not an easy chance to finish. The opportunity came, they took it, they gave themselves a fighting chance. Now we see who really has the mentality to stay calm, composed, and get the win. 1 goal wins at least. Who have you got in this tie going into golden goal?
So he had to do me like that. I'm actually upset. He obviously knows, chat, and you guys watching know exactly who I'm backing here. I'm just, you know what? It's one of those things where in that last opportunity that he had there on the edge of the box, you know, the low stam for every single player on Dio's team. Let's be honest, he could have just ran into the box because he wasn't catching, and maybe pass across the box to someone that was there open.
Yeah.
We know that's really OP this year, but he didn't. He tried to pass it backwards where obviously it was blocked to go in. And I think the person that wins this is actually the person that starts at the ball. I'll be honest. You know, we've seen it before in Golden Goal where the person that's won the game is someone that's won the ball. On the flip side, I think yesterday we had someone that started with the ball, gave it away, and conceded. So yeah, I think it's just about, you know, starting with the ball and being able to take your chance with the ball when you get it, because we know how crucial that is. And I'm hoping it's Biscuit team, but you know, I said first game Diego didn't look at the level that he is. Maybe, you know, not warmed up. We talk about, you know, 2 hours before, maybe a little bit longer, getting that practice in, and maybe he didn't. And then obviously we got a bit more warmer. All nerves was played a part. Got a bit warmer in the second leg and started, I mean, let's be honest, being more clinical and taking his chances.
Absolutely, Lise. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Golden goal situation in the quarterfinals of the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament, brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. This is it. It is a one-goal shootout, Lise. Whoever scores first wins. Whoever makes the first mistake loses. Mane is bearing down a goal here. This could be it. What a tackle! It's a penalty! Lisa, it's a penalty! And a red card for Lazaro Martinez. And Diego at the start of this game has an opportunity to go through. Can he keep his composure? Can he pick his spot? And can he finish it? This is it, Lisa. Sadio Mane, he puts it into the net. It's Diego who has scored. And it is Diego who will be going through to the semi-finals of the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament. A crushing blow to Biscuitine, who is up in this tie 2-0 going into the second leg. They conceded 2 sloppy goals to bring it back, and Diego getting the final goal in golden goal situation with Sadio Mane, a penalty, Lise. What a way to go out. I can't believe what I've just seen.
Well, say we talk about starting with the ball. He started with the ball, went back to his goalkeeper. From what we saw, obviously we did join it a little bit late, but it seemed like he started with the ball. He went back to his goalkeeper, went to the left. Obviously, so I don't know why, but there was so much space, and I guess you got to do that in that situation. You do have to slide, try and block it, but obviously took out a player in the meantime. And I feel for him. I'm upset. I'm gonna go cry. I'm gonna go cry on we can cry on each other's shoulder. I'll be honest, because I was just like, no, please don't do it. But no, Diego, obviously, I did say that in the first leg he wasn't as good as he could have been. Second leg, he came out showing how good he actually is. And then, like I mentioned, golden goal was just about who starts with the ball. And he started with the ball and he took his chance. Simple as that. And congratulations to him.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Diego. You know, 2 goals down, a mountain to climb against a fantastic competitor, Lise. And it must be crushing for Biscuitine, right?
Yeah, especially knowing that he had the 2-0 lead going into second leg. We talk about, you know, he could have had more. Let's be honest, he could have, and even in like the next game that he's talking about, you know, he had literally like his teammate Diego had no stamina at all, not whatsoever, and he went for the pass back where I feel like if he ran into the box, and even where he went for a chip, he was through on goal. Well, not through on goal, but he had an opportunity on goal and he chipped, and he maybe could have travelled it, passed it into a better position. So I think he had the better chances. I just think because he was winning by 2 goals, maybe let his foot off the gas a little bit. And we know that at 2-0, normally you do see yourself in the losing position because you just let your foot off the gas. You don't play as good as you can, and unfortunately for him, but you know, I mean, congratulations to him. But he did show how good he was, and he obviously stuck with United the whole time. So we love that.
Absolutely massive respect to Biscuitine. However, we do have, I believe, Diego ready to talk to us. So we're going to head over there and get his thoughts on the game very shortly. But until then, Lise, until we are ready to go, you know, 2-0, Diego, 2 goals up. But listen, this is what this type of tournament is all about, right? It's about keeping your cool and taking your chances, right? So listen, it is what it is. Diego is ready, so we are going to head over there right now.
Hello. Can you
What's up,
hear me?
guys?
That's a great start.
Yes.
How are you feeling? I think I heard you celebrating when you scored that penalty.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I started very, very nervous, very badly. I got punished in the first minute, and then I had to just like recover, and I got a red card. Ronaldo was just doing whatever he wanted, and I wasn't expecting red card, but hey, that's FIFA. And as soon as I had a chance on the golden goal, I went straight with Mané. And you mentioned why Mané on that side, especially for those moments. Easy to access, straight, and I create something. So wow, great game to him. He's pressured me so well. Wow, I'm still processing everything.
I mean, I would be too, obviously. I mean, I actually wanted to say, I mean, in the first game, I actually stated, I don't know if you was watching, obviously, you might have heard, obviously wasn't watching, but you might have heard it. I mean, I said that you didn't start too strong. I mean, we said that may have been down to nerves, and obviously what's on the line. I mean, what exactly happened? I know you obviously turned it around in the end, but what happened?
I think he just pressured very well, and he just took me out of my element. And that with a goal down was already really hard to go back. I don't play against Man U often online as well, so I wasn't used to Ronaldo, and that was a shocking thing. But yeah, it worked out. When I had the chance, I scored, and that penalty, I was so nervous, but I'm glad it went in. Like he even guessed the spot, so I guess Mane helped me.
Yeah, and obviously we mentioned about you having him on the wing, and I think you have Sane up front. I think it is. We actually mentioned that. I think it was yesterday about that. I mean, you obviously said it's because of their moments, but is it also maybe because of his like pace? Would that be another factor of why you have him there?
Yeah, it's just my formation 4-2-3-1. It's just easy access to the wings to solve problems. So I rather have the star player receiving the ball and creating 1-2s and create danger. Also, he's really strong, so actually defends pretty well, as opposed to other wingers that if PSG are they're the best attacking, but they don't defend very well. You don't expect Neymar or Messi to win balls. So I like Bayern in that sense. But yeah, no, great game. He played very well, and till the very end, it was. I don't know. I still don't know how to. I need to look back at the game. I don't know how I made that back, honestly.
Okay, so last question. Going into the second leg, I mean, what changed for you? I mean, for anyone watching, obviously in a 2-0 deficit, what changed? What did you do maybe differently? Did you go press after possession loss? Just so people know potentially if they're in that position, what they can do differently.
Yeah, well, in the second game, I just put my team a little more pressure, and then I started moving playing the offside trap. So I would move the defenders to the edge because he was just using the wings all the time. So I realized that was stopping him a little bit. And after that, it was just a red card. It was just 4-4-1. That's just usually how like big coaches play when there's a red card. And just I went be defensive after the second goal. I mean, I had red down, and I was just like doing what I can to stop them. But playing with pressure. I put constant pressure at the end as well. I remember it helped. I guess it helped to win some balls.
Yeah, I was actually quite worried for you there because obviously I think it was 2-1 and your players, I was literally looking, you paused it after that red card and your players was literally like dying and I thought, is he, you went through on goal with, I think it was Davies, you went through on goal and like your players just wasn't running, he wasn't like the pace that he should be and I thought, is he going to be able to come back? And obviously I feel like with golden goal it definitely helped because you didn't go extra time with that stamina. So obviously
I was worried about that.
And I was worried
Thank you.
too, but you ended up coming through. Congratulations. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I mean,
wow.
What an interview, eh?
He looks absolutely shocked himself. He's as shocked as we are that he has just gone through in that tie, Lisa, being 2 goals down. But you could see it processing in his head, like what has actually just happened, especially with the drama of golden goal. And then on top of that, it's a penalty in the first few minutes to decide it. The pressure of that penalty, Lise, like I know what it's like for us, like in foot champs, right? In a big game, maybe like in extra time or something like that. And you're so scared to take it, $1,000 on the line. This is $1,000 penalty, essentially.
Yeah, especially to get him obviously to the next round. And it was interesting actually, the penalty he took, it didn't have much power on it, did it? I feel like he was maybe nervous about overpowering it and it going into the stand. So yeah, I mean, it was a great performance from him. And like you mentioned, I don't think he's processed the fact that he won that game yet. And wow, I mean, what a game to watch from the neutral. He got golden goal after being 2 goals down. And he obviously stated that he watched as well. He obviously heard me say, interesting to see mine on the left, and he stated why, you know, because of that moment. And I mean, amazing for him. And I'm upset when Biscuit Tea lost, but I mean, I guess you could say the better player won over the games that was played.
Yeah, very, very difficult way to lose for Biscuit Teen. Listen, played a fantastic tournament, been your player of the tournament as well, of course, with Manchester United. So it's very sad to see them go. You know, I was a Hunter fan after last night as well. So commiserations to Hunter, but congratulations to Diego, who is our second finalist. Lisa, we have 2 more matchups to go of the quarterfinals. We have Grungy Lion versus Tank Davis and Kibembe versus Mo Jr. They will be coming up after this commercial break. Do not go anywhere.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice-cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Have you heard? Brag House now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Brag House Tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Brag House app. Earning Brag House tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Brag House token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Brag House tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Brag House tokens, go to the Brag House store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drum me around and you're ready for it. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Holding.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Love, give me lots of fire. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology. Yeah,
It won't be over till the fat lady sings. I owe you a trip, cause me and you, we got a thing. My sunshine state, hair curly like a string. Just a big ol' ooh, smile, that's about all you gotta bring. So enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy. Ride or die, lay low, getting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months, I've been messing with you steady.
Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Love, give me lots of fire. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology. Самолет несет меня, будто в кулаке зажав великан. В иллюминаторе земля. Самолет несет меня, большой стальной великан. В иллюминаторе земля. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Love, give me lots of fire. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology. Baby, it's whatever. All this ever about you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your rock, I disappear. But if it don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my cup and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. And there's no man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the second round of matches for today's quarterfinals. We are here with Mo Jr. and Kimpembe. Kimpembe, of course, using Man City, and Mo Jr. PSG. Lisa, this is going to be an incredible time. Mo Jr., of course, for me, cemented himself as a favorite to win this tournament with his performances throughout the group stages and yesterday in a round of 16.
Oh, yeah, I'll be honest. He's literally a favourite, in my opinion, Mo, in this game. However, I know Kimpembe is a very good player, but I feel like with the... Hang on a minute! Whoa! Am I seeing that correctly? Manchester United. Hang on a minute, no.
Oh,
My go.
correction. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. Mo Jr. is using Manchester United, Lisa. And he scored! Just like that, straight away, Ronaldo opens the scoring in the 6th minute. And it is, of course, Manchester United versus Manchester City. We have the Manchester Derby for a quarter-final tie, Lisa. How happy are you?
Jack, he must have been watching the last game and maybe the interview after him saying that he didn't expect to see Ronaldo and he was very hard to stop. And he scored with Ronaldo. I mean, I wanted Mo to win, but I wanted
He's
to
in
win
again.
even more. And a potential chance to go 2.
Oh my God, what a save.
So close.
He's done everything right, Lisa. He did a Trivela with Ronaldo as well from point-blank range. They usually go in, but Mo Jr. setting the pace here in this first legged tie of a quarter-final match, and it is looking like he is looking to steamroll Kimpembe here, Lisa.
Wow. Wow. I'm so happy to see my goat being played with, you know, Ronaldo and United. I mean, I didn't think I was going to see it anymore in this competition after the last one, and you know, the only person that was using United playing. So, wow.
Absolutely fantastic start for Mo Jr. But Kimpembe is a very good player, at least. We've seen him in the group stages and around the 16. Very resilient, can create chances as well. Very effective with that Haaland too. He knows how to use him to perfection. So this is going to be a very good game. Mo Jr. here though, attacking prowess. He has the player locks there as well. We've seen that in the last round. So a very high level of FIFA player here.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, you know, Mo can do good. Obviously, we keep speaking about, you know, United, and to be honest, we saw in the last game, we thought United was going to go through. We thought Biscuit team was going to go through, and it just wasn't to be in the second leg, and that's why 2 legs of FIFA is, you know, very good.
Great time shot
close
from Haaland there, right foot. Very impressive from Kimpembe, showing us with the green time, and you know, off the line, Lise. Almost an equaliser there, and Kimpembe is piling a lot of pressure here, trying to work a little bit of space to get a shot off, but a great save from De Gea and a green time shot. Warning signs to Mo that Kimpembe is no pushover.
No pushover indeed. I did say at the beginning, you know, even before I saw United being used, I think Mo's going to win this tie. We saw how good he was yesterday and throughout the competition, but yet again on the flip side, Kimpembe going forward, he's been deadly throughout the competition, and I think this could go either way, but with how I saw, if I had to predict beforehand, even before him using United, I think it'd be Mo, and even more so that he's in a winning position, let's be honest.
Absolutely, definitely not someone who you want to be losing to going into the second leg. You know how experienced Mo seems to be in this game, and you know, Lise, Mo has steamrolled basically everyone he's played, you know. So Kimpembe definitely would have seen that. He would have been taking notes, and he would have been maybe quite nervous coming into this game, knowing how good this player is.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic, both of these. It's a shame they have to play each other in this round, because I feel like there could be tension for both of them being in the final. I feel like we saw that yesterday as well with, I think it was Mo and Visions. They were very good competitors. We said that it would be a high-scoring game, and we saw like 3 goals in 10 minutes, I think it was, or 11 minutes in game. So, yeah, the same thing here. I think these are both great competitors, but we have to lose one of them today, now.
Yeah, very unfortunate to lose anyone at this stage of the group. It is, of course, the quarterfinals of the SoCal FIFA 23 event, brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. As we see a ball through to Haaland. He is onside here, Lise. Does a roulette, trying to find some space. He finds it, and he shoots straight at De Gea. Maybe just a little bit of composure needed there, Lise, at the end of the half. We could be looking at 1-1.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference between, you know, some competitors. You know, we've seen that they've both been sort of in a situation where it's like a level player field. They're both cancelling out each other, and they're just not taking their chances. And that's the difference between winning and losing. And I feel like, you know, get a goal there, 1-1 going into the next half of this first leg, and you know, potentially 1-1 going into the second leg. And I mean, you need to be taking your chances. And I think it's actually like, you know, we spoke about, you know, PSG, Real Madrid, Bayern being used, but I think this is more, I feel like maybe more of a level playing field for both of them. I feel like, you know, United have, you know, certain positions on the pitch where they're a lot better than City, and vice versa. So I think this is sort of, there's no really underdog, I feel like, in these two teams.
Absolutely, Lise. And look, like you said, you know, Haaland on one side, Ronaldo on the other. 2 very usable players this year as well. Both lengthy, both very strong, and are both lethal in the final third. It's looking like Kimpembe has really grown into this game, Lise. We're not seeing it being as dominant from Mo Jr. As I just say that, he scores the equaliser. It's 1-1. Phil Foden with the equaliser, Lisa. A fantastically worked goal into the area. However, we do see straight away an attack from Mo Jr. and it's an incredible save by Ederson to keep this tie level. And what an exchange in the last couple of minutes, Lise.
wow, that could have been, we spoke about taking your chances, and he needs to take that chance. I think that's twice now he's gone quite through on goal, and Edison's come the clutch man, you could say, and potential chance here, twisted and turning, and another save from Edison. I think maybe Edison's heard us, and he said, you know what, I want to be mentioned in the two goalkeeper, you could say that they're bragging between each other, right? And, I'll leave myself in a minute, I'll leave in a minute, because that was a serious joke there. But yeah, I think, he needs to be on the contestant the list for the the best goalkeeper in the tournament. He wants to be that contestant on the list because we spoke about Courtois, we spoke about Donnarumma, but we haven't spoke about Edison, and he's like, yeah, listen, I'm here too, and he's made 3 saves in a matter of 10 minutes in game time.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic work from both players here, but we are seeing Kimpembe really up in a gear in this second half. He's got the equalising goal, and he's just trying to find that Haaland with a couple of over-the-top through balls, but he cannot let his focus slip here, Lisa. He's playing against Mo Jr., of course, one of the favourites for the tournament after watching the group stages and the round of 16, and he just goes to show why you can't give him any bit of space, Lisa. He got straight through there from kickoff, but a fantastic save as we see De Bruyne break through for Kimpembe. Green times it. It's 2-1, and Mo Jr. finds himself 2-1 down with 20 minutes to go in this game and this first leg. What a turnaround! I am stunned, Lisa.
Yeah, and you've got to remember that Mo was one goal up in this game, and it's turned. Heads flipped around and tables have turned and everything. He's seen himself 2-1 up now, Kimpembe. And you speak about green time shots. I mean, did you see the power on that? That is why, because he screen timed it, and yeah, it just gives the goalkeeper even more chance of not saving it. And we're seeing these runs that he's obviously triggering at the moment, and they seem to be working with Haaland.
Yeah, absolutely. A massive upset could be on the cards here, Lisa. Mo Jr. find himself 2-1 down with 10 minutes to go in this game, and Kimpembe playing an incredible game of FIFA. The only question is, Lisa, can he keep it up for 2 legs?
Yeah, we've got to remember that there is 2 legs, and anything is possible in 2 legs. We saw that in the last game, to say the least. We didn't have to talk about it and explain it. I mean, just look at the last game, turnaround in that one, and the potential chance to... this is a really good game.
Wow! What a save there, Lisa, from Ederson. And you have to say, Ederson has kept Kimpembe in this game, really. It could be easily 3-2 to Mo Jr. as he tries to find a late goal here. Can we have some more late drama in this game, Lisa?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I mean, we know in the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament so far that we've had late goals and we've had loads of drama. So anything is possible, let's be honest.
Absolutely, but it is Kimpembe who's got in around him here, and it is with Mahrez. Can he go for it? He's gone for a ball roll scoop and a cutback. However, Haaland was behind a defender, and they just couldn't find the space. Lisa, this is it. Last chance saloon in this game, really, for Mo Jr. with 1 minute added on. He has to get a goal here to make a level going in to the second leg. He's trying to twist and twirl his way into the box, and he does, but a fantastic block, Lisa. And that is it. 2-1 to Kimpembe, Lisa. What a fantastic leg of FIFA we have been given there, and very much so an upset with the result.
Yeah, I think you could definitely say an upset. I think Mo's a very, very good player, but it'd be interesting to know why he switched. Obviously, if he wins the game, we'll know because we can have an interview with him. But on the flip side, he never used, I'm pretty sure, United before, and now he's decided to use them. I'm just thinking, why would you do that? I'm a United fan, and I love to see someone using United, but why switch now? In a position where you could go into the semi-final. So, interesting choice. But if it works for him, I'm sure he'll be patting himself on the back and saying thank you very much. But if he loses, he's going to be thinking, why?
Yeah, I think so as well. It could come back costly, at least, because we know he has to use Man United now in the second leg as well. You cannot change your team once you've started the first leg with them. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this one pans out. Could be a major mistake on his behalf. However, I have to say, he didn't look like he was struggling to create any chances, really, was he? Like, he was still getting in.
Yeah, he had a lot of chances in that game. I think it definitely shouldn't have been 2-1, the end result. I think it could have been a few more goals, actually, for Mo in that game. Edison made some really, really good saves, and even so, from kickoff, we saw it. Kimpembe scored, and we think, wow, he's 2-1 in 2-1. that's it. He's probably going to end that. But no, he literally had a chance straight from kickoff, and Ederson had a strong hand to it. But definitely, if you talk about green time and shots, we saw on the flip side, Kimpembe, we saw green time there from him. If Mo did that in the position where he over top free balled it, we also would have been seeing a goal. So, but maybe he's just not confident with that because if you can't time it perfectly green, it could go orangey red and it will go out the stadium. So if you can't green them perfectly, it's better to just potentially not do it.
Absolutely, and we did see Kimpembe green time a couple of shots there as well, Lise. The standard from Kimpembe has been really, really high. The question that I asked during that game was, of course, this is 2 games, It's very difficult to beat someone of Mo's standard over 2 legs because, as you said before, the cream does rise to the top and the better player does usually come out on top over 2 legs. However, I have to say, I feel like Kimpembe was the better player in that game overall. I felt like he got down around the Mo's defense very, very well, and he could have had a couple of more goals himself. However, it is a 1-goal lead. Is it enough to get through Mo Jr. in this second leg?
I feel like he'll probably need to get an early goal to guarantee that, especially with how good Mo is. But I agree. I think Kimpembe there, he seemed to be getting in behind quite, I'll be honest, easily. I think that was a downside there for Mo. We know he's very good defensively. I'm pretty sure he was on the list for conceding the least goals and scoring the most goals. But yeah, he seems to be that Haaland's being a massive threat for him. Every time that he gets the ball for Kimpembe, he's looking for that through ball. You're seeing him trigger the run for Haaland, and that could play costly for Mo. But obviously United again because he has to, even if he wanted to change. I reckon he didn't want to change because he had a lot of success with United in the last game. Just couldn't convert.
Absolutely. Well, Lisa, here we go. Second leg of our third tie of this quarterfinals, Lisa, and it is Mo Jr. on the attack straight away. But listen, Mo Jr. has to go for it. And I tell you what's a scary thought, Lisa. Mo Jr. playing you in a FIFA game. But do you know what's even scarier? Mo Jr. with constant press, because that's what we're going to see if this game stays at a 1-goal lead. And I can't help but think, Lisa, that the higher up Mo Jr. wins the ball, the more chances he's going to create. And that is a big problem for Kimpembe.
Yeah, exactly. Against a high caliber player that, it's hard to defend them, without press after possession loss and constant pressure. And, I know me personally, when I'm in foot champs with rivals and my opponent goes constant pressure and press after possession loss, they literally run at me like balls. And especially in this type of game, on anyway, even more pressure on because they're press after possession loss. And you make mistakes, and that's mainly what it's used for, isn't it? And when that happens, they run at you like balls, and you can't stop it. And a potential chance here to go a goal up extra, but great save.
Yeah, that Haaland, he knows how to use him, Lisa. We spoke about it in the last game, and if used correctly, that Haaland can be lethal as he fires in a bicycle kick from the edge of the box there. Very well worked corner, and obviously a very, very overpowered mechanic this year as well, Lisa. That near post bicycle kick almost paid off for Mo Jr. For Kimpembe, sorry. Big mistake here from Kimpembe, and you cannot do that against someone like Mo Jr., but he snaps the shot off a little bit too early there, Lise. Maybe worried about the space being cut down, but if Kimpembe is going to win this game, Lise, he can't be giving him the ball like that in them areas.
No, he can't. He made a mistake there as well from a corner, but seems like he might get away with it. But yeah, he can't be making them mistakes, but also, I feel like Mo rushed it a little bit. I know he had a lot of pressure on him there, so potentially just thought better to go for a shot now. But potential chance now!
He's missed it. He's dragged it wide, Lisa. And Mo Jr. is going to have to capitalise on one of these opportunities if he wants to see himself into the semi-final this game. Kimpembe maybe riding his luck a little bit at the minute, Lisa, but it is still 2-1 on aggregate, 0-0 in this tie, and it still is very much anyone's game. Yeah,
exactly. And the chance there to maybe shoot from a free kick. I know I'm terrible with free kicks, but is he? No, decides to go short. And a mistake you could say. However, finds back at his feet, twisted and turning, extra pass into the box, just waiting for that. Reverse Elastico there. It still has the ball somehow.
Yeah. Good defending though. That reverse Elastico opened up a little bit of a gap, but it just wasn't enough to shoot with Sancho there. But very effective, and we are seeing. Oh, that could be a mistake. He would have been offside there, at least. But having the defender take the touch actually brought in a second phase of play, so he actually could have taken the ball off of him there and got through on goal. Luckily for Mo Jr., it did not pan out that way. But a very even tie here, Lisa. And I have to say, I am very much surprised at how even this game is.
Yeah, there was a lot at stake though. However, every time I tried to speak, it seems like something happened. An extra pass, maybe? No, I felt like... Oh, hang on.
Oh, big save! Ederson again, Lisa, coming to the rescue of Kimpembe, and it bears the question, Lisa, how long can Ederson save Kimpembe for here?
Oh. Oh!
No! Wow. Chance after chance, Lisa, he has to start taking one of these, right?
Yeah, but it just takes one opportunity from Kimpembe, and he's seeing himself a couple of goals down. He definitely needs to start taking them, or he's going to be handing his head at the end of this game.
Absolutely, but a very resilient Kimpembe at the minute. Not creating many chances himself, but he has to just focus on defending for now as he breaks away with De Bruyne. He has a lot of space here on the right-hand side, and it is Mahrez. Are we going to see a ball roll scoop again? No, it's into De Bruyne. De Bruyne tries to shift it onto his right foot, but well-timed and well-placed defender there for Mo Jr. And it looks like we are going to bring the first half to a close here, unless there's another attack, which there seems to be, Lise. No, it is half-time. Still 0-0 in this tie. Still 2-1 on aggregate to Kimpembe. And Mo Jr. has 45 minutes to save his tournament. He has to take one of these chances, Lise.
Yeah, and you saw there, he's had 5 shots on target and he hasn't had a goal. He'll be definitely upset with that. Interesting to see Gomez left back. We spoke about 74 rated, by the way. We spoke about obviously Cancelo being used in the midfield for these teams. Pretty sure in the last couple of games we've seen it for Man City for different different competitors even. That Cancelo hasn't been playing that left back role. Last time I saw Ake playing there for another competitor, it seems to go with Gomez. I can't lie, I don't know who Gomez is. Only Gomez I can think of is a Liverpool one, but he's not in the City side. So yeah, interesting choice at left back to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lise, listen, 45 minutes, there is a chance that Mo Jr., my favourite personally for this tournament, is going to go out. And one thing we are seeing is Kimpembe is using the flanks really, really well, Lise. He's got down the line with Mahrez quite a few times, and he can be very, very lethal, as we see Mo Jr. take a chance, finally for him. Marcus Rashford with the right-footed shot into the side net, and it is 2-2 now, Lisa, and now it is truly game on. Can Mo Jr. push on and get this winner, or can Kimpembe find that one chance to go ahead and win this tie, Lise? It is anyone's game now.
Potential chance, technically, you could say from kickoff, a nice little roulette there. Yeah, London derby as well, by the way. United versus City. We've seen it a few times. Whenever the one person has used United, the other opponent teams use City to make it one of them. But yeah, I mean, it's been a close game. I do think that Mo's in the driving seat, but like I said, it just takes one opportunity to score, and especially with Haaland on your team.
That is onside as well. No, he was offside, Lisa, and I just want to reiterate, it is a Manchester derby, not the London derby, Lisa. Okay, don't listen. People
I said Manchester derby, I'm pretty sure, did I not?
No, we said the London, but it doesn't matter. It's okay, Lisa. It's okay. We know you were at the Manchester United v Fulham game today, so listen, London is in your mind. I get it. But listen, Lise, this is looking more and more likely that Mo Jr. is going to win this game, right? He has definitely been the more dominant, and in terms of chances created, he's had 4 or 5 clear-cut in this game alone, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think he'll be kicking himself, Will Mo, if he goes out to lose this game. On the flip side, Kimpembe will be laughing because, you just got to take your chances, and he obviously hasn't been so far.
Haaland is in here. Big opportunity. Keeper movement, Lisa. Keeper movement has kept that ball out of the net, and that is elite keeper movement at a very high-pressure moment for Mo Jr. Fantastic decision to move De Gea over to the left-hand side of the goal with Haaland bearing down, knowing he was going to go across keeper. Very, very important save. But just, again, another warning to Mo Jr. that Kimpembe is capable of getting Haaland in behind. And if he doesn't focus up and put this game to bed, then he will be out of this tournament.
Yeah, oh my God. Every time he has a corner, he's going for the same bicycle kick. And one of them are going to actually work. I'm calling it now. But yeah, as you mentioned, in terms of that goalkeeper movement, that was great goalkeeper movement. It shows the ability that he is. But interesting, I feel like he tried to green time it and ended up like orange in timing it, you could say, because didn't quite, have the fizz and the power and the green. Obviously, you can see if it's green time shot above the indicator on the indicator. I've lost my words. It's
Don't
final
get a glass
day,
of
okay?
water, Lisa. It's completely fine. Listen, I get it. It's the
Above
drama.
the
It's so
indicator.
intense.
There we go.
I have to say, I'm the same. I feel like this is the most intense this tournament has been so far. You know, these games are so close, such great competitors, and it's so hard to find words sometimes. It's hard to get the words out because we want to say so much, but we just don't know how to put them into words. Lisa, I'm with you. I'm so excited. I want the popcorn machine.
Hashtag Danny for the popcorn machine chat in the chat. Come on, and hashtag Lisa for the AirPods in the chat. That's all I'm saying.
Just reading the comments in chat. The aggregate score is 2-2 here in this tie, 1-0 in this game. We are looking like we could be going to golden goal here, Lisa. I've seen another question, which I've just answered. Basically, can it go to penalties? It cannot go to penalties. It goes to a golden goal situation for a third game if the two competitors tie over 2 legs. So if the score stayed exactly the same right now at 2-2, we will see a third match take place where it is essentially whoever scores first wins. We've seen it once tonight already, Lisa, and it was pure heartbreak, a penalty in the first couple of minutes, and we could be looking like it's going to be one of these situations again.
However, you know, we do see a lot of late goals, late drama in this competition, and I feel like one of these could take it.
Yeah, and a chance here now with Jack Grealish on the right wing, just overrunning it. Doesn't even win a corner either. But one thing I've noticed about Kimpembe, his over-the-top through balls are timed and placed perfectly, Lisa. He has been fantastic in picking out his players over the top and using the areas to do the through balls, particularly with Haaland here as well. There could be one final chance. No, that is it. Lisa, for the second time in these quarterfinals, we are going to golden goal. Nothing separates these two sides. Mo Jr. would be disappointed that it is now basically up to chance, right? I mean, anyone could score a goal in FIFA. Does always seem like there's an early goal for someone, like you said, whoever starts with the ball. It's vital, right, to have that first attack, because we know how difficult it is to defend in first attack movements, you know, the movement of your players, everything. They seem just a little bit groggy. And we've seen in almost every golden goal, I'm pretty sure, actually, I'm going to correct myself, in every golden goal game that we've had, at least, there's been an early goal for someone.
Yeah, exactly. You know, especially in the last couple that we've had. I mean, we saw most of them from kickoff. In the last game, 5 minutes in. The game before that, I think it was 4 minutes in. So, yeah, I mean, if you get the ball, it's massive. You know, you can play the way you want to play early in the game, you know, work the ball forward, or you can just go for it quickly and try and get that first goal, you know. All it takes is one shot to score, and if you're clinical enough, that could be you taking it. I know I don't really like golden goal myself. The last time I did it, and the only time I've actually done it, I lost and I had the first 3 shots, and it definitely hurt because you think, actually, in that golden goal situation, I was the better player.
Absolutely. It's an awful way to go out of a tournament, but a fantastic way to go through as well. You know, we've seen, of course, Diego, after you interviewed him, and he was still processing everything that went on in his head. You could see it processing in his eyes as he was speaking to you, Lisa. And, you know, it's the joys of FIFA, right? You have the massive highs, but you also have some very low lows. And it's why we all love the game. It's why we all play it. But, you know, with $1,000 on the line, Lisa, whoever scores next goes through, gives themselves a massive chance to go on and win this tournament.
Yeah, and I want it to be Mo, I can't lie, but I shouldn't be rooting for people. I feel like whenever I root for them, they just seem to lose. Especially, you know, Biscuit Team, my favourite, you know, used United, and the only person that was using United until Mo decided to switch for some reason. I'll be honest, I don't know, but that could be a great question for maybe Mo if he goes through, or even maybe his competitor thinking, you know, would you have preferred to use maybe a PSG, or would you prefer to play against Man United? I'm sure he'll say probably Man United because of the front three of PSG and the whole team. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. But, you know, you got to respect it. Maybe he was watching the game before and he thought, oh, wow, yeah, Ronaldo looks deadly.
That is true. They do have some very effective players. Of course, Rashford, the 5-star skills as well, pulling the goal back there to save Mo Jr. I am quite pleasantly surprised at this tie. I did think Mo Jr. would probably win it quite comfortably. No disrespect to Kimpembe. It's just the level of Mo is probably higher than what I've seen anyone else in this tournament. You know, we mentioned the player lock-in. We mentioned the Travellas, the movement off the ball. He's been clinical in most games as well. Hasn't been as clinical in this game, in this tie, Lise, and that's probably why we're seeing a golden goal. But it just goes to show that if you don't take your chances, anything can happen. And now it is essentially a lottery, right? Like 50-50. anyone can go through now. It doesn't really entirely come down to skill based anymore, or skill gaps, right? Whoever scores first wins. This is it for all the marbles, Lisa. Into the semi-final, one of these players will go. It is whoever scores first. And we're seeing Kimpembe start with the ball. He is dispossessed. Mo Jr. giving it away now very cheaply. And Lisa, a lot of nerves going to be kicking in here.
Yeah, exactly. You know, especially knowing that you're one goal away from either, you know, winning and going through or losing and going out of the competition, especially as a lot on stake. You know, you basically say if they get to the semi-final, they're basically almost guaranteed money. So that's what they might be thinking. And his through balls are so deadly.
Yeah, very, very good. I've been very impressed with his over-the-top through balls. You know, he's sending the runners on a run, and he's timing them perfectly. The timing of them through balls are very, very important, Lisa. You know, I tend to hit him too early, and it just gets intercepted very easily by the centre-backs. But like I said, he knows how to use Haaland. He knows how to use them over-the-top through balls, and that essentially is how he scored most of his goals.
Yeah, exactly. And on the flip side, we saw a, think you could say, and another through ball where he's through on goal.
Lisa, he's in. This could be it. It is Kimpembe for the win, and it's a De Gea's masterclass in the goal. That was it. That was the chance, Lisa. He was clean through with the only man on the pitch who you would want in that situation, and he's managed to miss it. That's a big opportunity, and one that could come back to bite him. Mo Jr. must have had his heart in his mouth as he's seen Haaland bearing down on goal. 1v1, but De Gea comes out on top.
Oh, a little play lock there. Love to see. That's the first time we've seen that. Maybe nerves get into him, but now he thought maybe it's time to bring it out. But yeah, I mean, that was a massive opportunity and one that he's going to regret not to take if he does go on to lose this. But I think it was great goalkeeper movement. I'm pretty sure the goalkeeper movement there was there, and he obviously moved into the right of the goal. And fortunately, that's where he shot. He tried to green tail it, I'm pretty sure again, but didn't quite succeed that time for the second time in a row.
Yeah, very interesting. Like you said, I do think he did move the keeper, but he also brought him crashing out to close that angle down as well. Very essential things here. And Mo, you know, he knows the mechanics. He knows how to play. Kimpembe, though, is having more success going forward, in my opinion. You know, that Haaland, he knows how to use him. He's very, very familiar with him. Like you said, maybe Mo Jr. looked at Ronaldo and said, you know what, he looks good. He looks like he's scoring goals. However, he may not have a lot of experience using him, so he may not be as effective. As you see Sancho now try and work his way into the box, but again, very good defending on Kimpembe's behalf, and he's been very, very good to keep this Mo Jr. at bay, and it is still level. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a golden goal situation. It is whoever scores first wins. 30 minutes into the half. This is the first time that we've ever gone this far into a golden goal game, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly, and a potential chance. Hopefully we get one before half-time, you know, spice things up. Almost a great ball there, but yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a tight one, and it always was between these two. I feel like they're both at the same level, and I feel like this could have been a great final game, if I'm honest with you, because they're both just so good. Sort of like when Mo played Visions, really, but sometimes, you know, the luck doesn't go on your side, and you just got to beat the person that's in front of you, and sometimes you just can't do it on the day.
Absolutely, Lise. And just a little bit of background as well to Kimpembe. He has been using Man City throughout. And in his final round, he bet Daigo, who was using Real Madrid. And it was actually the first time we've seen a player use Man City and come out victorious against Real Madrid. So Kimpembe is definitely no pushover, as we see Finesse shot. Not as OP this year, at least, than Finesse's, but a well-worked chance. And no harm to go for it there. Maybe a little green time, maybe a little bit more on balance. That could have been flying in to the top corner.
Maybe even like a Trivella there. I know obviously you talk about like you having to be on the preferred foot and like the perfect angle and stuff like that, but I feel like he could have potentially gone there. I think it would have been more of a chance of going in than doing a finesse shot, which ain't as OP this year.
Absolutely. This half is coming to a close, Lisa. The first time we've got the halftime in a golden goal situation, and it's a testament to the ability of both of these players, right? And the competitors that we have in our final few players. You know, we're closing in on the semi-finals, Lisa. There's one spot left. We have two players here battling it out, and they really are battling it out. Neither of these competitors want to lose. They are going for it. A couple of changes by the looks of it from Kimpembe here, Lisa. You know, in this situation, Lise, is it a case of, okay, do you know what? I'm sick and tired of this now. Let's go for it. Let's go with a high press. Let's get in their faces, try win the ball high up the pitch. Or is there too much of a risk to do that with the opportunities that I could leave with the gaps at the back?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you do have to go for it, but I also think that if you do that, you know, press off the possession or constant pressure, it will just leave too much gap. But I know when my opponent goes constant pressure and they're a good player, I'm panicking, and that could also cause you to win the game because they're panicking. But I mean, a massive opportunity now because of the mistake, but defended really, really well. But yeah, I find it just crazy to think that if he goes constant pressure, that he could make him feel more under pressure than he is already, because I'm sure he's nervous, and still win. So I think maybe you're right. Maybe 65th minute. You know, I feel like none of these two want to go into another golden goal game. Actually, that's what will happen if this is still 0-0.
Yeah, of course, that is to be confirmed for us. But listen, Lisa, I think there's a winner here. 55 minutes in, both players are going for it. And listen, I don't know. It could be anyone's game here, Lisa. Both players are very, very good going forward, but they're also very good defensively, and that's why we're seeing such little goals in these games, right?
Yeah, definitely. And potential chance there. I was gonna stop speaking
and
let you take it, but
he's hitting straight at De Gea. A little bit of composure, but you can't blame him in a game of this magnitude to be getting a snapshot off. A very rare opportunity for either player to be getting in that position. But Mo Jr. was saved by De Gea there, and Kimpembe is piling on the pressure now, Lise.
It's interested to see what he changed, because he seems to be on the driving seat right now.
Yeah, well, he did bring on Alvarez, Lisa. So, you know, we've seen him with that chance, and you can't help but wonder if that was actually Mahrez in that opportunity. That could have been into the top corner. Big opportunity, Lisa. He's done it! Kimpembe has scored the goal! He has knocked Mo Jr. out! That is it! And just as I speak about him, he made the substitution for Alvarez. Alvarez is the one that has scored a goal. This is absolutely insane. Mo Jr. going out of this tournament, Kimpembe going through. I cannot believe what I am seeing. One of my favorites to win this tournament, Mo Jr. is out. Kimpembe reaches the semi-finals. Absolutely scenes.
Wow. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? Imagine looking at the chat, right? And Rack Santi, who we know is obviously still in this competition, has said Alvarez is the young GOAT. I mean, crazy, right? I mean, it's interesting that he's obviously, you know, scored there in that position. But we speak about it, you know, if he's just come on, fresh legs. That's why you need to make subs, and he did it. And I mean, a great finish. Unfortunately, obviously for Mo, sees himself fall out of the competition. Interesting to see why he did switch clubs, but I guess we'll never find out. However, if you're in the chat, let me know. But obviously, commiserations, but congratulations on the flip side to Kimpembe.
Absolutely. Kimpembe played a great game, Lisa, and I think over the course of them, essentially 3 legs, you know, I think Kimpembe deserved that win. You know, Mo Jr. possibly could have scored a couple of more goals in the first leg. However, you know, second leg, it was all Kimpembe, and then in extra time as well, it was all Kimpembe. He had the shots on goal. He had Haaland bearing down. De Gea made a fantastic save, and then he had the Alvarez chance just before he put the goal away to seal a spot in the semi-finals. And I have to say, I think he was a worthy winner, and Mo Jr. will be very, very disappointed.
Yeah, and I'm actually intrigued why, to be fair, it looks like Kimpembe switched as well, because he was using PSG in the group stages. So I'm intrigued to know why he switched as well. You know, obviously, I remember when I actually commentated him on that day, which obviously he Group N, or he was going out into the quarterfinals, to why he switched, because, you know, his name is Kimpembe. I remember saying, obviously, he's going to be using PSG. You know, Kimpembe, obviously, a centre-back for PSG, and then he switched to City. Maybe it's because, I mean, we see that his play style is over the top through balls. I feel like you can't really do that with like the likes of Messi, Mbappe, and Neymar up front. They're more explosive players. You need a bit of lengthy players, and that's what City brings.
Absolutely. He played the flanks really well as well. You know, he had Mahrez there, a very 5-star skiller, I believe, as well this year. You know, we've seen ball roll scoops and the way he tries to work the ball into the box. So maybe that was a deciding factor on it. And very, very good technical players, so to speak. You know, Phil Foden, Jack Grealish. Then he had Haaland for the over-the-top through balls through the middle, saying that he couldn't capitalize with Haaland on them goals. But listen, Lisa, absolutely Like this is exactly what we expected coming into this, right? And more pure drama, upsets, and games that are very, very tight, coming down to golden goals, coming down to the second half of a golden goal game, and it is essentially again whoever takes the chances, they go through.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Mo had quite a lot of opportunities. However, obviously, in the golden goal game, I think that I'll be honest. I think Kimpembe was the one that was dominating. So it just goes down to the game and the momentum in the game. And I think it went to Kimpembe, and he obviously took his chances.
Absolutely, congratulations to him. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have the winner of that tie ready in the wings to speak to us. So let's pop over there now and have a quick chat. Hello, sir. Please state your name for the viewers at home and what school you represent.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Well, first enough, my name is Tommy Barboza, known as Kimpembe. I go to a community college down here in San Diego, California, Southwestern College. I thought I saw in the graphic images they put me in the wrong college, but it's all right. But yeah.
If we did, we do apologize for that. I'm sure we'll be able to get it sorted for you. But listen, Tommy, aka Kimpembe, aka favorite killer, because listen, not that I went against you, but just from what I've seen with Mo Jr. and the competition, you know, he has been for me, you know, completely dominant. Like he thunder blasted the whole tournament so far. And coming into this quarterfinal leg, I was thinking to myself, yes, Kimpembe has played fantastic FIFA, but just with the you know, the attacking prowess of Mo and how many goals he scored, I was just thinking to myself, how is anyone going to stop him? But listen, you found a way. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
It's great. I mean, it's a tough match. I felt it after he tied up. Um, it's just, I mean, it's just a bit of practice with along the other FIFAs and every weekend league that I play. Sometimes there's tough matches, and you just gotta stay smart, play your composure, be sure not to dive in, because definitely I seen that if I was to dive in, he was gonna, uh, how can I say, he was gonna punish me definitely. So it's all mental. I've told myself playing FIFA for a couple years that it's all mental, and it paid off.
Absolutely. And listen, Tommy, I have to ask you, you mentioned Foot Champs Ultimate Team. You know, where do you usually finish in Ultimate Team? What's your rank?
Um, Honestly, if I stay focused, so far this FIFA, I've had 2 weekends where I get 15 wins and 5 Ls. Um, there's definitely a lot of stuff that goes around FIFA that I feel like sometimes doesn't allow me to win, but I mean, it's all right. There's a bunch of weekend leagues to get better in, definitely.
Absolutely. Well, listen, it was a fantastic performance, you know, and you must have been thinking to yourself, you know, in that game as well, you had Haaland through on goal to take home the tie, and we seen fantastic goalkeeper movement from Mo Jr. to keep it out. How were you feeling after that? Were you kind of thinking that was my chance? I'm not going to get another one. This is going to go the other way now.
No, definitely not, because
we may have a bit of technical issues here from Tommy. However, listen, Lisa, just from what he said there, he said exactly what we've been saying throughout this whole tournament. The mental side of FIFA is so important. You have to keep this calm and these on point, right? The thumbs and the brain, they've got to be in sync with each other. They've got to be calm. They've got to be composed. And listen, it obviously works because he's got through, for me, the favorite of this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like you can be, you know, a 10 times better player than your opponent, but mentally, if you know, you struggle with that in a FIFA game, it could cost you because, you know, as soon as you get a bad decision against you, or, you know, you get a red card when it shouldn't have been a red card, and you think too much about it, and you slide in again, you get frustrated, and you lose the game because of it. So I think he's definitely correct. And I mean, 15 wins in Foot Champs, it just shows the level of this competition.
Absolutely. I think we do have him back quickly, so we're going to head over there real quick just to finish up that and get a couple of last thoughts from Tommy, are you there? Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
We thought we lost you there for a second. Apologies. However, we are back. And listen, I was just saying to Lisa there that you're correct about the mentality side of FIFA. It is massive part of the game. Any pros that I've ever spoken to and that I do speak to that we practice with, they say that the consistency comes from here, and it has to be consistent up here all the time, every single game. But it can be very, very draining, you know. I have to ask you, Kibebe, you know, you have to be very confident going into the next game now, knowing that you've probably beaten one of the best players in this tournament. Can you see yourself going the whole way here?
I can. I don't want to sound cocky, but I definitely can because the group stage wasn't any easy at all. I felt like I've had a hard game since the first game that I played. Actually, the opponent that I had the first game in the group stage was amazing. We tied 1-1, and I actually thought he was gonna pull it through, but luckily I ended up on goal differential. We both tied with 5 points at the end of the group stage, and I passed with like a 3 difference of goal differential. So since the beginning of the group stage, I've been knowing that there was going to be hard opponents. So definitely, I'm not underestimating anybody, but I definitely think that it's possible to get past in semis.
Absolutely. Well, look, you're into the semifinals. You're in the top percentage of the players in this tournament, so to speak, and you've earned that. You know, I have to ask you, Kibebe, Tommy, you switched up some teams. So you were PSG in the group stages. You've switched to Man City now. Is there a reason for that?
Well, to the rules, my opponents in the round of 16 and the quarters, they both used PSG on the group stages, so we both had to switch our teams to be fair. I went with the City team, because I know that I don't know if you guys noticed, but I put Cancelo as CM. Usually he's a left back,
Yeah.
but give me great passing out the center mid. He has great pace, and a striker like Holland, which is lengthy, is gonna for sure drag a lot of defenders with him, giving me space between the wingers and the cam. So I think City was a great pick. I usually have in mind who I'm gonna choose when it comes to backup players. I've played out past competitions, and if it's not teams like PSG, I know what teams I have in mind and what positioning of the players where they should be, etc.
Well, listen, Tommy, it's been fantastic speaking to you. I think you may be my new favorite right now. You know, I feel like you know the game inside and out. And I have to say, I'm a sucker for someone with a big heart. And you definitely showed a lot of heart to get through that tie. You know, a lot of nerves going into that golden goal game as well. You were very composed. You were very professional. And I wish you all the best in the semifinals.
Thank you. I would just like to say, I think something that helped
Yeah.
me too is I compete in 11v11 pro clubs, very competitive across the U.S. and across different countries in South America. I'll put my stream out there. It's a Tommy Six
Absolutely.
FC. If anybody wants to tune in, my games I play regular on the week, and they're very intense games. So just putting that out there. Appreciate
Fantastic.
it.
I'll definitely check it out myself as well, Tommy. I'm a streamer myself, so I'll definitely be checking your Twitch stream out. Listen, Tommy, you have a lot of thinking to do. You have a lot of nerves still to come. Semi-finals are coming up quick and fast. I wish you all the best, and I can't wait to see you in action again. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Lisa, very humble but confident. Tommy there, aka Kibembe, obviously buzzing with that result. Very confident. Said of course he can go all the way. Why can't he? He had a very tough group. He went through on goal difference, maybe a little bit lucky, maybe not. You know, he had to score the goals to go through. And then, of course, he comes up against an absolute beast of a player, Mo Jr., overcomes that in goal. Now he is in to the semi-final and essentially 3 or 4 games away from winning $1,000.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to mention, I swear every time you have an interview with someone, they're always your favourite. I mean, I do understand. I mean, I think he's definitely a favourite in this competition to go on and potentially win, especially like you mentioned. I think he's very humble as well. You know, he says he's confident, which is a good thing. You know, obviously he said he feels like he could potentially go on to win. And I do agree. I think he's a great player. And I felt like he also had a tough group. And he mentioned that. I think it was OP that he's talking about that. It was. I'm just checking it now. It was OP that he played in the first game that he drew 1-1. And I remember commentating over that game with you and thinking, this OP is really good and this group's going to be very tight. And it did. It was 5 points to Kimpembe. OP got 5 as well, which he went for a goal difference, like he said. And obviously yellow at the bottom and with Sandra, I think is how you say it. And yeah, I mean, it was a crazy group, and I feel like he has played, I'll be honest, like the best of the best players in this competition so far. And you've got to be the best, beat the best to be the best, and he's proven that there. He took out arguably one of the favourites in the competition, and now I think it's his to win. However, we've seen that in previous competition. I remember EPREM last year, you was there with me, Palace against, I think it was Norwich, and they lost. Actually, no, it was Palace versus Brentford, actually. It was a loss that they took on penalties, and they were arguably the favourites in that competition, and they beat the best, and obviously Tex and Diogo, they beat arguably the favourites in the competition. Everyone was like, they're going to go on to win, and they didn't. They lost in the semi-final on penalties, so it just shows that you can't be overly confident too much, because if you lose in the next game, you'll be kicking yourself because of that.
Absolutely, and mentality comes into it now, Elise, as well. We obviously seen Diego with a massive high of the way he went through, and he was saying that he was shaking his hands. Whereas on the other side of it, Tommy, aka Kimpembe, looked very, very, very calm and composed after that game. He didn't seem like he was letting it, get to him emotionally, whether good or bad. And does that come into it as well? You have to lock out your emotions, right? You have to lock out everything else and just let the FIFA do the talking, be calm and composed, and do the best that you possibly can.
Yeah, I definitely think he's got to be calm and composed, because, if you're not, you end up making mistakes. But, I feel like he's got to take each game as it is, because if you think in your head, I beat the best player, I'm going to beat everyone now, it's not the case. You've got to take each game as it comes and play the best FIFA that you can.
Absolutely, Lise. Well, we are into our final tie of the quarterfinals as we see Mbappe go through here. Almost an early goal in this tie, Lisa. Of course, we are playing with Grungy Lime and Tank Davis. Tank Davis representing PSG and Grungy Lime Real Madrid. Lisa, this is an incredible matchup. We've seen Tank Davis overcome his round of 16 tie yesterday against Spicy, who he was 2 goals down against in the final few minutes. He brought it back, brought it into a golden goal situation, and he ended up getting the winner, Lise. Ecstatic for him. However, this is a different task today, Lise. This is 2 legs, quarterfinal, place in the semi-final at stake, and everything is on the line. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, I think, in this game, I was thinking about, obviously, Tank, potential chance here. I'll say my point in a second. Can he score this? Great save! And yeah, I think, thinking about it, yesterday, you obviously, again, we keep saying it, arguably one of the best players in the tournament, obviously no longer in the tournament, so now it goes to the man that we just saw, the amazing player in Kimpembe. But, he was 4-2 down, I think, pretty sure it was, and he ended up coming back yesterday. Potential chance again, great save. He ended up coming back, didn't he? And he won it because of the golden goal. So I think even if he's a couple of goals down in this second leg, you can't take him lightly. He could potentially come back.
This is the thing, at this stage of the competition, Lisa, every competitor is capable of coming back from 2 or 3 goals down. So, even if it is 3-0 in the first leg, there is an absolutely opportunity for each competitor to make a comeback and have their stake in the semi-finals here. And this is why it's so important not to make mistakes like that. And Grungy Lime a little bit fortunate there that it wasn't capitalized on. And Lisa, PSG versus Madrid, another mistake here from Grungy Lime. Renato Sanchez is through, extra pass, 1-0. First blood to Tank Davis. Another mistake. Just as I'm speaking about it, Lisa, you cannot afford to give the ball away like that with space like that against a team and a player like Tank Davis. It is 1-0, and I'm not surprised with the couple of mistakes that we've seen early on there, Lisa.
Yeah, definitely nerves are kicking in for Grungy right now. He's made a couple of mistakes now. However, one was obviously capitalised for Tank, and I'm sure he'll be pleased. Reading the chat, though, hopefully I don't throw you under the bus for giving this question to you, and I'm pretty sure you know it, so I'm going to say it. Irish said in the chat, does 4th place get anything?
Yes, of course. 3rd and 4th place get $250. So our semi-finalists that have made it so far, they've locked up a prize of $250, of course. But the main prize is what everyone is after, and that is, of course, the trophy, Lisa. They get an actual trophy to take back to their university or their colleges to represent some bragging rights, so to speak. And of course, they take home the $1,000 in cash. That is the big boy that everyone is looking for. And honestly, with the competitors that we have in the semis, Lise, there is no one that I can look at and say, do you know what? Yeah, they have this in the bag.
Yeah. Hang on a second. Another potential chance here. 2-0.
Big goal. Tank Davis finding his way through the Real Madrid defense. Gets in with Mbappe and makes no mistake with the finish. Clinical from Tank Davis, and he looks like he means business today, Lise.
Yeah, he's flipped it, hasn't he? You know, yesterday he saw himself 4-2 down, and now he's thinking, I do not want to be in that position, because we saw the nerves. His hands was literally shaking. He's like, I don't want to be like that. I want my opponent to be like that, in terms of the nerves that he was feeling. And I feel like with the mistake that Grungy did there, I feel like maybe he is shaking, to be honest.
Absolutely. Nerves play a massive factor when, of course, we just mentioned what they're playing for, guys. You know, it's a lot of money. And to these students, it could be the difference between having certain books or, you know, a couple of bills being paid. Takes a lot of pressure off. So we have to shout out the sponsors, Lisa, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, and, of course, Bragg House for placing this tournament on. And listen, it's fantastic, you know, to see these gamers come together from all over South California. And, you know, it's a fantastic opportunity and platform for these guys to get involved with some sort of competition in FIFA. Lisa, it's 2-0 at half time. Tank Davis really, you know, on top here. Could have been maybe one more as well near the end. Grungy Lime really hasn't got out of his first gear yet, has he?
No, he definitely hasn't. I think, but we saw that in the game earlier. You know, I feel like I'm just thinking to my brain what game that was. I think it was the last game that we saw. You know, we saw having all the opportunities moded, and he just wasn't able to take them. And on the flip side, you know, when you don't take your chances, you're not able to. You don't feel more confident, do you? You know, when you're in a winning position early on in a competition, you're happy. However, we know that a 2-0 lead is something that you lose quite easily in FIFA, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said earlier, Lisa, any sort of lead at this stage of the competition is not guaranteed. You know, the level of these players, and we've seen Grungy really grind out his wins throughout this tournament. So if there's one thing that Grungy is, he is resilient and he has heart. We know this. Tank Davis, of course, had a great start against Spicy. Of course, ended up going 4-2 down, but showed resilience himself, and he showed some heart. You know, I said it in the interview after. I said he has a heart of a lion, and he agreed with me. He said he's got that heart, but he's also got the skills to pay the bills as well, Lisa. He can put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, exactly. He sure can. And a potential chance to go 3-0 up here with Renato Sanchez, and you don't really want him in that position, let's be honest. But yeah, you need to be able to take your chances and make, well, it's quite obvious, but make as least mistakes as possible. But I get it, you know, with what's on stake for these players, you know, guaranteed money, technically you could say, if you win this game. So, you know, that's a lot. And even 250 for coming in fourth and third place, I mean, that's a lot.
Absolutely, it could go a long way. A couple of bucks, you know, a couple of bills, maybe a dinner, or in some cases, a pair of shoes or something. You know, we've seen one of our competitors say he's gonna spoil himself when he wins it, with a bit of new clothes. You know, the winter is coming in, Lise. You know, we need to clear out the wardrobe, get the heavy jackets in. We love to see it. I love winter. It's fantastic. Being inside on a night like tonight when it's miserable out, watching these competitors fight it out for $1,000. Where else would you rather be, Lise?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we let's be honest, no one likes it when it's groggy outside, and perfect time to be indoors, let's be honest. And commentating this amazing event, and it's been a good one so far. Tank obviously starting off in this game very, very good. And I mean, can you keep it up? That's the question. I mean, we've seen competitors, you know, dominate in the first leg, and it comes into the second leg, and they're getting pressured a lot, and they end up conceding early on, and you know, a chance for them to end up losing the whole game. So he's got to try. I feel like he's got to get that cushion. 2 goals sounds good, and it is realistically, but when you get that third, it gives you that little bit of cushioner, just in case you do make a couple of mistakes, which we are, with this amount of pressure on, sure to you that there will be some sort of pressure and some sort of mistake because of that.
Absolutely, constant press, very OP this year as we see Grungy Lime maybe working open in here, and there it is, Lise. You called it. You said it was going to happen. Mystic Manly in the building again tonight, and it is 2-1. Grungy Lime is not lying down here and saying, no, He's saying, no, I am in this game. I'm ready to compete. I want that semi-final place. And he gives himself a great chance to get back in this game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I spoke about mistakes. I spoke about taking your chances. I mean, he took his chance there and gets himself back into the game. 2-1. I spoke about 2-0 leads and then being, let's be honest, not the greatest. It sounds good on paper and looks good, but all it takes is that one opportunity to be on the back foot and start getting pressed.
Absolutely. Just reading the chat, Lisa. And Daniel says, lol, winter in California? That's the equivalent for summer in the UK. Well, Daniel, some of us are not that lucky, okay? And I have had to clear out my whole wardrobe and replace it with hoodies, jumpers, and woolly socks, okay? All right? Not all of us are as privy to that, okay? I wish it was. I may have to take a trip out there. I've never been to the US. It's always been a dream of mine to go out and do a little tour of the place. Maybe if we put on an event in the future, Daniel, maybe we can go out there and maybe we can settle this 1v1 mano y mano for this popcorn machine. I'm down.
I can settle it for my AirPods. Just saying, just saying. I do need AirPods. That's something that I do need to invest in because I feel like, obviously, when streaming, that's something that I listen to music, so it'll be good to have AirPods. And yeah, I mean, we'll have to set it what we.
There you go. Hashtag get Lisa her AirPods. But Lisa, back to the game here, and 80th minute, and it's looking like it's anyone's game yet again. Another tight affair, 1 goal in it. Great start for Tank Davis. However, Grungy Lime showing that he does have resilience. He has that heart that we talked about, and it really is anyone's game going into the second leg if it stays at 2-1.
Yeah. I totally agree. I think, but it's SoCal. Games don't end with no one scoring, and there's a potential chance right now for him to score. Oof. Wow.
Very, very good chance there to potentially get a third goal, which could have made a very big difference going in. However, we see Grungy Lime now on the attack. He tries to dink. It gets cut out. He pulls it back to Benzema, and it's 2-2, Lisa. That is it. It is level. Mystic Manley at it again. She said they do not finish without a late goal. And it is absolute scenes on the pitch here as Kareem the Dream, Ballon d'Or Benzema makes it 2-2. Grungy Lion, absolutely ecstatic. 2-2. Game on.
Yeah, I think that's like a good thing about FIFA, in terms of, you can have the best 60 minutes of your life. And we saw that there. Great performance from Tank, 2 goals up. It didn't take his chances once he was 2 goals up. And second half shift happened. And Grungy thought, you know what? I'm here to show how good I am. And my point I was saying earlier was about, the Biscuit team game against Diogo. Diogo in that first game was nowhere near the level that he should be at, especially with what he's shown before. However, second game came along, his nerves shifted, and he came back. And that's what's happened in this game. However, it didn't take till the second leg for him to get into that like 8th gear. But, I mean, what a game we have here. I mean, can we see another golden goal? I mean, wow.
Listen, it's set up for at least, and we've been saying it all week, from the minute we started on Tuesday, the start of the group stages, day 2, 3, and then the round of 16, it's been nothing but drama. And these players are all performing at a very high level. They are decent rankings in foot champs. Anytime we've asked, it's always been 14 plus wins, right? So these are not just mixed abilities. These are high level FIFA players, and they're cancelling each other out, and it makes great viewership for us, but it makes it very, very nervy for the competitors. I mean, listen, Tank Davis is going to be very upset. 2-goal lead blown in the same game, but Grungy takes the momentum going into this second leg.
Yeah, exactly. He sure does. And I think momentum, now it's a new game, so I feel like momentum at the last game was for Grungy. But however, now it's a fresh game. I feel like whoever builds their own hype, you could say, in the game and momentum, then that's where it will shift to in the game. However, FIFA's a two-legged affair in general, but a two-halved affair as well. And that's sort of what we saw in that first game, didn't we? With Tank David dominating the first game. And you could say, arguably, Grungy on the flip side dominating the second half.
Absolutely. Lise, how do you approach this? If you are either of these competitors, are you approaching it with the same prowess as what you did in the first leg, or do you change anything at all?
Depends what competitor. I'll start with Tank. I think, he's got go on as he means, play as he means to go on. And I think, you know, in the first half of that last game, he was probably arguably the best that I've seen him play. I'll be honest, you know. However, now he's in a position where, you know, yesterday I think it was he played, he saw himself 4-2 down and he came back. Now it's 2-2, so I'm sure he can come back again. That's what you remember. That's how, you know, he does. He likes to make things tense and come back and show everyone how good he is. So I think, you know, you can't, even if his opponent scores 2 now in Grungy, I think there's still potential for him to come back, and I think that's what's crazy about him.
Absolutely. It is anyone's game here, Lise. It's very hard to call. Tank Davis starting better, obviously, in the first leg. Grungy starting on the front foot in this one, having an opportunity with Benzema. However, with this PSG team, you cannot count them out, as they are capable of creating something from nothing, as we've seen there with Neymar on the edge of the box with a finesse. And Grungy is looking for the wings as Rodrigo pulls through here on the right. Has he got the composure to maybe hold it up and pull it back? But it was well read by Tank Davis there, and some fantastic defensive display for both players here, Lise.
Yeah, they're both good. However, I'm always beat because
he's offside.
Offside. Every time I get asked a question, you know, the game's just like, you know, Lisa, just please stop talking. We don't want you to talk. We want you, Danny, to talk about this goal because it's just got in. But yeah, I think, you know, it's been so far end to end like it should be. They're both great competitors, and I'm just upset that we're gonna lose one of these two.
Absolutely, as we see Tank Davis on the attack now. Mbappe, good block and vital block from Rudiger there. Very good defending. He cut down the space and stopped the shot from coming in. That could have been 3-2. Again, Lise, end-to-end FIFA here. Attack v attack. It's fantastic to view.
Yeah, exactly. It's just sort of the battle of the goalkeepers again, really, isn't it? And also the power of the players, you could also say, because they're both cancelling out each other and having minimal chances.
This
However,
is a big chance,
maybe...
and it is Tank Davis who draws first blood in this second leg quarterfinal tie. It is that man Mbappe. 3 goals for him now in this tie, Lise. And you have to think Grungy Lime has been there before. He's there again. Can he pull himself back from this one?
I think he can. He was 2 goals down in the first leg and ended up coming back. You know, you can't cancel him out yet and say that he's not going to be able to do it, because I think he's got it in the bag potentially for just, you know, maybe not win the game, but I think at least come back into the game.
Yeah, well, he definitely has been more on the front foot in this game. Maybe he gets to run a play there for Tank Davis to take the lead, but we have seen Tank Davis be very, very clinical, Lisa, and we spoke about it in these type of high-pressure games, situations. If you don't take your chances, you're going to get punished, and it's a case of, not a case of this in this game in terms of both competitors, because I think they've taken every chance that they've both got, right?
Yeah, exactly. This game is completely different. I thought the last game there was a few wayward chances that didn't get taken. However, in this game, like you mentioned, I think it's been more of a closer game. I just think now Grungy is going to have to be, you know, prime Grungy, you could say, you know, in taking the chances that when he does fall to him, because he hasn't seemed to have got too many in the last couple of legs that he's played.
Have to ask you, Lise, you know, if this is you, if you're Grungy Lime right now, half-time comes, you have 45 minutes to save your tournament life, essentially $1,000 on the line here. Do you go for it straight away in the second half, take that chance, get back into the game, or do you just sit on it until about the 60th, 70th minute, and then all of a sudden hit him with the constant press and try and work something out?
Yeah, I think it's got to do with, I'll be honest, what he did last game. I don't know what he changed last game, if I'm honest, but, you know, he ended up seeing himself 2-0 down in the first half, and then the second half, it was almost like it was a completely different person. You know, he was having a lot more chances that he was having than he took them. You know, he had 2 chances to make it 2-2 in the end of that game, you know, but like personally, obviously, I think going off, not saying what he did last game, I think, you know, 65th minute, we're probably going to see a pause if he already hasn't made that, you know, that ultra-attacking custom tactic where, you know, he's gone constant pressure. We'll see a pause. We'll see maybe some fresh legs, and then also, you know, that constant pressure, maybe 90 depth, and just throwing everything forward. Because if you lose, or if he doesn't score, you should say, and if he loses, he's out of the competition.
That's the thing. It is do or die situation now for him as Neymar gets in. 2v1 situation. Neymar on the left gets it across, and that is the 2-goal cushion that Tank Davis was looking for. He hits him with the gritty. Marco Verratti with the goal. Very composed. Fantastic double tap, lofted pass through to Verratti to the open goal. Lisa, he's been here before, 2 goals down. Can he do it again? Is there enough time? And has he got anything left in the tank to pull it out of the bag?
Yeah, definitely is enough time. It's just whether he uses that time wisely, you could say, right? And I think it's also, you know, he needs to maybe change it up, go constant pressure now. You know, he's not just 1 goal down now, is he? So he needs to turn it on soon and put him onto the cosh.
Absolutely, but a 2-goal cushion for Tank Davis again. 4-2 on aggregate for anybody wondering at home who hasn't been with us. 2-0 in this tie, and Grungy Lime finds himself 2 goals down yet again. A familiar place for him. However, he doesn't have as long to pull it back now, Lise, and this is going to be a very big ask for Grungy. However, if he can manage to get a goal very soon, fantastic defending, then it could have been very possible to do at least with 30 minutes left of in-game FIFA to play. We have to see a constant press here, surely, as we see the header come in but go wide. Lisa, probably looking at a pause right now, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think a pause is needed if he already hasn't had it set up, like I said before. But yeah, it's not looking good at the moment. However, 1 goal in a couple of minutes, in-game minutes, I think, you know, he could potentially bring it back. You know, I love to see it come back, to say the least.
Absolutely, and just looking at the stamina on some of the players, Lisa, some of them are quite low in stamina on both sides. So very, very interesting. There probably is a possession after press after possession loss, or, you know, press on heavy touch type situation going on for both sides, as we see Vinny with very low stam there as well as Mendy. So, you know, maybe they've kind of been playing around with it throughout the game themselves already. But we see Mbappe now get down the right-hand side of Grungy Lime's defense. He gets in around him on the end line, cannot find the player to pass it back to. However, an opening for Sanchez. What a save for Courtois. That could be massive in terms of keeping Grungy Lime in this game. If he manages to pull a goal back anytime soon, we will be coming back to that goal as a talking point, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. And you need your goalkeepers to be saving you. And we talk about the whole team in general. You know, when your goalkeeping come up clutch, that's helpful.
Big chance. This is it. Grungy Lime has to take it. He goes for the wrong option. There was a player at the back post. I believe Vinny was coming in at the back post there, Lisa. He just has to put a bit more juice on that lob pass.
Yeah, I think maybe even shoot. I mean, look how battered you could say his defense is in terms of stamina. Even midfield, Tchouaméni, Modric it's not looking good on their stamina, I can't lie. But he's making the subs now for the players that are dying or are not feeling too good at the moment. But he's out of substitutions? No.
Yeah, of course. In this mode, it is only 3 substitutions, Lisa, I believe. So you don't get the effect that you get in Ultimate Team with the 5 subs. So, again, a big risk going full press, but he has to go for it here, Lisa. He's got nothing to lose now.
Yeah, it's do or die, and I think, you know, he's got to get that goal within the next 4 minutes in game to have a chance and not concede here.
Absolutely, Neymar working his way lovely into the box. Lovely skill move off the crossbar by Sanchez, and that would have been the end of this tie if it hadn't gone in, Lise. Fantastically worked play. Neymar doing his job down the left-hand side of the box. A beautiful skill move pass, but Sanchez just could not find the finish. And listen, Lise, that would have been game over.
Yeah, exactly. It sure would have been, and you know, you can count himself kind of lucky in a way, but he is also, you know, he also needs to score still a couple of goals. So, you know, I'm sure he's not too worried about the opportunity. It would have been nice to say, you know, game, set, match. However,
he's in, Lise. This is massive. This is massive. If he could get the goal, it's Cruz. He missed. He's missed the opportunity, Lise. It's not even been saved. He's completely missed the target, and that was it. If he was to have any fighting chance of coming back in this tie, he was going to have to put that away. But he's on the attack again, Lise, and he's trying to work it out here. It's Modric with the finesse, or the Trivela, and it's saved this time, Lise. Grungy has had chances, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like your day when that doesn't go in from there. I know it wasn't obviously Starman and Benzema, or Vinny, or an attacker of some sort, but yeah, that's quite unfortunate. You know, it's definitely over when something like that happens and it's not your day.
Absolutely, and that is all she wrote for this tie. Tank Davis proceeds and completes our semi-final matchups, Lisa. Grungy Lime, a lot of missed chances. to get back in the game, and you have to come back to the point that we made, Lise. Don't take your chances. You are going to be punished. Grungy didn't take his chances. Tank Davis did. Fantastic work with that PSG team. And again, the heart of a lion coming through for Tank Davis.
Yeah, great performance. Obviously, he started strong as he wanted to go on. Unfortunately for him, he conceded 2 really quick goals in the second half and saw himself having to fight back in the second leg, which he did, and obviously gave himself that 2-goal lead that he needed, and I think that he deserved as well. However, on the flip side, Grungy had, especially even in the last 20 minutes of that game, a good 3 opportunities. One of them, you would say, definitely should have gone in with Cruz there, especially for I'd say about maybe like 6 to 8 yards out. You'd expect him to pull it in. I thought it was a goal, and next thing you know, it's hit me in the back of the head. It was that bad. I mean, it's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed, and I love the reference. However, look, jubilation for Tank Davis. He's going to be delighted with himself, having come through that last tie with Spicy as well, which was nerve-wracking. It was a little bit more kind of straightforward for him here, Lise. He got 2 goals cushion. He was the one 4-2 up this time, and he made no mistake in keeping the ball, keeping possession, and seeing out this leg.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it was the complete opposite, obviously, from the last game that he played. Obviously, he saw himself 4-2 down, and he was able to come back. And probably he was thinking in his head, because he knows that he was in that situation, that he can come back here. And when that chance happened with Cruz, he was probably thinking, oh no, please, I don't want this to happen after him obviously being able to overturn the result. But yeah, I mean, it was a great performance by him, and you know, he looks very, very good with PSG.
Absolutely. Lisa, I'll ask the question. Tank Davis, is he a dark horse to win this thing? He beat Spicy. Very, very composed and professional performance in that last round. He's in the semi-finals now. I think he can go all the way.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see who he actually matches in the next round, but I think I'd like to see a Tank versus Mo in the final if that doesn't happen in the next round, because that would be a very, very good game. Not Mo, sorry, the player that he lost to. I just realised, I thought actually he's out of the competition.
Absolutely. It's hard to keep up with some of the names as well, Lisa. I'm right there with you. Don't worry, especially with all this drama that's going on as well. And listen, reading the chat, I'm seeing Daniel going through he's living every single emotion with us, Lisa, and every single player that has played. Daniel has been there throughout the whole thing, and he is saying, the crossbar, wow, that was insane. Destroyer also as well, reacting to that chance at the end with Cruz. How can you miss that? Resler says the composure went out the window. You know, I feel like with one of those chances, Lisa, especially with that Cruz chance, you know, it's a case of just hitting the target, and you can feel a little bit hard done by, because I feel like all he did was aim and press the shoot button. However, it just wasn't meant to be with the game, kind of doing him a little bit dirty there with that chance.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like in a game of FIFA the game's against you, and I'm definitely thinking he's thinking there, wow, the game is against me. You know, there's certain times when you play someone in foot champs and you've had 6 chances and like 4 of them being clear cut. You know, most of the times people come in the chat if you're a streamer and say you just need to be more clinical, but sometimes you just say, actually, all I'm clicking is the B button or circle button and aiming at the goal. I mean, there's not more that I can do, you know, unless you green time it, of course. But I mean, in that situation, you don't really expect to have to green time it. But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for Grungy, but you know, commiserations to him, really.
Absolutely. And Lise, just while we're on the subject of players, let's have a quick rundown of who has gone through. So in the first game, we had Rack Sandy versus Ninja. It seems a lifetime ago that we started this, Lisa. Actually, hasn't been that long at all, but just the emotions and the dramas, it makes it feel like so much longer. Rack Sandy overcoming Ninja in that game, of course, as you can see on screen right now. And Diego, of course, with the scenes at Biscuitine, very unfortunate for Biscuitine, but absolutely fantastic play from Diego to overcome that adversity. Finds himself in the semifinals, and they will play each other now, Lisa. Santi versus Diego. And on the other side, of course, we've seen Tank Davis just recently beat Grungy Lime to book his place in the semis, and he will face Kimpembe, which is the matchup you said you wanted to see after Kimpembe's heroics against Mo Jr. So incredible matchups, Lise. We are down to 4 competitors. It is insane to think from 64 down to 4 of the best players in the SoCal region are going to go head to head, and they are going to battle it out for a place in the final. Who's your pick, Lise?
Oof. I think it's a tough one. I think, we all love Raxanti, obviously, the way that he's been. He's been so confident, he's been in the chat. Obviously, against Diogo, we know that he's a great competitor. Take that matchup. I'd love to see Santi win, but I think Diogo is a very, very good player, so I could potentially see him edging that game. And obviously, in the Tank versus Kimpembe, I think Tank's a good player, but I feel like Kimpembe might take that, just might snatch it because of the performance against Mo, and knowing that Mo was probably one of the best players in the competition, and he obviously was able to beat him.
That is it. Literally, when I'm going through the names there, at least, Tank Davis, pretty straightforward quarterfinal for him, has the heart of a lion. However, you can't not think about Santi is an incredible FIFA player, right? Played against a very tough opponent as well in his quarterfinal game. And then, of course, Kimpembe overcame Mo Jr., who was the top scorer of the whole tournament. Player locks, Trivella's 5-star skills, and he ended up beating him, showing the heart, showing the skills. So for me, I think Kimpembe has to be a favorite going into this semi-final after beating Mo Jr. It was very, very impressive. However, I wouldn't count any of these out. I really can't. It's so hard to call. And of course, Lise, you said it before as well. You have to be on your game. It is 2 legs of FIFA. It's not a one-round elimination, one-game elimination. So you do have a little bit of breathing space to play poorly, not too poorly in the first leg or second leg. However, over 2 legs, Lise, you have to be on it. It is going to be absolutely electric, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back after this commercial break. Do not go anywhere. I'll see you very soon.
Tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need another man.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am joined by none other than the main man himself. Hello, sir. Introduce yourself to the people and what school you represented today.
Hello, I'm Diego, known as Tank Davis, and I'm representing Cerritos College.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to talk to you again, sir. And the last time we spoke, you were a lot more nervous than this time. A little bit of a difference in games, right? I mean, it wasn't as emotional this quarterfinal tie as it was in the round of 16.
Yeah, this one was I mean, I was still nervous, but I felt more secure about this game. I could take it home.
Absolutely. Well, we've seen you go 2 goals ahead twice. What was going through your mind when Grungy pulled back that equalizer in the first game? You must have been just so sickened to see a 2-goal lead slip.
Yes, I mean, who wouldn't, you know? But I feel like that always happens to me in FIFA, because like in FIFA, like anything, you know. So you know, it's not my first time. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Experience coming through in the end there. And, you know, Grungy had a couple of opportunities to maybe go ahead just before it. But listen, you won 2-0 in the second leg. A very dominant performance, in my opinion. Some lovely work. You seemed like you started to loosen up the more that game went on, you know, start getting a bit more comfortable. Is it a case, you know, of these games in the first leg? It's a very nervy start. You know, everyone's watching, you know what's at stake, and you need that first game to kind of calm down, you know, go into the second leg. Do you feel a little bit more comfortable in the second leg?
I did, but I also knew that I had to win, you know, because it was a tie. So I had to go all out,
Yeah.
and I did. I feel like I actually did.
Yeah, well, look, you played a fantastic game and you are in the semi-finals, Tank. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good right now. I'm feeling happy. You know, I'm just glad I made to semifinals. Feel good. Feels good.
Absolutely, and so you should. You've played a fantastic tournament. I spoke to Lisa and I said, listen, Tank Davis may be a dark horse to win this thing. You know, $1,000 on the line, Tank. You know, listen, is it really starting to kick in now? You're essentially a couple of games away from $1,000. You know, are you finding more nervous now than you were, say, in around the 16 or the group stages? Is it really starting to settle in, really, you know, how much is at stake here?
Honestly, I'm just focusing on the semifinals now. I'm not really focusing on on the finals, on the $1,000. I'm just focusing on what I have next to come. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've seen who you were playing, and you know, it is of course gonna be Kimpembe, I believe. A tough opponent. For me, he knocked out the tournament favorite, Diego. So how are you feeling about that matchup? Would you like have preferred someone else, or are you kind of thinking, you know what? I'll take anyone right now. You have to beat them anyway. We might as well get it done in the semi-final.
Actually, I've seen a bit of his gameplay, and he seems like really good. So I know this is gonna be like a tough opponent. And yeah, you know, bring it on. You know, I want to face the best. You know.
Love that attitude. Well, look, you've also got $250 locked up as well, Diego. So, you know, the pressure, it's not as much. You've won some money. You have won $250 playing FIFA, Diego. And that is an amazing accomplishment. So you've been absolutely fantastic, man. I cannot wait to see your match in the semi-final and cast it. It's been an absolute pleasure. And hopefully we'll be here talking to you again with a W under your belt.
All right, thank you, man.
Thank you, man. Good luck. Lisa, you know, what a humble guy, you know, very calm, you know, very honest as well, said that he was very nervous, you know, rightly so, a lot of money at stake, but he'll be very, very happy that $250 is locked up now, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it was interesting to see that he said that he basically went all out when it was 2-2. Could have been costly, couldn't it, really? But, you know, sometimes you've got to take them risks, and it paid out for him. So, and obviously it made him go 2 goals up because he went all out, and it ended up obviously guaranteeing a win. But I think, yeah, like he said, he knows that Kimpembe is a good player. We all know that he's a good player. So I'm looking forward to see that game, that matchup, who comes out on top. If I had to guess, it'd be Kimpembe, but I'd like to see, you know, yet again, an uncertainty of a game. I think I'd like to see maybe the underdog taking it this time. Again.
Absolutely, and I think, yeah, I think I'd agree with you. I mean, it would be hard for anyone to argue with the fact that Kimpembe maybe has overtaken Mo Jr. for the favourite, having knocked him out, and in such dramatic circumstances, you know, going down, coming back, and then winning a golden goal in a situation like that against a level of player like that, you know, is really, really impressive. Of course, Lise, we can't, I was going to say we can't think, but we can't forget that Rack Santi is on the other side as well as Diego. For me, Rack Santi has been absolutely electric. He's probably been one of the most exciting players in this tournament, if not like the most consistent. However, for me, I think he's capable of going all the way, you know. And I think if Raxanti gets his game right and he's on form and he gets his mentality right, I think he has the talent and he has the ability to you know, make his mark, get into the finals, and then in a final, Lise, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm looking forward to the final. I'll be honest. I can't quite decide yet who's winning. Chat, let us know. There's only 4 competitions. That is not right. Competitors even in this competition. That was what I was meant to say. It's getting to the end. You know, it's been a long day. However, yeah, I think there's 4 players left in this competition. Let us know who you think is going to take it. I think it's going to be close. I just think I'd like to see Raxanti win in that first game, but we know Diego's really good, so it'll be close. It'll just be whether, yeah, again, the battle of the goalkeepers and the person that takes the most takes their chances when it happens.
Of course. Lisa, do you think there's like a disadvantage for someone like Santi who went first, hasn't played a competitive game in so long, like in probably a couple of hours now, right? He's probably warming up, keeping himself warm on like Foot Champs or whatever game mode, but not played like at a level of this with this much pressure on in so long. Whereas the likes of, you know, Tank Davis and Kimpembe, you know, have played them games. They're fresh. The feeling of pressure is fresh for them, you know. Is that an advantage or a disadvantage for Raxanti in your eyes?
I definitely think it's a disadvantage because, like you mentioned, he's not as warm. He might be, I guess you could say in real life, it's stiff. You know, you won't be as good as you can be. And, you know, we saw that, I feel like, earlier in the game against Biscuit Teen. Obviously, he saw himself 2-0 up, and maybe you could say that he was warm and his opponent wasn't, and then he got back because we said that Diogo, obviously that was a player that he obviously played, he went at his best in that first game, and you could say, oh, maybe he was busy, he wasn't able to, you know, practice earlier. And then when he got into the second game and he got his motion going and he got his rhythm going, he ended up winning. But that could go to cost Diogo in this game against Raxanti, because we did see in the first game that he played that he wasn't at the level that he could be. And against a really, really, really good player, they could capitalise on that and get a couple of goals.
Absolutely. Well, Lisa, it is time to kick off our first semi-final game. It's Grungy Lime versus Tank Davis. Of course, Lisa, we just spoke to Tank, and he looked very composed. He did say nerves are there, though. However, I don't think anyone wouldn't be nervous, right, Lisa? A lot at stake. Very, very important to keep them emotions under control and play your game. We see Santi playing with Bayern Munich, and we see Diego playing with Real Madrid, 2 stellar teams. So listen, Lise, this is a tie that's very, very interesting. What do we think here?
Yeah, I said already, I do want Raxanti to go through. I think he's been a great competitor. You know, he's been reacting in chat every time he scores. You know, we've seen a zoo with the gift that he's got, and we've seen the fire emojis. You know, he's loving life, and I think that shows a great competitor. However, if Diego started like he did in the second half of the game against Biscuit Tea, I could see him going on to win this, but he's got to play like he did there and not the way that he did in the first game.
Absolutely. We're seeing Raxanti, of course, on the attack here. And, of course, it is Diego that he is playing, not Tank Davis. I apologize for that. Tank Davis will be taking on Kimpembe, as you spoke about earlier. However, Lise, this is a very, very intense situation that probably none of these gamers have ever been a part of before, right? Like, this is for $1,000 essentially. I don't think they've ever been in a position like this before where a couple of games of FIFA could see them, you know, win so much money.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy to think, you know, and they're ready to secure money. So I'm sure whether they win, I mean, they're obviously going to want to win this game to play for the big bucks, you could say, in the $1,000. But even if they come out of this competition, you got to think, you know, a couple of days of FIFA to get $250, you'll be happy nonetheless.
Absolutely. And of course, if they do win this tie and get into the final, just for getting in there, they win $500 as well. So, I mean, how bad is that, Lise? It's not bad for a couple of days' work of FIFA, right?
Yeah, exactly. They'll be ecstatic, and I'm sure they'll be asking when the next one is, because, you know, this has been a great tournament, and these competitors have shown their level, and I've been very impressed.
Absolutely. Just looking at the chat, Lisa, you asked the question, who does the chat think they're going to win? And Irish Regler says Kimpembe winning, in my opinion. He has the composure. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I definitely think he's definitely going to be one of the favourites. We said that earlier, and you said that in the interview to Tank that he's arguably one of the favourites, and I definitely think he is due to the fact that he beat probably the best competitor in the competition in Mo, which I ended up getting wrong earlier just because I said that he was through. But yeah, I mean, obviously I think Mo's one of the best competitors in the tournament, and he sails out to Kempempe, which just shows his level. So I think he's correct in saying that.
Yeah, and of course Braghouse as well chiming in on the predictions. They say Raxanti takes the whole thing. Calling it now. Consistency is key. Well, Braghouse, listen. First, he has a small task of getting through this resilient Diego, and he has. He must be listening. He must have heard me. He said, "Shush, Decamp. This is my game. I'm the main man." He would be putting fire emojis into the chat if he could right now. It is first blood to Raxanti and Braghouse. You could be correct.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, I did say that I'd like to see Raxanti win this game, but I think Diego's good. We saw him go 2-0 down in the first leg, so we can't forget that. You know, there's still a chance for him to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a resilient Diego performance in that last round of games. And Raxanti, though, is a player of high quality and entertainment, though, Lisa. He's entertained me throughout this whole tournament. I've loved watching him. And he's he's very much a flair player, isn't he? That's how I would describe him. You know, he's a flair player, he's an entertainer, but he's also very, very good with them sticks.
Yeah, he's very good. And he's a very confident player. You can see with the way that he plays. However, on the flip side, Diego, you know, he's very good going forward as well. We saw him in the last game, 2-0 down as well, and he was able to pull things together in the next leg and was able to come back. So it'll be interesting to see if he can do that again now against, you'll remember, a different competitor. He hasn't even had a shot on goal in this.
Yeah, very dominant display from Raxanti in that first half. Only 2 shots for Raxanti, which is uncommon for him. He usually manages to create a few opportunities. But again, like you said, we can't look past the fact that Diego was 2 goals down in the final round. He managed to pull it back, and then he managed to bring the golden goal. And it was him who had the composure to see the game through and win the game, especially with a penalty as well, Lisa. The pressure on that penalty kick was massive. It was essentially a $250 penalty kick because he's now got that locked up, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that shows how calm and cool you are if you're able to convert a penalty with a lot at stake and potential chance here on the flip side to go 1-1 in this game. Oh, good defending.
Yeah, good defending. Great defending there with Raxanti, and Raxanti definitely looks like he's up for this game. He's, you know, just by his demeanor going forward, that's a bad foul. That could be a red, you know. It's not. It's a yellow card. Very lucky to get away with that, in my opinion. It was from behind. Bad tackle. Bad decision to do it. Breaks up the counter-attack, however. And Raxanti gets us on the move. He's very good with that Vinny, Lise. We've seen what he could do. Look at that skill moves. The skill moves are dribbling with Vinny. He knows how to use them. Very effective if you know how to use Vinny in this year's FIFA.
Yeah, we're seeing like the fake Rabonas and like, you know, the skill moves that you could do, especially with him being 5-star skill moves. And we spoke about it, didn't we? Most players use him at striker, but he uses him on the wing, and a potential chance here to go 2-0 up in the game.
Oh, it's on the line. It's cleared off the line by De Ligt and Diego, and that was a massive opportunity. Maybe could have hit it first time, Lise.
I feel like it was a bad touch to us. I feel like he couldn't have, even if he tried. I feel like he actually did try to, but it just didn't come off. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's quite unfortunate. But you know, he's getting in and around the positions with that left side, and he's getting some luck and some fortune with it, and potential chance on the flip side though to make it 1-1. It's been an end-to-end game, to be honest with you, but it's been a fun and interesting game to watch.
Absolutely, it is anyone's game, and you have to think, Lise, that Diego, he just doesn't want to see himself go 2 goals down again, right? We are seeing a high press, however, whether it's press after the loss, I'm not sure, but you know, in a game like this, a semi-final, to see yourself go 2 goals down, it could be detrimental to the second leg, right?
Yeah, exactly. You need to try and get that cushioner, but we do know that a 2-0 cushioner is sounds good on paper, but it's not ideally. But oh, what a save!
Big chance, great save, massive chance there at the back post, and that's the great thing about Raxanti, I think, Lise. You know, he has a lot of different ways of attacking. Nothing is ever the same. He always does something that's unpredictable, whether it's working into the edge of the box like we're seeing now, or down to the end line, or first time crosses at the back post. He's so hard to read, and the hardest player to play against is one that's unpredictable.
Yeah, let's be honest, we all hate playing someone that's unpredictable, because you just don't know what they're going to do in certain positions. And especially that's why Tex is one of the best players in this FIFA, because if you're unpredictable, you don't want to dive in, but you don't want to give them too much space, because they can go for like the Trivela, they can do different types of shooting this year, so it's tough.
Absolutely. It is a close game here, though, Lise, and maybe closer than what we all thought. Diego still very much in this game, as we see him attack down the right-hand side with Mazraoui. Puts the ball into the box. Mane gets the header, but cannot put it on target. And Lise, if you're Raxanti now, are you kind of playing out for this 1-0 win, or do you want to go for that goal? I feel like in a game of this level, this magnitude, I'd be happy with a 1-0 win, going in pretty comfortable, no shots on target for Diego, knowing that I'm going in with a 1-0 lead and just see the next game out.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think he dealt Kushner. I think against such a great player in Diego. I think especially Diego being 2 goals down in the last game. I think he needs to get it, and potentially offside there. Yeah, he is.
Absolutely, but warning signs for Diego that Raxanti can use. He's using his fullbacks a lot, Lisa. I've noticed that. He doesn't have him on stay back while attacking, which is very interesting. You don't see that very often with when you're attacking, you have him on stay back while attack, so you're not susceptible to counterattacks. But it does seem like Raxanti, he believes in his ability to defend. As Manny gets in, he's just offside. He's just offside at the final whistle, and that could have been a massive talking point at the end of this game, going in to the second game, Lise. Raxanti getting the win inevitably in the end, 1-0, a close game, close tie. And, again, I feel like Raxanti is probably the better of the two in terms of like dominating possession, dominating the ball, chances created. However, we have seen Diego come back from 2 goals before with very little to show for it in the first leg. So second legs is where Diego really comes to light. So Raxanti cannot be complacent. He needs 1, possibly 2 more goals without reply to lock up this game.
Yeah, exactly. And especially we've seen that he's been in the chat, hasn't he, Raxanti? And I'm sure he would have seen that he was 2 goals down and he came back. So he's probably got that fresh in his mind that he needs to make sure that he does get the next goal in this game to secure potentially going through. And if he does, I'm sure he'll be buzzing every time we see him on the interview. He's been electric. He's been in the chat as well. I mean, he's such a great player, but he needs to be careful of how good Diego is going forward.
Absolutely. This game is definitely not over. However, Raxanti does have 1 foot in the final, Lisa. 1 more game, 1 more leg has to come to decide our first finalist of the SoCal FIFA 23 FIFA event, brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's, of course, and Bragg House as well. It's been fantastic so far, Lisa. We're nearly at the end of this journey. And listen, this is going to be electric, Lisa. Second leg. This is it. All the marbles on the line. They're on the table, locked in, ready to go. Diego versus Raxanti. Second leg, 1-0 to Raxanti. Diego needs to come out firing here, Lise.
Yeah, he does. He definitely needs to get that first goal in this tie, to give himself a chance. But Raxanti's been good on that left side. Will he carry on in this leg, try and abuse Vinny to his maximum capacity?
Could be an opportunity here in this game. And Raxanti has struck first very, very early. 6 minutes gone. Kareem the Dream, Ballon d'Or Benzema with the goal. Mr. Reliable, in my opinion, for a chance like that. He never misses. And Raxanti giving a killer blow here to Diego early in this half. But Lisa, I'll say it again. We have seen Diego in this situation before. But have we seen Diego in this position against somebody as good as Raxanti?
Yeah, exactly. I think it will be a good rest of this game. I think it's possible that he can come back potentially, but it's a mountain to climb, especially with the way that Raxanti is playing at the moment.
Absolutely. You know, Diego coming back with 2 goals the last game in an absolute thriller of a tie. However, Raxanti looks like he means business today. He firmly has 1 foot in the final, Lisa. And a lot of people are big Raxanti fans in the chat as well, you know. I see Braghouse, you know, they'll be buzzing right now with Raxanti going 2 goals up. They said Raxanti are going to win everything, Lisa. What's your opinion? Has Raxanti got what it takes if he beats Diego in this tie to go all the way and beat whoever wins the other tie, Kimpembe or Tank Davis?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tough, isn't it? I mean, on who beats who, I think, you know, like I mentioned, I think Kimpembe in that game is definitely the favourite. In this one, prior to this, I'd say probably Diego was with the way that he played in the last one, but we know Raxanti's good, and can he make it the extra blow? Oof, great save. However, fall back to him. Oof.
Great double save there. Neuer coming in clutch, and Diego is up against it now. He really needs to fire back, probably before half-time, I reckon, to be in with a shout to try and win this tie, Lise. And, you know, I will just say he has a big heart. Diego has a big heart, as we see a goal knocked out for offside. Benzema there. Lise, listen, he has to go for it, right? Half-time, I'd be going full press.
Yeah, exactly. He definitely needs to send everything. He's got nothing to lose. You know, he definitely, you know, he leaves this with $250. Definitely not a bad day at the office, you could say. But however, he's still got what it takes. It's only 29 minutes into this game. He's just got to get that next goal to give him a bit of glimpse of hope, give him a bit of motivation and what he needs to potentially go on to come back into this game. Chat, let us know. Do you think there's going to be a comeback? I'd love to see one, you know, in Braghouse style. However, is it a mountain to climb?
Absolutely, a Destroyer with a very good point. He said he never saw a Hart score before, and it's true. I've never seen that either, but it is your heart that gives you the strength to be able to score, and that's the point I was making. Very, very nice comment there from you, Destroyer, and thank you for that. Yeah, listen, Raxanti here very dominantly, and it's only a matter of time, I think, before he puts the nail in the coffin. 3-0 on aggregate. Of course, it is 2-0 on aggregate right now. 1-0 in this tie, and Diego needs to find something deep within him to come back in this leg. But we know, Lise, all it takes is one little mistake, Raxanti, or one lapse of concentration, or one moment of magic from Diego, and he could be well and truly back in this game.
Yeah, he definitely could be. It literally is... takes one glimpse of magic, one glimpse of a mistake, and you could potentially see yourself either scoring if it was your opponent or conceding if it's you. So I think, you know, he seems to be, as you say that, you know, he seems to be giving away the ball quite cheaply there, but he's able to win the ball back. Maybe he's just got, you know, try to keep the ball and then maybe frustrate your opponent. I mean, you don't really like seeing it, but I mean, it's $1,000 game, you could say. If he wins this, he goes into the final to guarantee himself at least $500. So you could say it's actually an extra $250 game, you know. So yeah, I think he's just got to try and, you know, stay calm. Maybe you could say keep the ball and keep pushing.
Absolutely. We are seeing some tactical changes here from Diego, and that was a question I was going to ask you, Lise. You know, Raxanti's position is it's a tough position, although being 2 goals up. We know how susceptible a 2-goal lead is in FIFA, and if you are Raxanti, you personally, what would you be doing right now? Would you change to maybe a 5-back? Would you go to 4-2-3-1, go a little bit more defensive, just to make sure that you're more secure at the back? Or would you just continue playing the way you've been playing because it's working?
I think I'll definitely carry on playing the way I am at the moment. I'll definitely keep in the formation that I am. I think maybe when it gets to the 60th minute, if I'm still in the lead like he is, I'll definitely potentially switch to a more defensive formation, like you mentioned, like a 5 at the back. But if it's working, don't change it, right? If you do change it and you concede, you'll be thinking, oh, man, I've got in my own head and I've decided to change it, and now I've conceded because of it. So you get in your own head when that happens. So I think, yeah, maybe just keep it as it is. I mean, and like I said, on the flip side, Diego, I think he does have to go, you know, constant pressure now or within the next 5 minutes.
Absolutely, and I tend to agree. I think Raxanti is kind of chilling, to be honest. I think he's played a very calm and composed game right now, but Diego has gone ultra attacking, so it could be a case that, you know, Raxanti may have to sit up in his chair, get a little bit more focused, and make sure he doesn't concede a goal, because if he does, then Diego's tail is up. He may smell blood, and he may be able to get that equalizer. Listen, Franquito was in the chat as well, Lisa. He says Rax Santi takes this whole competition. Thoughts?
Yeah, I love the confidence. There seems to be a lot of, Rax Santi fans in the chat. I can't act like there isn't, I can't lie, but yeah, I think there's potential. Obviously, if he sets himself in the final already, you could say he's a favourite. But I think it'll probably be Kimpembe that's joining him, so we have to give him a good game to have a chance. But anything's possible.
Oof, writing off Tank Davis there from the off, Lisa. But we do see Diego with a chance. And that is a massive opportunity in the 65th minute. The perfect time to score, Lisa. But it goes wide of the goal. Opened his foot out too far. That is a massive opportunity, Lisa. And one that he needed to take. That could be his one and only chance to get back in this game.
Yeah, we talk about taking your chances, and he hasn't done there. And so unfortunate, I feel like maybe he's thinking that the game's against him, to be honest. But, I mean, you got to take your chances when you get them, and unfortunately he didn't there.
Yeah, very big chance indeed, but he is not giving up yet. He is gone full press. You can see the stamina on his players are very, very low right now. But this is what he done the last time as well, Lisa, and he managed to pull it back when he had virtually no stamina on his players because of the amount of players he had forward. That was a big chance, and maybe if he went inside with that pass, he could have been in. But, it is looking bleak for him now. 15 minutes left. Rax Santi is 15 minutes away from booking his place into the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament final, brought to you by McDonald's and Coca-Cola. Listen, Lise, it's looking more and more like Rax Santi is going to progress into the finals here. He will then have to sit out for a while he waits for his opponent, and he has just put the nail in the coffin. The goal he needed, 3-0 on aggregate, 2-0 in this tie. Lisa, Rax Santi is absolutely electric. He has booked his place into the final, our first ever SoCal finalist. And Lisa, nobody can complain.
Yeah, exactly. I definitely think he's been
the
dominant player. Game, set, and match. And obviously we saw with Modric as well, the midfielder we keep talking about. Normally it's, the Benzema, but when you have a team like Real Madrid, you've got so many other options, to score for you, and that's, Modric, we see Valverde getting on the score sheet for them in the midfield, and well, we definitely don't see Cruz, especially in that last game with that chance that he had. But yeah, I mean, just reading the chat, I could see Destroyer saying Rax plays so relaxed, and obviously Tupa replied saying, well, from that comment, or he just said it in general, that he's the GOAT, and I'm sure he's loving the hype in the chat, you could say, and obviously from us. But I think he deserves it, to be honest with you. He's been a credit in this competition, and he's been playing so well.
Absolutely. Well, that is it, Lisa. We have our first finalist for this tournament. Rax Santi books his place into the final. Lisa, we said it from the group stages that this kid can play FIFA. He's proved it. He said he was going to dominate. He dominated around a 16, 6-1. He has now booked his place in the final and a chance at $1,000.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance. I'm just waiting. I haven't actually got the chat open, but I'm going to open it again just to see if he's been putting... Oh, yeah. Ooh! He's put the emoji that I said. He put it in chat. Yeah, I mean, it was a great performance from him, but yeah, I mean, congratulations. I mean, I'm expecting that if you win the final now as well, by the way. I'm assuming if you win the final, we're going to get an interview. So if you win the final, I want you to personally do a sue for us. Obviously, maybe, put your phone against the wall or something. I want to see a personal one because, wow, what a performance.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Rax Santi. He has been amazing throughout and deservedly gives himself a chance at $1,000. He has to wait a little bit longer before he can take to the virtual field, though, Lisa. And we have another tie coming up very, very soon. Kimpembe versus Tank Davis. Now, Kimpembe, of course, took out Mo Jr., who was, for me, the favorite in this tournament in epic style as well, by the way. Golden goal situation, massive respect to him for keeping his nerve when it mattered. And, we have to talk about it that, we both said when Kimpembe won that tie, he probably became favorite. But looking at Rax Santi, it's hard to cancel him out of any tie.
Yeah, exactly. I think, he plays very cool, calm, as you like, as the chat said, so composed when he plays. I feel like looking at his gameplay, he doesn't do like things that you'd automatically say, he's the best in the competition. Like, for example, like you don't really see too many Trivela, you don't really see any green time shots. All you really see is like skill moves, which we know they're OP, but it doesn't make you a better player than your opponent. I just feel that he does the simple things that work for him, like player switching. He does really well. Just the balls over the top, everything, like the simple things but they seem to work. Like sort of like Mo, for example. And Kimpembe, we've seen some green time shots from them that make you think, yeah, they're definitely above everyone else. We've seen Chivelas, we've seen so many things. So I think he's just got that simple style of play that works, and I'm all for it.
Absolutely, and look, it's going to be a cracking final no matter who gets through. Kimpembe, Tank Davis, Raxanti is already in there chilling, sat back, relaxed. He said he was going to do it. He's a man of his word, but he still has one final test left to go. Listen, Lisa, we have to talk about the game coming up. Kimpembe versus Tank Davis. Tank Davis winning 4-2 against Grungy Lime, and he was 4-2 down against Spicy. So not only is he showing, a lot of heart, but he's showing that when he does get into these positions against great players, he can also be the one to take the front foot and go forward and see games out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, in this game, we all, like I mentioned before, that Mo was, and we sort of didn't really look too much into Kimpembe, and he sort of showed his level. He able to come out with the win. In this game, I think it's going to be, I'd love to see an underdog story again. We saw that with Mo, so I'd love to see on the flip side potentially Kimpembe lose to have like the perfect scenario of the underdog story. But I find it quite hard for Kimpembe to lose. I think with the performance that he showed there, I think it'll be tough for anyone to beat him. But if they do, again, they'll be favourites probably arguably to win the tournament. So yeah, it's crazy.
Absolutely, and don't forget they have the small task of meeting and beating Raxanti in the final, Lee. So, is there, I was going to ask you, Raxanti find himself going first again in this tie. Again, he has his job done before anyone else has to play. Is there a perk to that in terms of a final, at least? Because now he can relax, he can take a breather, he can, take a little break, probably about a 30, 40-minute break before we get into the final, really, when the games actually kick off. Is there a massive perk to going first there and booking your place in the final so you can bring them emotions back down, them nerves back down, have a look at the competition as well in the other round, and then start to make a game plan? Or do you feel like, going second, you're fresh off the back of a competitive game, you're going straight into a final, with a lot of money on the line against a great competitor? I'm going to be fresh. The momentum is going to be with me.
I think it's tough. I think there's perks to both of them, if I'm honest. Like you mentioned, the perks for obviously going first. If you can relax for a bit, you can sort of, you're going to be a bit hyper. You're going to be, it's just going to be like a massive rush, isn't there? So you can sort of, you have 40 minutes to let that sort of, sit. Whereas perks of going second is you have momentum. You've just won that last game. You're feeling good. You're feeling fiery. You're ready to go for the next one. However, like I mentioned, you're going to not have time to, think about what just happened in that game. Just relax a bit, you could say, right? So I think there's perks for both. I just think that, I think probably more perks for Raxanti because he's able to just relax. Watch who he's got to play next. While relaxing. And work out maybe what he can do differently in that, because we saw in an interview that he said yesterday that he weren't the best Raxanti that he can provide. I'm sure today he's obviously put that on because he's had some very, very good opponents. But I wonder if there's any more that he can give. I'm intrigued for that.
Yeah, I would be interested to talk to him and maybe say, like, listen, was this your best performance? Did we see 100% Raxanti? Or again, was it a case of, I know I'm probably better than my opponent, I'm now 2 goals up, I don't have to show everything that's in my arsenal or in my locker? It would be very, very interesting. But Lisa, listen, we have a final come up with him in it anyway. So listen, it's a case of he has to go all out. He has to show us what he's got in the final. Who he's going to face, who knows? It is down to 2 competitors, Tank Davis versus Kimpembe. It's going to be coming right up after this commercial break. Do not go anywhere. It's business time.
Have you heard? Braghouse now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Braghouse Tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Braghouse app. Earning Braghouse tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Braghouse token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Braghouse tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Braghouse tokens, go to the Braghouse store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
That was good.
Good job.
That was good. I have to say.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to run my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. You get stronger.
Welcome back, everyone, and we are into our final semi-final game. Lisa, it is Tank Davis versus Kimpembe. Whoever wins this two-legged tie has booked their place in the final, to which Raxanti is waiting for them for that $1,000. Absolutely incredible. Lise, what are we thinking?
To be honest, I mean, I'm seeing United again. I mean, I've seen enough already. Up the United!
Yeah, Man United again. Obviously, listen, Liverpool versus United as well, Lisa. This is me versus you here. I can't help but think Liverpool are going to win this game. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Tank Davis opted to go for Liverpool this time instead of Man City, Lisa. And Kimpembe going for Manchester United.
Chat, he seems to think that he's winning. Unbelievable. We've got Ronaldo. This is zoo. Enough said.
Listen, we have the Egyptian king with Mohamed Salah there. We see how effective he's been in previous games for people as well, Lise. But listen, like you said, you have Kimpembe as a massive favourite here. Tank Davis as a massive underdog. You know, I can't help but think you can't write either one off, to be honest. Tank Davis showed incredible heart and ability as well as he works his ball into the box with Nunez, I believe it was, but Varane been an ever-present player that we have been talking about with anyone who uses Manchester United in previous games. He's such a great defender in this year's FIFA. However, Liverpool have some great players here. Diaz as well getting in on the wing. Thiago with the passing. A little dink into Nunez. But it is Tank Davis who's on the attack mainly here, Lisa. And warning signs that for Kimpembe that this isn't going to be easier than his last game. Ronaldo now, can he capitalize on this mistake? He's done a skill move, maybe one skill move too many there, Lise.
Yeah, I mean, if you're at this stage of the competition, it's because you've been the best every time you've obviously played the person in front of you, and I think that shows credit, to Tank. He's been a very, very good competitor, and on the flip side, Kimpembe has been very good as well. And I think this game could go any way if I'm honest. I mean, I obviously want Kimpembe to win because I feel like he's a better player, and also because he's using United. But it seems like today, I think twice we've seen United, and both times they lose. So third time lucky, they normally say. So, just saying, chat. And obviously, this is the first time we have seen Liverpool being used in about 5 days because they've only been used once so far in this competition. So, yeah, I mean, just saying.
Yeah, well, we will see. One of us, me or you, are going to have bragging rights after this as Kimpembe breaks through. It's in. Oh, what a save. What an absolutely clutch save from Allison there. And that could have seen Kimpembe go 1-0 up. Just didn't find a finish. And Lisa, that could be a massive turning point in this game for Tank Davis, knowing that he is susceptible to letting Ronaldo in through the center there. He's going to have to watch that Ronaldo as he goes through himself. Nunes now is through. Can he get it back across? Opted to go out wide instead and keep the ball. Has he got the support with him? He doesn't. He takes the corner. Good end-to-end play here, Lise.
Yeah, it's a very close game, and I looking at the sort of oh my god, almost a goal there. Looking at the chance that Kimpembe had, I think that he should have gone near post and not far post. Whenever I get in that position, I always go to the left-hand side of the goal, and vice versa on the other side. So, yeah, I think it was close, but I just think the opposite side of the goal, and it's potentially a goal.
Yeah, so what, you think it's coming down to decision making again, Lise? You know, he had the composure, he just decided to go for the wrong area of the goal, to which it probably would have ended up being 1-0 up. However, it is 0-0 in this tie, 30 minutes in, and we are seeing an end-to-end play here as Salah goes in, tries to get the ball across to Henderson, who was in the middle, but a great interception and a massive let-off there for Kimpembe. That could have been 1-0, and it could have been a mountain to climb. Tank Davis is playing some fantastic football. I have to say, he uses the flanks so well. He knows how to use them flanks, and we spoke about it before, Lisa, with them timed lob through balls. He does really well finding the space, and not to make it a 50-50 battle between the centre-back and the striker. He perfectly times them. So very, very impressed with it. And it seems Kimpembe can't really deal with the attacks down the flanks. However, Kimpembe is very good at going through the middle because he has that man Ronaldo. We've seen a scoop turn there. He's very, very efficient with him. And this is going to be a cracker, Lise, you know. I know we haven't seen any goals yet, but it feels like we haven't moved. Like, it doesn't feel like we've been watching a little draw.
No, exactly. You know, normally at half-time, when we've seen a 0-0, obviously it's not half-time yet, but it's close to be. However, could potentially score there. But normally when it's half-time and it's 0-0, I always say, like, you know, especially in this game so far, it's been end-to-end and anything could have happened. We could have probably had about at least, 3 goals in this game so far. And, I mean, a potential chance now, actually, as I speak. Look at the outlets he's got there. Potential chance here.
It's Rashford with the shot. Allison with the save again. It falls to Anthony, who makes his way into the box. Into Ronaldo. Break block from Virgil van Dijk. We know how good he is in the game, Lisa. He auto-defends almost. But a big, big chance there for Kimpembe. Still 0-0 looking at half-time. But that is big warning signs going forward that Kimpembe knows how to work the ball into the area. Fell to Ronaldo. Great block. It would have been a certain goal. However, Van Dijk was there to cancel a shot out.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think it's been a dominant half, I'll be honest, for Kimpembe. Obviously, Tank having a couple of chances, but I think majority of it's been all Kimpembe. But it just goes down to, yet again, probably team selection. You know, PSG, Real Madrid, and I think he might have scored in them couple of chances that he's had.
Yeah, big opportunities on both ends. Great end-to-end game. As we see Anthony go through here, this is a massive opportunity. Again, Allison comes rushing out. And to the saviour of Tank Davis, Lisa, the talking point of this half has been Allison. It is definitely Kimpembe who's on top, in my opinion. He's had the clear-cut chances, but he's using his goalkeeper very well. He's bringing him out at the right times, and Allison has come up clutch. It's a game of goalkeepers again, Lisa.
Yeah. And we talk about it, you know, we said it throughout the competition, you know, it's been the battle of the goalkeepers, and normally, let's be honest, it's Courtois or Donnarumma, but in this game, it's De Gea and obviously Alisson. But that's the perks, and they're obviously 2 higher rated goalkeepers, obviously Alisson being higher rated, but yeah, again, we know how good goalkeepers are in the 1v1 situation, and they're both very, very tall goalkeepers.
Absolutely. What do you think of the selection of Nunes up top instead of maybe Firmino, more of an interchangeable kind of player? Nunes, of course, this year, I've actually used him. He's actually very effective. He's very, very good. Lengthy. He's rapid as well. And he actually can finish too.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll be honest, I packed his 82, well, obviously at the moment 84 now, OTW card, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get another upgrade after scoring 2 goals this week, and I actually invested in 3 of him. So one of them 150, which I shouldn't have done, and now he's like 160, but, you know, not a pro trader, Lisa, let's be honest. But yeah, you know, he's a great player, and, you know, obviously I don't think he started too strong for you guys, but now he's starting to, you know, get the goals on board. And he's looking like a very great player. And even in FIFA, pretty sure he's lengthy as well. Not much, obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but, you know, I don't really use him too much. But I do have him on my RTG account, and I actually have him on my bench for EPrem. So I haven't got too many coins on my RTG account for my EPREM team. So yeah, I think it's a
big chance here, Lise.
chance.
Oh, and it's in. It's 1-0. Tank Davis has broken the deadlock, and it is Jordan Henderson for Tank Davis who has struck first. Kimpembe finds himself 1-0 down, possibly against the run of play, Lisa. However, it was a big opportunity, a save by De Gea, fell back out, and he had the composure to find him. However, up the other end, we see a ball in for Ronaldo. It's Van Dijk putting his head where most people wouldn't put their foot to clear the ball for the badge. Fantastic clearance. Lisa, now we have an absolutely mental game. Now Kimpembe has to go on the attack. You know, Tank Davis has to continue to defend like he's defending resiliently, and it is anyone's game. Literally, Tank Davis 1-0 up. He has a foot in the final if he manages to win this game. This is massive.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's definitely a massive one and a potential chance to go 2-0 up here. Can he get it? Oof, good defending. I feel like it's probably against the run of play. I feel like Kimpembe's played better in the first half, but I mean, to be honest with you, starting off the second half, it seems like it's all Tank.
Absolutely, as we see a corner defended well there. We see a shot from the edge of the box. Just too much juice on it this time. Goes out for a goal kick. And yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup now, Lise. Kimpembe obviously the favourite coming into this. Tank Davis saying, I don't mind being an underdog. You can doubt me all you want, because when I win, you're going to be saying, doubt me now. This is a fantastic performance. Ronaldo could be in. Alisson again come rushing out. Sweeper keeper. Fantastic goalkeeping. Very, very good in game as well, Lisa. I've used him quite a lot. I think he's actually in my team right now as well. So very reliable. But Lisa, it is a case of chances, right? Whoever is more clinical. Kimpembe hasn't been clinical. Tank Davis is maybe a little bit fortunate with the way that ball fell back to him. However, he will take that in a game like this. Semi-final, you will take all the luck that you could get. As we see Diaz on the left-hand side now trying to work something in, gets into Thiago. Oh, a very rash challenge, and it's not given as a penalty. Deemed to be a good tackle. Very, very risky there, Lisa, to go off your feet in that situation.
Yeah, I totally agree. You know, you shouldn't really be sliding anywhere on the pitch, especially, you know, in and around the penalty area. You know, we've seen it before, you know, with Lalo, you know, he gave away a free kick and got red carded because of it. You know, you should never try to. However, you should never try. You should never really slide. Yeah, you should never really slide. You know, we saw, I think it was Biscuit Team actually, that was really good and clinical with all these slides that he made. He never made a mistake and perfect challenges every time, but majority of the time that's not the case. And you know, in and around the box, you know, anywhere, you know, on the edge of the box as well, with how sort of OP the new free kick way is, that you should always just try to stay on your feet and do a stand tackle instead. And risky, but if it works, you know, it looks great. We were talking about the power slide, wasn't we, recently, and how good it looks. But you know, you don't want to risk it in these tournaments, do you?
No, absolutely. And we did see obviously the repercussions of timing a tackle or a power tackle badly as well. You know, my thoughts go back to Lalo in that game where he got a red card inside 10 minutes and he ended up losing 5-0, which ultimately cost them in the group, Lisa. So, like, you know, you have to be very, very careful, and it is an acquired skill. You need to learn how to time these tackles correctly. But we are seeing now Kimpembe kind of come out of his shell, play a bit more freely down the left-hand side, a little bit agile dribbling as well, and you know, a little bit of time wasted maybe from Tank Davis here. But like you said, Lisa, in a game like this, you can complain all you want, but you're 1-0 up in a semi-final, potentially going into a second leg with a lead, which could see you compete for $1,000. Anything goes, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he can be happy with the lead that he's got at the moment, and yeah, again, surging forward to try and get another potential chance. I mean, like he was close to that header, and then he was so far off. It was unbelievable. But yeah, I think, you know, you mentioned Alisson and potentially being in your team. He's actually in my team, I can't lie. I am a United fan, chat, I'll be honest, but he's my goalkeeper. I did pack him, and he's very, very good. You know, got 11 wins this weekend and dipped, you know, quick hour and a half, foot champs done. I actually got, by the way, just saying, I actually got Theo Hernandez and Diaby. That's actually a W. I didn't get, obviously, Salah, but we do take a Theo Hernandez. You know, he could be my new left back over Mendy. Bit of off subject, but I thought I'd add it in there.
EA and FIFA are prone to give bad FIFA players the better players from time to time. So, Lisa, as we come in here, last 20 minutes of this game, we are seeing Kimpembe up against it, 1-0 down. Obviously played Mo Jr. in the last game, Lise, and found himself in similar positions. However, you know, this is not Mo Jr., but Tank Davis is keeping him out. He's keeping him quiet, chances at a minimum, and he's playing really, really well. Look how he uses them flanks. Look, he's going down it again. Very good. This time not working out. However, he does have a game plan. He does have a style of play, and people are finding it hard to deal with it.
I've just been absolutely digged again by him. You know, he's calling me a bad player. Unbelievable. However, potential chance on the flip side. Can we go 1-1 in this game? Unfortunately not. You know, it's currently technically Danny's winning chat. You know, Liverpool's ahead of United at the moment. It's sort of me versus Danny. You know, I'm a United fan. He's a Liverpool fan, but I've got faith. Come on, Kimpembe.
Yeah, well, it's not looking good, and he's running out of time in this leg. As Diaz gets in, can he finish? He does! It's 2-0! Liverpool and Tank Davis get the all-important second goal, Lise. We're seeing a pause now from Kimpembe, maybe to change things up going into the final stage of this game. But that is a massive goal in this tie, and it means Tank Davis could possibly secure a 2-goal lead for the second leg.
Yeah, and I did say, you know, that I'd love to see, you know, an underdog story again, because obviously Kimpembe beat Mo, you know, and can we see Tank Davis beat him? And it looks like we are. I think it's just United. I think we're actually unlucky, you know. Today we haven't won a game. Yeah, I'm a bit upset. However, you know, I think, you know, Tank's just playing a very, very good game at the moment. So, you know, you've got to give it to him.
Yeah, credit where credit is due. I think Tank has stuck to his game plan. He's backed himself defensively against that Ronaldo as well. Van Dijk being a big, big feature there. A couple of very, very clutch tackles and interceptions. But offensively, at least, he's been fantastic. That little intricate through ball down the side of the box, and then the finish across goal with his weaker foot was sensational. Great play. Beautiful to watch. And it gives him a 2-goal lead here. And 10 minutes left, Lise. Probably game management now, right? You want to keep the ball. Don't give away anything silly. Keep it in a good area of their half. And try and stop any last-minute attack that may be a sucker blow to this 2-goal lead.
Yeah, exactly. We obviously saw a pause on the flip side. I mean, I think, you know, he needs to get a goal. I'll be honest, you know, and it gives him a little glimpse of hope as well going into the next game. You know, we've seen it before where 2-0 up and then gets the extra goal, and then, you know, it gives them boost, gives them confidence, and they end up flipping over the story of being losing and taking it over to winning. So I'm looking forward to see if he can, you know, spice things up just before the final.
Absolutely. Well, there's still 5 minutes left to play. It looks like he's gone on constant press as well, Lise. Obviously, pretty straightforward. However, a little bit risky as well with still a leg to play, you know. Like we had this conversation before. If he goes 3 goals down, he has a absolute mountain instead of a molehill to climb, and you know it could be cause for concern leaving space at the back. You know, if I'm Kimpembe, I'm probably looking at it. I always have the rule of thumb for me is always don't lose by more than 2 goals. If you have a 2-goal lead, okay, cool, I can work my way back in. An early goal changes the whole dynamic of a tie, right? But we're seeing now Salah getting in. Bad pass from Salah, could not make it to the supporting player, and it looks like he has the ball in the final 2 minutes here as well, Lise. Salah now on the right hand side. Is he going to keep it? It looks like he is. Just going to try and see this game out, which he probably has done now. He's happy with the 2-goal lead. He's going to take that. He's going to bring it into the second leg, and it is going to be electric. Everyone has to go forward for Kimpembe in this second leg, Lise. 2-0 in this tie, 2-0 in the round, 1 leg to come, 1 leg in the final for Tank Davis. Another upset, Lise. How many has there been in this tournament? I can't even keep count.
Yeah, there's been so many, hasn't there? But, you know, that's the perks of, you know, FIFA. Anyone could beat anyone their day, and we've seen that. And, yeah, I think, yeah, that was a dominant performance by Tank, we'll be honest. You know, he's been the favourite in that game, you know, and you can't, you know, say he hasn't. And I would love to say that he hasn't because I'm a United fan. But you know, we've got to be truthful, haven't we? But I'm going to say I really do hope for a good second leg by Kimpembe. I want to see if he can, you know, spice things up just before the final.
Absolutely. Kimpembe would be very disappointed with that game, especially not scoring as well, Lise. You know, kept a clean sheet, Tank Davis, which is not easy to do in FIFA. Nonetheless, against someone like Kimpembe, who's managed to score 3 goals against Mo Jr., who had the best, and I mean the best, goal difference in the group stages, conceded 1 goal in all of the group stages. And, you know, very, very impressive. Kimpembe maybe having an off game there, Lise. You know, the mentality wise, again, I'll ask you, if you're Kimpembe, you're 2-0 down, semi-final of a massive tournament, do you go for it straight from the off, or do you still back yourself, even though you just lost 2-0, do you back yourself with the same tactics, same formation, same players, or do you change things up a bit?
I think you back yourself, for the first half, see if you can make any bit of magic and score that first goal. And if you can, keep it as it is. I mean, if you concede, then you're thinking of, potentially, I potentially, let this slip. But I think for now, you just try and stay composed as much as you can. It's kind of hard when you're a couple of goals down. But if you can get that first goal, it changes the tie completely. If he concedes, then yet again, I think it's press out of possession loss and constant pressure.
Absolutely. And of course, Lisa, a lot of pressure is going to be on Tank Davis as well. He's in a 2-goal lead. He's been here before. He blew a 2-goal lead against Grungy Lime in the quarterfinal. Is that going to play on his mind? He's been here before against, with lack for a better word, probably a lesser opponent than Kimpembe. We've seen what he's capable of doing. That has to play on his mind right now, that he said this actually in his interview. He actually mentioned that, it happens to him quite a lot, right? He's 2-0 up. All of a sudden, he finds himself at 2-2 and he has to pull himself back out again. So it does seem like it's a mental issue as well, right? A psychological issue within his game, that when he goes 2 goals up, he still feels like he can lose. And you just can't think like that, can you?
Yeah, exactly. You've got to try and just think to yourself, I've got this. Even if if you feel like you haven't, just try and be positive. When you're negative and you have the negative thoughts, they normally turn out into happening. Let's be honest. But I mean, so far it's been a great game. I think they both had chances to obviously solidify their performance and potentially be in more of a winning position. However, on the flip side, I think Kimpembe had a couple of opportunities there where he could have maybe even see himself being 2-2. Definitely at least 2-1, but it just wasn't to be. Sometimes, it just feels like everything's against you.
Absolutely. We did see a couple of chances there. No real clear cut. Although saying that, in the first half, Allison made a couple of great saves. So maybe I am wrong about that, a couple of 1v1 situations. However, at least we are headed in to the gameplay. It is Ronaldo versus Salah. It is Manchester United versus Liverpool. It's Kimpembe versus Tank Davis. One game left to decide our final. We have Rack Santi in the final, watching on from the sidelines, waiting for his game to be crowned the champion. But one of these competitors will be taking him on and have something to say about at least. Kimpembe is 2-0 down from the first leg. We see an early pause now from what looks to be Kimpembe's side as well, maybe doing some changes there from the off. Tank Davis, of course, sitting pretty 2 goals up. The pressure is really and truly on both of these competitors. It's going to be very interesting to see how they deal with it, at least.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. It's interesting. I actually was reading the chat and it made me laugh. You might have heard me laugh there, but Destroyer said this guy plays better than the real life team. I agree. Liverpool in real life are just terrible. Can't lie. But what can I say? I mean, sometimes there are some unrealistic things that happen, and we shouldn't be losing to Liverpool. But it is what it is. It's about the player that's controlling them.
Absolutely. And he also said the winner of this is the winner of the commentary. And I cannot agree more, Destroyer. I think whoever wins this game decides who is the... Oh, are we seeing... Okay, actually, Lisa, do you know what's going on here? There's been a mess up in the rules, I think, in the actual game settings. So they're just going to reset real quick. Fair play to them for recognizing that and backing out. Otherwise, there could have been some conflicts there as well. So they're just going to reset really, really quickly, and we'll be back to the gameplay. But I have to ask you, Lisa, I wanted to ask something. Obviously, Rack Santi is in the chat there. He said this is a great game so far. So he is watching. He's taking notes. He's learning from both of his opponents, whichever one he may face. If you're Rack Santi right now, are you worried about what you're seeing?
No, I don't think so. I think he's gonna be confident in the way that he plays. I actually was gonna say that, like, I haven't seen him in the chat yet, so I wonder if he's if he's actually still watching. But no, he is. And I was surprised if he wasn't, because he's always been here throughout the competition. But yeah, I don't think he's worried. I think he's a very great player. He does, like I said, the simple things that work, and I think he could do the same thing in the final game and potentially come out with a win. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. But however, in this game, you know, still 2 goals difference. You know, Liverpool United. I think if Kimpembe can get the first goal, it's crucial.
Absolutely. And Rax, Santi, if you're in the chat, if you can hear this, you know, let us know your thoughts. Who out of these both competitors would you rather face? You know, I'd love to see some interaction from you coming up to the final and your thoughts on that as well. But, you know, if I'm Rax Santi, I'm sat back, relaxing, you know, having a sip of my Coca-Cola, getting a Big Mac from McDonald's. You know, I'm chilling. I'm absolutely chilling in the final. He has $500 locked up no matter what, you know, so you know, yes, you're playing for the additional $500, but for me, Lise, I don't know, like, it's just the competitor that's in me. I'm not playing for the money. I'm playing for the bragging rights, okay? I'm playing for the fact that I want to be called the champion. I want to be number one, numero uno in the South California region. And that is worth more to me than anything, you know, is to go to someone and say, no, actually, you're not the best player in this college. I am. And here's the proof. Here's my trophy. Also, here's my $1,000 cash. Dinner's on me, right? McDonald's is on me. Okay, make sure you get the extra large Coke with it as well. But listen, I don't know. Are you of the same mindset when you enter a competition like that?
I mean, I know in a lot of competitions, you know, especially when there's a trophy, you're only there for that trophy, aren't you? The money helps, but I think, yeah, the trophy is definitely what you're there for. I know these college students said that, you know, that they need the money towards their books, so I'm sure they're not thinking the same as us, but potential chance early. Oof.
Yeah, very good start there from Tank. And again, on the front foot, Lisa, he looks like he's coming for that third goal, trying to kill this tie. And of course, the neutrals would love a Kimpembe goal, right? Just to make things interesting, make us kind of sit on the edge of our seat. But we do see an early chance from Nunes, and he's in the post as well after the save. That is a massive opportunity, and one that we could be coming back to at the end of this game, Lisa.
Typical Nunes. That's what I've got to say there. Nah, I'm joking. I think, you know, that was crucial for Tank to sort of, you know, probably saying, yeah, I've won this game set match. But yeah, I mean, Kimpembe on the flip side, he's probably got his towel wiping his sweat because that was close.
Absolutely. Seeing a pause again. Let's hope that it's a tactical change and not a mess up on the players' behalves of the rules again. However, we'll obviously see in a minute what is going on. It could be a tactical change for Kimpembe. You know, we've seen Tank get in again, Lisa, and that really should have been 1-0, 3-0 on aggregate, and game, set, and match. However, it did hit the post, a little bit fortunate. However, like I always say, Lisa, I'd rather be lucky than good. And this time, Kimpembe is very lucky not to see that ball hit the net. He is still in this game, 2-goal lead, and he needs a goal very, very soon to give himself a chance.
Yeah, exactly. I think he can count himself lucky, count them lucky stars, you could say, that he didn't concede there, because that would have been goodbyes, I feel. However, you know, we've seen it before where they've not been able to score the chance they've had, and the opponents went on the other side and scored. So, yeah, I mean, great free ball there. And
he's in again here, Lise.
you could say.
Nunes is in. He brought it onto his right foot. It's going in, and it's not. It is off target, not even a corner. Didn't need to clear it off the line. But warning signs again, Lise, that he is picking apart this Manchester United defence. Nunes is a massive threat in behind. He's so good at making them forward runs. His attacking position is very, very good in game. And the fact that he's so quick, big, awkward, and lengthy is a big threat. As we see keeper movement, we've seen a little bit of composure there from Kimpembe, and he went to the near post, almost like a double psych from Tank Davis. Very, very elite gameplay there, bringing him to one side and then bringing him to the other, and it managed to keep the goal out this time.
Yeah, it was definitely great play from the goalkeeper movement there. You know, if he didn't do that, I thought he would have shot the other way and would have scored. So potential chance though on the flip side. Oof, great defending.
Yeah, very good defending there, Lisa. And again, more warning signs that this game is going to be electric. It's going to be end-to-end. And it's whoever blinks first loses, Lisa. You know, Kimpembe needs a goal. If he gets a goal, I feel like the momentum will be on his side. I feel like Tank Davis, you know, we've seen that he's quite nervous. Maybe them hands will start shaking again, and he could blow this 2-goal lead. We've seen him do it before. However, he's played absolutely phenomenal in this tie. I have to say, give credit where it's due. He has been absolutely brilliant. We are seeing a high press early on in this game, Lisa. You know, Kimpembe looks like he is full press at the minute, constant pressure from the off.
Yeah, exactly. So his players will be not as feeling fresh and ready to go when it hits the 60th minute. But at the moment, it does look like the bar's okay for Dalot there. So potentially maybe not quite yet, but he is going down quite rapidly. So maybe, however, on the flip side, you know, he needs a goal. So if he is, then I understand it.
Absolutely, as he works it into his area here, he gets an opening, but Salah on his right foot is not someone you want to see in that position. Unfortunately, 3-star weak foot makes him very, very unusable with that angle that he just tried to shoot at. Maybe a green time, and it may get on target at least, but, you know, at least warning signs from both sides here that there is going to be goals in this game. And like you said before, when one goes in, the floodgates will open, right?
Yeah, especially as they'll have to go to definite constant pressure. Whoever, you know, if Kimpembe scored, hang on,
Big
potential chance.
Oh, he's taking taking it too far, Elise. Why is he waiting so long to shoot? He has to shoot when that opening comes up just before Alisson starts rushing him down, or that angle is taken away and the space for the ball to fly into the net is closed down. He needs almost too composed, Lise.
Yeah, I also think that he was maybe waiting for the goalkeeper movement. That's why, which means sort of like smart again from Tank, because, you know, he did that goalkeeper movement and he sort of allowed, you know, his opponent to think, and maybe you could say think too much. And he, like you can see here yet again, 4 shots, 5 shots, 0 goals. So it's been like the battle of the goalkeepers again.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams creating chances, Lise. None to find the net yet, but it does seem like it's only a matter of time. And to who? I really I can't call it. You know, I feel like Tank Davis had that chance early in the first half that hit the post, hit straight at the Gea with Nunes, and then hit the post. And then obviously Kimpembe, you know, creating a couple of opportunities there that he should have taken a little bit earlier, and he could be looking at maybe even a 2-2 on aggregate and 2-0 up in his tie. But, you know, he has to relax. You know, maybe too relaxed even, you know, for a couple of them chances, but he has to relax and not overthink it is what I mean. You know, don't be too composed, but just do your thing. When you get the chances, shoot like you normally would in any other game, right? Otherwise, you're going to overthink it. It's going to take too long for you to get a reaction with your muscle memory, and the chance is going to be wasted, which is what we've seen.
It's interesting to see Salah's got a -1 there, and Fabinho as well has got a -1. So, I mean, have they been playing behind in real life? I don't know. I feel like Salah scored recently quite a bit, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't really watch Liverpool too much. But that's also another factor, isn't it? You know, using these teams, they won't be as upgraded as you could say as the PSG team or Real Madrid team, because, you know, they're doing well in their league.
Absolutely, but we did see with Man City, Ruben Diaz has got a minus as well, although they lost at the weekend. This was before the weekend when they were actually on a good winning run as well. So very interesting how these ratings kind of go, you know, off real life football. I'd love to know the ins and outs of it, but for now, Lise, it is 2-0 on aggregate, and Tank Davis is looking good to go through to the final to face Santi.
We know in SoCal tournaments that, you know, there's always late drama, so I'm just sitting back, relaxing, and seeing what happens, because I know something's going to happen. Some sort of special spark's going to happen.
That special spark would most definitely be a goal, which we almost see in there off the post from a near post header there, and, you know, a corner technique there that you don't see much of these days. Very effective in previous FIFAs, but we are seeing chances. We are seeing high press now. He needs to score a goal soon, Lise.
There's like a green time out there as well, just a great block. Yeah, he definitely needs to get a goal in the next 10 minutes, I'd say, just to give himself just that hoping chance. If he gets it in the 80th minute, it's still possible. I just think, you know, next 15 minutes max to get that first goal, and he's putting the pressure on. He's getting the chances right now.
He is, and he does still have some decent stam on some of his players as well. We see Ronaldo there with decent stam, Fernandez. So maybe it is just like a press after possession loss type thing, at least, where it doesn't go down as quickly, but still very, very effective. As we see a chip ball through to Varane. Oh, that could have ended badly there. I would have preferred to go back to the keeper with the header, to be honest. But we're seeing a high press now from Liverpool's side, from Tank Davis. Press after loss most likely as well, and he does follow the run there. Some nice right stick switching there, at least, but Ronaldo still gets there. It's into Rashford tries the shot, and it's blocked by Joe Gomez. Fantastic defending there, but again getting in around this Tank Davis defense, Lise, and he's knocking on the door here.
Yeah, he sure is, and he seems to doing some interesting corners there. I think the first one was to the front post, as you played. This time it was to the front post, but to no one. I feel like he's got to maybe go short.
Salah's
However, counter-attack. Take it
Salah's
away.
in here, Lise. If he can get in, can he see the finish? He goes for the chip. Is it in? It's on the post, and it's in over the line. It has just gone over before the defender could get back, and Tank Davis is grittying all over Old Trafford, and it's a beautiful sight for Tank Davis. He has put 3 goals between him and Kimpembe, and he has more or less summed up this tie and put himself into the final, Lisa, where he will play Raksanti in a 2-legged final. Incredible scenes. Kimpembe not scoring a goal either tie yet, Lisa. Will he be disappointed?
I mean, Tank won't be, but I think on the flip side, I think Kimpembe will be quite frustrated. I feel like he's created and had a lot of chances this half, well, this leg really, but he just hasn't been able to take him, and it's just unfortunate for him. But I mean, if you can't take your chances, do you deserve to be the deserving winner of the game? Probably not, especially if your opponent in Tank Davis, like he has been. He's had a few opportunities that you should say that he should have scored, especially with Nunes earlier, but he's had more opportunities and he's been clinical with them.
Absolutely, and he's going for more here as well, Lise. 83rd minute. It looks like this is game, set, and match, really, unless we see an incredible comeback in the last 5 minutes, which is very, very unlikely, given, you have to win the ball back 3 times, essentially, and score in between that. Lise, it's looking like Tank Davis, who I said was a dark horse in this tournament, has made it to the final. He will play Raksanti in the final. It's going to be interesting to see, at least. These are 2 incredible players. Raksanti, it's going to be very interesting to see how he deals with how Tank Davis plays, because his gameplay style is very unique. They use the flanks a lot. He has a lot of over the top through balls. And I know Raksanti likes to play on the front foot, attacking FIFA, so he will be susceptible to some counter attacks, Lise, and it's going to be an amazing matchup. While there may be a consolation, he's doing rainbow flicks over Allison while being 3-1 down. It's not going to be enough, and Rashford has scored a consolation goal. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We have got our 2 finalists. It has been a long week. 64 competitors took place in this tournament. We are down to the final 2. It's Raksanti versus Tank Davis for all the marbles. Lisa Manley, who have you got in the final?
I'm not even saying. I feel like whenever I say, especially today, it just hasn't gone my way. So I'm gonna do a you. I'm just gonna let it flow. You can. I reckon you say this time. I'm gonna pass it back to you. He's not even ever said. He's tried to stay on the fence so he doesn't get dug a hole and put into it. So I'm gonna let you say it this time.
Listen, Tank Davis got heart of a lion. Raksanti has amazing FIFA ability. I don't know which way this is going, Lisa. I'm going to stay on the fence and be neutral because, listen, I'm just going to enjoy the show. It's going to be an incredible matchup. 2 legs of epic FIFA about to come up for our finalists. And it's going to be electric, and I think it's going to be a close game as well. Tank Davis keeping a clean sheet up until the final minute, of course, where he conceded, but he kept a clean sheet against Kimpembe, who bet Mo Jr., Lise, and that cannot go unnoticed, Raksanti, of course, with a dominant performance in his semi-final. He's sitting back chilling. We know Raksanti is very, very confident in his ability, but Tank Davis has that humbling confidence, and it means a lot to him. He has that heart in him that we've seen, and it all comes back to that moment, Lise, against Spicy in the round of 16. He was 2 goals down with 5 minutes to go. He had managed to pull 2 goals back and win the golden goal. It was insane, and now he's going to be competing in the final for $1,000. If that is not an inspirational story, I don't know what is.
I don't know what to say. That was just such a great speech right there. Yeah, I think I agree. He's shown his level and his confidence. Obviously 2 goals he was down by. He's able to come back, win on golden goal, fantastic. And then obviously in the last couple of games, he saw himself 2-0 up again. This time on the flip side, obviously not 4-2 down, 2-0 up. Ended up going 2-2, and you're thinking, actually, is he gonna do what he did yesterday, however, on the opposite side, and maybe you could say lose the game after being a couple of goals up? and he's able to bring it back. You know, he said that he decided to go for it, even though it was 2-2. So I'm like, hang on a minute, why are you going for it? You know, you still got a whole 90 minutes, but you still went basically press out the possession loss to try and guarantee yourself a win. And then he ended up scoring 2 goals in that. I think he's just a competitor that, you know, he's rode his luck. He's shown his luck. He's shown his ability even. And I think in the final, I actually can't call it. It's going to be a good game though.
Absolutely fantastic. I couldn't have said it better myself, Lisa. And look, just while we're waiting, you know, we have a couple of interviews coming up. We're going to get the 2 players who just got knocked out on for a chat. You know, Lisa, this tournament has been special. We've been on a massive journey together, you know, since Tuesday. We've been here, sitting here, casting, looking at all these players going through massive emotions, highs, lows, and everything in between. You know, it's hard to think that we are now just 2 games away from ending everything and crowning our champion. It's been one hell of a journey, and we've seen some incredible FIFA games over the last week. You know, it all comes down to this. These are the 2 players that have fought their way to the top. They're going to go head to head, 2 games to decide who wins $1,000. Listen, they are both winners in my eyes. You know, and it's a good time to mention as well, Lisa, that of course we did only have 64 competitors take part in this tournament. We had over 250 signups, you know, so the level of interest to join these tournaments is incredible. And of course, we have said so before as well that, you know, we've talked to a few people, and by the looks of it, you know, Bragg House do tend to put on a couple of more events like this because of how popular it was. And, you know, we have to thank Coca-Cola, McDonald's, and Bragg House for the opportunity for me and you to be here as well and witness it and be on this journey together is fantastic. So guys, if you are wondering as well when the next events will be, you will be able to find out through the Bragg House socials. Make sure you go and follow Bragg House on all socials to keep up to date. And I'm sure, of course, as well with the Discord, they have a Bragg House Discord as well, guys. So get in there. There's loads of stuff to do in there as well, not just FIFA. It's like a family in there. So make sure you get on all the socials, all the platforms, and keep up to date with all the events that are going on. But listen, it's a case of 2 games left. I don't even know how many games I'm gonna have to ask someone how many games we've casted this weekend. You know, probably in the hundreds actually. But listen, it all comes down to this. The finals are coming very, very soon. We have a couple of interviews to get through, but first we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with the interviews. Do not go anywhere. See you soon.
I told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. down to mess me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. Cause you got me holding, holding.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Lisa, we are almost ready for the final. Two incredible competitors. Listen, I can't call it. Okay, Lisa, if you were to pick one, you had to pick one. Who are you choosing?
No, no, I'm not picking. This is the one time out of the whole competition. I'm not picking. I'm leaving it to you. I think they're too good. They're both great competitors, and I'm in the middle. I'm straight in the middle.
So you're gonna leave it up to the final, not you've predicted every game up until the final, and now you're gonna sit on the fence.
Yeah, but listen. Today I've got literally every single one wrong. I swear, literally every single one. You know, I can't end on a bad one again. I just couldn't. I don't want to jinx anyone. You know, I seem to have jinxed everyone I've watched today that I've said would win. So I think it's just fair that I'll leave it to them. I'm not going to say.
Absolutely. Well, look, Lise, it's going to be an incredible final. 2 legs, and the winner takes on $1,000 and the trophy, as well as the bragging rights as well. Going to be absolutely phenomenal. Let's talk quickly about the tournament as a whole, Lise. And I'm gonna put you on the spot. What is the one moment that sticks out in your head when I talk about the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament?
I think it was day one when obviously Tyler ended up, narrowly missing out when he thought he went through with a last-minute goal because, hang on a minute, 1-0 already?
Yeah, we are actually into the gameplay, Lise, and it is Raxanti who takes an early lead in this final. This is it, Lisa. All the marbles, all the bragging rights, all the money, it all comes down to this game, and Raxanti finds himself 1-0 up already. People in the chat are calling him the GOAT. We're finding out now why. He is 1-0 up, and it is game on here, Lise. This is the final of the SoCal FIFA 23 event, brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's, and it's live right now. Here we go, Lise. This is it. Tank Davis is up against it already in this game, but we do know what he's capable of. He is capable of scoring. He's capable of keeping clean sheets, which we're not seeing here. However, Raxanti is a different kettle of fish when it comes to opponents, Lisa. He has steamrolled this tournament, and he is confident as well.
I totally agree. You know, that was going to be my prediction that Raxanti would win because I feel like he's a fan favorite, and just with the way that he's been interacting with the streams, even if he's not playing. But yeah, again, I don't want to jinx him, so I'm just not going to say that I want him to win because he'll end up losing because of it. So the bad luck charm Manly, I'm going to be called for the rest of today, I think.
Mystic Manly to bad luck Manly. However, Raxanti is finding himself in the luck right now, being 1-0 up. Incredible start to this tie. And Lisa, how important is it for Tank Davis not to go 2 or 3 goals down in this first leg?
Yeah, I'll be honest, it's massive.
Could be a
However,
chance
chance here to
Could
make
be
it
a chance here. Oh, what a save! Big save by Courtois there. But we are seeing signs that Tank Davis is not going to roll over in this game. Although he's 1-0 down to Raxanti, who is a phenomenal player, he is able to create chances. He's able to get in behind and just not taking it that time, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. A potential chance there again. Every time you throw it over to me, I need to throw it back over to you because they keep having some opportunities where there's a potential chance to go in. But yeah, I mean, close game so far. It seems like, I don't know, obviously we missed the first 8 minutes of the game, but it seems like and
it's in! Just like that! The chance! It wasn't even a chance, it was a half chance. Thiago gets it on the edge of the box. We see a ball roll shot, and just like that, this game has blown wide open. Tank Davis comes back with his own response, 1-1, and Raxanti has conceded the first goal of this 2-legged tie. 1-1, Lisa.
Wow, what a game we've got here. Obviously, starting in the final, you can say really quick goals. I mean, we obviously missed the first 8 minutes, and Raxanti took his probably only chance that he got. But now it just seems to be all Tank. It seems like that's actually woke him up a bit. Maybe you could say.
Yeah, maybe lit a fire in the belly of Tank, saying, this is the final, Lisa. I have to perform. There's no room for error. There's no room for bad mistakes. And he is turned it up And Notch here as he goes in again, and it's another save. Fantastic from Courtois, brought him out at the right time, closed down the gap, and kept the scores at 1-1. But again, Lisa, we are seeing Tank Davis get in behind Raxanti, and now we're seeing Raxanti go up the other end with Rodrigo. He goes for the volley, and it just goes wide. Oh, this is end-to-end stuff, Lisa, and this is how a final should be, in my opinion. It should be end-to-end action, non-stop, cannot catch your breath, and on the edge of your seat, and that's exactly what we witnessed in that first half.
Yeah, exactly. We witnessed some good content from them, and it's interesting because I feel like that's like the perks of, you could say, not using Real Madrid, because, you know, if that was PSG, for example, you would have had Messi arguably in that position, and you could have left-footed it with him as his strong foot, and you would have likely have scored. But when you've got like the likes of Rodrigo in your team, let's be honest, he's not got good shooting in this game. He got a good pace, but not that best of shooting. So I feel like that sort of lets them down in that position. He could have seen himself go 2-1 up.
Absolutely massive chance at the end of that half. But Lisa, as we kick off here, we're seeing Raxanti control the game a little bit, you know, not give away possession early on. And this is where he does his best work for me, Raxanti. He gets it around the edge of your box, and he finds these little gaps like that, does a couple of skill moves, and finds the space in the area to get a shot away. This time snuffed out by Tank Davis, and he's been very, very impressive defensively and offensively, Lisa. He's got in around Raxanti a couple of times, and that's what is going to be needed. It's going to be needed a resilient defense and a clinical offense to win this game.
I totally agree. I think, you know, I said it before, I feel like he does the simple things, but he does it effectively, you know. And I think the only thing that he doesn't do that's like simply is like, and that is easiest form, I feel, is like obviously the skill moves that he does. But other than that, like, he makes it look so easy. Maybe that's why I feel like it's the simplest form, because he makes it look so easy, and he's so calm, collected, and he's just a great player, and he's going to show it here potentially with getting a 2-1.
Yeah, big chance here, and it is 2-1. Raxanti makes him pay for the space down the left-hand side of Tank Davis' defence, and it is a very calm and composed finish into the far corner past Allison, who we did see have a fantastic game for Tank Davis in the previous round, Lise. You know, a couple of very, very big saves, but Raxanti makes no mistake in the finish, puts it into the side net, and 2-1 Raxanti finds himself a goal up yet again, and in this leg. Of course, guys, there is 2 legs to this game. It is not a one-game eliminator for the final, so they will have another chance to claw anything back if it ends 2-1 here. However, I do not see that happen, at least. I see goals in this game.
I see plenty of goals in this game. I feel like we speak about before, once someone gets the first goal, normally they start flying in like there's no tomorrow, but I feel like that was a Tank Davies mistake. I feel like he gave him too much space on the byline, and it effectively resulted in a goal.
Yeah, costly mistake there, Lisa. Like we said throughout this whole tournament, if you're not clinical and you make mistakes, you will pay. And at this level, the final, you cannot afford to lose any concentration, leave any gaps, which he has done now. And Benzema has made it 3-1. Raxanti with the third. It is Karim the Dream, Ballon d'Or Benzema with the goal. Raxanti is in cruise control at the minute. And my God, Davis is in the trenches right now, Lise. He needs a big response from that.
I thought you was... Oh, is that a penalty? Hang on a minute.
Lisa, it's a penalty.
Is he going to dink it? Is he going to dink it?
And Raxanti has the chance to go 3 goals clear in the first leg of our SoCal FIFA 23 final. And he does! It is 4-1 to Raxanti. Now we are in a position where this could start becoming a rout, Lisa. How important is it for Davis now to really focus and try and get back a couple of goals?
He was stirring the pot indeed, yeah. I mean, it's crucial. We've seen him come back from a 2-goal deficit before, but 3 goals, it's going to be quite hard unless he can get a goal before the end of this game. I mean, Raxanti is... and maybe he's going to make my prediction that I didn't say before the game, but I did say in the game just because I saw him winning, and I felt, you know what, it's a perfect time to say it, but I don't want to say it beforehand and you know, potentially put him in the trenches, to say the least. But it's, you know, I feel like he's definitely a fan favourite, and I definitely think he's got the chat on his side, and he's on my side as well because of, you know, everything he's done. You know, he's been watching the competition, he's been interacting with us. I just think he's been a great competitor and a potential chance to come back.
Wow, that was a big opportunity. Corner kick though, Lisa, and Davis is going to need a goal or two to really try and keep in this tie for the second leg, as we see a shot go wide there. But Lisa, very disappointed on Davis' behalf. You know, he'll be very, very upset with himself having conceded that penalty, especially because that's a killer blow. The fourth goal in the game, the third goal between them, and it's given him a massive, massive job to come back in the second leg of this tie. Could even be more here.
Yeah, I think he's fired, ready to be honest with you. Fired and ready to score more, and the only man stopping him is Davies at the moment, and wow. First leg.
All over. And first blood goes to Raxanti Lise. Incredibly dominant performance in that game, and you know, 4 goals in the first leg, 3-goal lead going into the second round. However, I will say this, Lise, if there's anyone who can come back from a 3-goal deficit, it's our man, Heart of a Lion, Tank Davis. He has seen it. We've seen it time and time again throughout this tournament. He was 2 goals down in the last 5 minutes against Spicy, who was probably our favorite to win this behind Mo Jr., or even on par with him. He ended up coming back, 2 goals last 5 minutes and taking it to golden goal, subsequently winning the golden goal and putting him in here. And that's the reason why he's in the final right now. It's incredible. He has the heart of a lion. And if there is anyone in this position who you can count on making a game out of this, it is Tank Davis.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like he has got quite a mountain to climb. Let's be honest. You know, he's got to score, you could say, 3 goals, right? And I think that's going to result, arguably, in Raxanti being able to capitalise on him. You would assume him going press up the possession, also constant pressure. So if he does that, then, you know, there's going to be more space in behind.
Absolutely, Lisa. We are underway. And Lisa, for the last time, I get to say this. It is the final of the SoCal FIFA 23 event, presented to you by McDonald's and Coca-Cola. Lisa, this is the last game we're going to be casting together on this tournament. I'm emotional. I'm very emotional, Lisa, okay? I want this to continue. It's been absolutely fantastic. It's been a pleasure being here with you, and I have had so much fun watching these guys compete over the last week.
Yeah, it's been great. You know, everyone's they definitely, you know, showed high expectations of the region. You know, we let's be honest, coming into it, we didn't know that they would be this good. We know they were going to be good, but we didn't know there was going to be like 5-6 notches above that. And, you know, I'm looking forward. Hopefully there's another one. Obviously, Braghouse did say that there's a, you know, potential one for the World Cup, but not confirmed yet. So make sure to obviously follow them on their socials if you haven't already. But yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy tournament, crazy emotions for the players. And for us, you know, last-minute goals and potential chances to come back.
As we see a chance here, Lisa, and I said it, do not count this man out. He is the heart of a lion, in his own words, and he has brought the deficit down to 2 goals, Lisa. An early goal needed, an early goal has been given, and Tank Davis now with his tail up. It is 4-2 on aggregate, 1-0 in this game. If he gets the next goal, Lisa, Raxanti could be feeling a bit nervous.
Yeah, exactly. He's probably feeling nervous now that he can see that goal, thinking, "Oh no, please, 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 don't." And you've got to remember, this is a $500 game. You could say, really.
Absolutely, $1,000 going to the winner of this final. They've already locked up $500, but of course you have the coveted trophy as well that they will walk home with, and the bragging rights, being able to go back to their college and say that they won this event. Lisa, it's very important now for Raxanti not to concede the next goal. If he does, you have to feel like the momentum is with Tank Davis, and he could find an equaliser.
Yeah, and he does love a bit of momentum, doesn't he, Tank? Let's be honest. He's got a lot of it in the past, and he was able to come back a couple of times. We've seen it today. We've seen it the last time that he played, where he obviously came back against Spicy. So he's done it technically, you could say, twice. So this, you know, they do say 3 times lucky, let's be honest. But I think he's been 2 times lucky previously. So yeah, it's one of the things. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see if he can come back. I think it would be a great end to this tournament. Although, like I said, I did want to see Raxanti win. But you know, sometimes, you know, a bit of hype for the chat. You know, a comeback would be sensational.
Absolutely. As a neutral, these games have been absolutely sensational. Every single one of them has kept me on the edge of my seat. There's only been a handful, not even a handful, of games that have been runaway winners. They've all been close encounters, and we Oh, he's just offside. I was going to say, if this ball drops, we could see another goal go in. And we do see an early pause there, and maybe Raxanti or Tank Davis changing something up here. You know, don't forget, Lisa, he's 2 goals down now, and a 2-goal lead is very, very, you know, deceptive in FIFA. Tank Davis still has a constant press that he has to get through as well at some point in this game.
Yeah, exactly, especially if he hasn't gone there already. But I assume he hasn't. Maybe that's why he paused, maybe to potentially change it now. But I think a 2-goal, you know, difference. I think you don't need to go constant pressure yet. If he scores, then maybe you go. But I think you got to wait, and especially if he scores now, he doesn't need to worry about that as well.
Absolutely good defender though. Raxanti very good in defense, so he is closing down them gaps as he finds a gap in the defense, just as I say it. But again, it was closed down very, very quickly there, Elise, and vitally as well. I feel like that was going to rattle the net.
Yeah, it definitely sure was gonna rattle the net, and potential chance on the flip side. You know, we talk about taking chances, and it seems whenever you don't take a chance, your opponent goes on the other end, and majority of the time has a chance, whether that be a save or majority of the time we've seen goals from it.
Yeah, won the ball back here, and this is an opportunity, Lisa, and he hits it straight at the goalkeeper. He doesn't, he even misses the target, Lisa. I thought it might have been saved. Wow, that is a big opportunity at a big moment of the game just before half-time. That could have seen the deficit go to 1 goal, Lise, and that could have made it very interesting going into the second half. Massive let-off for Raxanti, but it is, of course, 1-0 to Tank Davis in this tie, 4-2 to Raxanti on aggregate. And honestly, Lise, from that first half, I believe it's anyone's game right now.
Yeah, you'd instantly assume that it was going to go to Raxanti, wouldn't you, in terms of who's going to win this tie? But, you know, I feel like it's been, especially this leg, I think it's been all Tank, if I'm honest.
Absolutely. Well, Lisa, this is it. The last final 45 minutes of this game, of this tournament. It all comes down to this. Who can bring it upon themselves to take this game by the scruff of the neck and see out the win? Raxanti, of course, in the driver's seat right now, 4-2 up on aggregate, losing 1-0 in this game. And you have to say, game management has to come into it now from both sides. Raxanti has to kill the game. He has to bring the pace of the game down, try and keep the ball, control it in his areas. And on the flip side there, Lise, as you like to say, you know, we have Tank Davis who has to come out all guns blazing and try and find a goal. So this is going to be very interesting. I believe that's offside.
It sure is. He'll be kind of devastated about that because that goes in, I think it's game, set and match, but gives the ball back to Tank, who we know has come back from a 2-goal deficit. Obviously, it started off with a 3, now it's a 2. You could say, like 3 minutes left, maybe a bit extra time as well. So, yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to see if he can get the next goal and start spicing things up.
Yeah, very good. We're seeing Raxanti close the gaps very, very quickly. Very aggressive with his defending style, Lise. You know, he's pulling out his defenders and he's getting there. It only takes one little minor mistake from Raxanti in mistiming how he pulls the defender out for Tank to get in behind him and get a goal-scoring opportunity, as we seen in the first half, which he didn't take. And listen, this is vital now. As Benzema go through, he's at the crossbar, Lisa, and it's a header and it's a save. That could have been game, set and match. Raxanti doesn't capitalize on the opportunity. He hits the crossbar, and Tank Davis maybe thinking this could be his day if he can get the next goal very quickly here, Lise.
Wow, that was a massive opportunity. Nice little step overs there. Can he pull it in the back of the net? He's fell to the floor. Now a potential chance. I mean, great defending, you could say there.
Yeah, very good defending. Closed down the space quickly, and it was needed. Otherwise, that was destined for the goal. But again, now we're seeing a high press from Tank Davis, Lisa. This is it. Raxanti has to withstand this high press. He has to withstand losing the ball high up in his own areas, and he has to try and cover these runs in behind. And he's done so very, very well this game. You know, the longer this goes on now, it gets worse and worse for Tank Davis. Time is running out. Stamina's running out. He needs a goal, and he needs it now, Lisa.
Unfortunately, he hasn't got the goal. The ball even. To get that goal that he needs, and a potential chance here. Is he offside?
This could be it. It's all over.
Oh.
No! It's saved! How has he saved that, Lise? Was that keeper movement? I think that was keeper movement to save the open goal.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible scenes. Santi, 2 massive opportunities. He couldn't capitalize on them. And up the other end now, Tank Davis is going in. He finds a pass, but it gets cut out at the last second. This is end to end. This is how the final should be. One of these two are going to be crowned the SoCal FIFA 23 event winner, presented by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. What an event. What a final. What a matchup. This is incredible, Lisa. I don't want it to end.
And it's not yet. Potential goal here.
That's it, all over. Santi has scored the equaliser in this game, and he scored the 5th goal for him in this tie, 5-2 on aggregate, and you can't help but wonder whether Tank just let the game get too far ahead of him in the first leg, Lise.
Yeah, I definitely think he did. I thought he might have done too much there when he did that dead stop there. But yeah, I mean, nice little finesse, you could say, into the far corner with Benzema, and your star man provides.
Absolutely, Kareem the Dream, Ballon d'Or Benzema for the last time tonight. I get to say that. It's been an absolute pleasure watching Santi and Tank Davis tank their way through this event. I will see myself out. That's the last awful joke I will make on this casting, ladies and gentlemen, and you would be glad. But listen, we cannot fault Tank Davis in his performance. He's been absolutely fantastic. See an odd free kick. I feel like he won the ball there, but listen, Tank Davis has been absolutely fantastic, Lise, and Santi, he's just coming up clutch in the big moments, big games, big players. You know, he's relied a lot on Kareem Benzema in this game and in this tie, and ultimately he's just taking his chances.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what I did say? I said if he wins, I want to be seeing a zoo in real life. So, you know, I'm going to hold him to that. I'm just saying. I don't know whether he didn't agree in the chat. I didn't see a reply, but I'm sure he would after winning $1,000. You know, that would be great content for the chat. I'm sure he's hearing this as well. He's probably got the fire emojis in the chat already.
And that is it, Lisa. It is all over. The winner of the SoCal FIFA 23 event, sponsored by Coca-Cola and McDonald's, is Santi. Bragg House called it, Lisa. They said, Rax on. It is going to be Santi who is crowned our winner. Congratulations to him. Commiserations to Tank Davis. Fantastic tournament from both these competitors. And listen, Lise, a worthy winner that nobody can argue with here.
Yeah, exactly. You're seeing the highlights. I mean, it just shows. I feel like the first game he definitely did let it get away from him, maybe a bit too much. But we thought maybe a glimpse of hope, didn't we, in the second game when he scored that really early goal? But yeah, unfortunately, it just wasn't to be for him. You know, he's done too many comebacks, I feel like, recently. You know, hasn't he? So yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but I mean, obviously, congratulations. You know, he had that amazing comeback against Spicy that arguably got him in this position today, and a comeback in his last game to get him to the final, which guarantees him $500. So I'm sure I hope you're happy with $500. You can't be, little cheeky work in progress on FIFA. And I think potentially, he could potentially go on to win the next one as well if they do one very, very soon.
Absolutely fantastic competitors, of course. Like you said, Lise, as well. It's not like he walks away empty-handed. He had $250 locked up when he got into the semi-finals, and then $500 locked up when he got into the finals. It's not bad for a couple of days' work on FIFA, right? I mean, we'd all love to do that. That would be the dream, right? And they've definitely earned their money, though, and earned the bragging rights as well. Getting to the final is fantastic. An incredible achievement, and to go down against someone like Santi as well, who has been so dominant and so confident throughout this whole event, he can be very, very proud of himself.
Yeah, obviously not a bad day at the office. That's what I was trying to get out just a minute ago, but I couldn't seem to spit it out. It was, you know what it was? It was because of that amazing final. I can't lie. Let's be honest. It's hard to spell out your words when it was so intense. I almost lost my voice, just like you did. I think it was yesterday you lost your voice almost, didn't you? So. Yeah, I mean, crazy performance by him. I'm surprised I haven't seen him in the chat. Maybe I've missed him. I don't know. Maybe that's because the chat has been going quite rapid. I can't lie to you. But if he's there, let me know. Show me the emotes. I can see Lalo in the chat as well. Obviously, another competitor. 2% here as well. There's so many competitors in it. I mean, yeah, it's crazy to see, obviously, everyone supporting.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic competitors from 1 to 64 of them, Lisa. Like we said, 64 competitors. All came down to one game. It all came down to Santi versus Tank Davis, the top two players in this tournament. Santi, of course, coming out on top. We are going to take a quick commercial break, and we will be back with some final scores and interviews.
go, ladies. I got one Sprite and one high C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Whatever, all this ever but you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your back, I disappear. But if it don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. And no man to tell me you're no good. I'm
Hello, hello, hello. We are back. However, this is the first time I'm pretty sure I might have actually interviewed you. Why don't you tell the chat who you are and what college you go to?
I'm Diego. I'm Tank Davies, and I go to Surreals College.
I mean, I just wanted to start off by saying, I mean, what a final that was. You know, we did see you go down by a couple of goals, and I thought, you know what? We've seen him do it before. I feel like he's going to do it again. You got that early goal. I mean, what was going through your mind in the first game? Do you feel like you maybe was too much to climb? Like, it's just too many goals?
I feel like it was too many goals, and also like I got too comfortable, I guess. But he is a good opponent, and yeah, he deserves it.
I feel like you obviously played a really good game there. I think, you know, what are you going to do with the money you won? Obviously, you was guaranteed going into the final $500, and that's obviously what you leave with. I mean, what are you going to buy? Let us know.
I don't know yet. Maybe I'll just save it up for something, but not sure yet. Not sure yet. Still thinking.
And any shout outs to anyone, obviously, maybe watching, family members, any opponents? Might as well give them a shout out.
Shout out to Chris for he's the one who let me know about this tournament, and my family for supporting me because they were watching me and all that. So shout out to them.
So there was hearing us bigging you up on the Twitch stream. You know, we had a feeling that I was on the, you know what, I was on the fence because I thought, you know what, you've come back so many times, and every time I've literally picked someone this tournament, you know, they've gone to lose, especially today anyway. Normally I was getting quite a lot of predictions, but I didn't want to pick anyone in the final because you were both just good competitors. I mean, it was a great performance, and ultimately you just think he was just the best player, and that was about it. Or you think potentially that second leg you was maybe going to take it, because I thought it was going to be close. You got that goal, and I thought if you got that next goal sort of early in going into second half, I thought maybe a golden goal gonna go on the horizon.
Yeah, perhaps if I made that second goal, like I could have, tied it up for golden goal. But I do feel like at the end of the day, he was the better player.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I mean, obviously, congratulations to you. I mean, what a performance you had, and hopefully, hopefully you go on to win the next one if there is one, because I'm sure your friend Chris maybe will tell you again about the next one. But obviously, congratulations, and hopefully we see you in the next one. Chat, we're going to go to a quick intermission break, and when we come back, we're going to have the interview with Rak Santi. See you soon.
Tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away the weight of you, of my shoulder. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a man.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the man of the hour here with me, Santiago, aka Rack Santi, your SoCal FIFA 23 FIFA tournament winner, brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. Santi, talk to me, man. How are you feeling? You just won $1,000 playing FIFA from the comfort of your own home.
I'm feeling great. A little bit nervous still after that game. The nerves haven't gone away, and yeah, I don't know what to say. It's amazing.
Santi, listen, man, you have been phenomenal. It has been a pleasure watching you play. And I have to say, listen, in that game, you were cruising, a couple of early goals. No, an early goal, and then got brought back, and then you went 3-1 up. And then in the second game, you know, where the nerves really kick in, you're thinking, okay, I'm literally, like 12 minutes away from winning $1,000 here, and it's in my hands. 2-goal lead, and then obviously a 3-goal lead, and then obviously he brings it back. He goes 1-0 up, and are you kind of thinking, oh no, this could happen?
Yeah, honestly, since the first game, I knew I had it wrapped up. I believe in myself. I believe in my defense. I feel like I was the best defender the whole tournament. I dominated all my opponents since around the 16, since the group stages, and yeah, that's how I brought it home with my defense.
Yeah, I agree. I did mention about your defense as well, and the fact that you were right switching, you were covering the space very, very well. And, you know, I was saying that was very risky, though, because you're quite aggressive with your defending. And if you do manage to pull your defenders out a little bit too late or a little bit too soon, it could be detrimental to them getting in behind you. But you done it perfectly. It was absolutely brilliant. You caught out because his threat as well, and you done your homework, and you probably listened to what we said. Listen, it was a case of Tank obviously played a lot of over the top through balls, right? So
Yep.
you had to stop him turning and getting that dink over the top for Nunes or down the flanks for Salah, and you've done that perfectly. So absolutely credit where credit is due. Listen, Lisa has asked me to ask you to do a sue. She wants you to do a sue. She wants you to do it. She wants you to put the camera up so we can see you do the Ronaldo sue. Will you give us a sue for the win?
I'll do it like this, just like this, you know.
Right, okay, go on then. 3, 2, 1.
See.
There we go. I think she'll be happy with that. Hey, so listen, Santi, I have to ask you, where's the party at? Where's the party at tonight?
There's no party. Everyone went out. It's a Sunday, so everyone went out. I just stayed home playing FIFA, and yeah, the only support I have is my little brother right there. I don't know if you see him.
Your little bro there. Well, listen, I'm about to grab a flight. I'll be right over to Southern California pretty soon, and me and you, we're gonna have a party, okay?
Definitely.
Listen, Santi, absolutely fantastic. Deserved winner. Like you said, you dominated throughout the tournament. It's been absolutely fantastic. Have you enjoyed it? Have you enjoyed the tournament?
Yeah, I have enjoyed the tournament. It was honestly well run since the beginning. I'd like to shout out Vic, Jalen, and Donnell, as well as you and Lisa for an amazing, well run tournament so far. I'm happy with how I was run, and yeah, it's been smooth overall.
Hey man, well, I appreciate them kind words, but honestly, it's been our pleasure watching you blow this tournament open and away. Absolutely dominant performance, like you said. Fantastic FIFA player, and I'm sure we'll see you in plenty more to come as well. You are, of course, going to go home with $1,000, the bragging rights, and you are going to be sent a actual trophy as well, which will probably take pride of place in your setup, wherever your gaming setup is. I'm sure anytime you're finding any adversities playing FIFA, you just have it there, look at it and say, nah, do you know what? I'm a good FIFA player. I back myself. I can get through this, and the evidence is there. Sandy, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. It's been a pleasure watching you play. Congratulations again, and hopefully we'll see you in an event very, very soon.
Thank you. I'd like to say one more thing if I can.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. You're the winner. You can do
Um,
whatever you want. The stage is yours.
I'd like to shout out my little brother, Lalo,
Yes.
Tupac Franquito and Cranky Fanatics. I think he signed up as Sebastian Alvarez. But yeah, I'd like to shout them out. I'd also like to shout out Lauren, and yeah, that's it.
I love that, man. Obviously, I recognize some of them names as well. Franquito, Lalo, some of the boys in there that competed. Fantastic players as well, by the way. And listen, hopefully we'll see all you guys take part again in the next event. It's been a pleasure. Like I said, Santiago, sign off, champion of the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament. Congratulations, sir. And we'll speak to you again very, very soon.
Thank you very much. Everyone have a good one.
Well done, sir. Lisa, what a nice guy. What a beautiful FIFA player. You know, so much admiration for all of his support, his little brother, and of course, other competitors in this tournament as well. You know, so humble. You know, you got your Sue as well, Lisa. He done the Suey for you.
I know, and I love the fact that he gave a shout out to his brother. You know, I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I'm assuming that $1,000 to start off with, you've got to buy you and your bro a McDonald's. I mean, what a way to start off with. You know, a bit of Coca-Cola as well to celebrate. I mean, why not? I'm sure your brother would love, especially as the time for you guys is probably that time, you know, for eating a bit of dinner as well. So, I mean, surely the food's on you tonight. A takeaway maybe on you.
Absolutely. That's what I'd be going for as well. And listen, just to add to what Santiago said as well, you know, he thanked us, he thanked everybody who ran the tournament, but the people who you don't see behind the scenes, the production teams, Fern, Don, Vic, Kelsey, Daniel, all these guys who have made this happen behind the scenes, and without them, this would not be possible. So a massive thank you to all the guys who don't, you know, take the front light like what we do, Lise, right? We're the face of it. People recognize us, they see us, but they don't see all the work that goes in the background, you know, from the script to the documents to the group stand-ins, you know, to the cut scenes, to the overlays. Everything has been an absolute, it's been fantastic. It's been absolutely top notch. And honestly, it's one of the first productions I've ever actually worked on. And, you know, if this is anything to go by, it's going to be very hard to top. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts as well to everyone who made this happen for us. Guys, just very quickly before we start doing the sign-offs, okay? I'm very sad, Lisa. I don't want it to end. I'm going to drag it out. But listen, we're going to have to pull up some brags for you because that is, of course, very, very important as well. So the brags that have been completed in today's games from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. Once they get pulled up, we will go through them. Yeah, look, listen. Actually, sorry, that's my fault. Production team on point. We don't have that. I have it in front of me, chat. It's my fault. Listen, it's just me dragging it out, Lisa. It's me dragging it out. I don't want to end. Apologies. So brags completed for the finals. For the finals, okay? The brag was, what will be the goal difference of the championship match, not including extra time or golden goal? The answer was 3. Okay, so congratulations if you got that correct. Another one, how many goals did we score during the championship match? That was 7. We were absolutely blessed to get a 7-goal thriller for the championship game, Lise. And of course, we had, will the championship end in a draw or go to extra time golden goal? The answer was, of course, no. Listen, Lise, it's been emotional. I'm really emotional, man. What a week it's been. It's not even been a full week, but I feel like I've been here for years. You know, all the people we got to meet, all the people we got to chat to, from the production team down to the competitors, the players, it's been fantastic. I've had an absolute blast being here. And like I said, I don't want it to end, but you know, to everything great, it has to come to an end, but it doesn't mean that it is goodbye. You know, as we said, we had a lot of competitors this time. It gives us room to maybe put on another show for you guys and another tournament very, very soon. I know there was talks possibly about a World Cup event. You know, that would be fantastic. How cool would that be, Lise? Where it'd be internationals only, right? That would be really cool, and it would be so like relevant as well with the World Cup. You know, I seen someone in the chat as well, Lise, talk about you know, Ultimate Team tournament. That's possible now as well with crossplay too. So you know, Xbox can take part, PC can take part, and PS5 can take part. So the opportunities are there to do that now as well with crossplay. So there's loads of room to work for these tournaments. But listen, Lise, I'm going to leave it to you. You're going to sign yourself off and say goodbye to this beautiful crowd who have been with us for this whole week.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought I'll start off, say goodbye, read the chat as well. Victor said, Wcasters, you two killed it. And he also put, please come back for more events. And I'm going to speak for both of us here, and I'm sure he'll add to it. We'd definitely love to come back for another event. You guys in the chat seem to love it. We loved it. It might have been late for us, especially if, the group stages, but we still loved it. 6 a.m. for both of us was a killer. But, we were still as hyped as possible that we could be. And obviously it's currently 3 a.m. So, but yeah, I mean, we loved it. The competitors seem to love it, and they've been asking for more. So obviously, shout out to the sponsors. We keep mentioning it, but without them, it wouldn't be possible. Coca-Cola, McDonald's, and obviously Bragg House are putting it on. But I mean, it's been a roller coaster, obviously, of a week. I feel like like you mentioned, it probably wasn't even a week, just a little shy short of it, wasn't it? But anyway, yeah, I mean, it was very, very fun. And, we did group stages where first day, I can't lie, I thought, you know what, nothing's topping this, right? We had Tyler that thought he went through, and we thought, nah, no one's topping it. Well, I thought that anyway. However, I was so wrong. Every single day that went past, it got better and better and better. Second day we had the same thing where it was a gold, literally difference between gold and gold between them two people. I mean, so not golden goal. I can't even speak, guys. I'm so happy. The second day it came down to the same thing as what happened to Tyler.
At least. That's all it is.
Yeah, literally.
It's just emotions.
It came down to the second day. It came down to the same thing as what happened to Tyler, and they went out. I mean, it was just crazy. And then obviously to top it off with a group that literally came down to every single player, came down to who wins the last game. I mean, it's crazy. And then in the final as well, I mean, obviously the GOAT taking it. I mean, don't like his name, Messi for Ballon d'Or. We all know that Ronaldo's the GOAT, but we know that he was the GOAT with the interview that he did. I mean, there's not much more to say other than, I mean, thank you for everyone that took part. All the competitors, because you guys made it even better. They brought the hype. You was watching, telling us little secrets, that you was feeling a little bit nervous or giving us something to talk about. So, yeah, I mean, crazy. Obviously, shout out to the chat and obviously speaking to us because, without you guys talking to us, we would also have nothing to say, right? So, from the bottom of my heart and also Danny's, thank you very much. But I'm going to leave it to you because we know you love to talk that way. So, I'm sure you can give them a 5-minute talk about this amazing tournament.
Absolutely not. I'm going to take 15 or 20 minutes, Lisa, because I don't want this to end, okay? It is obviously, guys, a sad time, but also a happy time as well. A very successful tournament, a very successful broadcast, and to everyone who has watched, who has got involved in the chat. I see Mo Jr. there, WCast. Thank you guys for being such good casters. And, you guys make our job easy by putting on such an incredible show. Obviously, as well, again, I have to mention the production team. Everybody's made this happen. Daniel, Victor, Kelsey, Fern, Don as well. Absolutely fantastic. They made our life very, very easy. And, especially for me, I was very, very nervous, guys. It was one of my first times casting anything of this level of an event. And they really put me at ease. It was a fantastic team. Could not ask for better. And I cannot wait to work with them again if they will have me, Listen, shout out to the sponsors like Lisa said, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, incredible support for the SoCal community. You guys have made this possible. You have brought us all together from all parts of the world as well. As Lisa says, we are in the UK, so listen, in terms of timing and that, we were up till 6 a.m. during the group stages, sometimes after a full day's work or training or football, but we were still here showing up because we couldn't wait to get it done. And I would do it over again a million times just for how much fun and how many great people we got to meet and great games we got to see. At least there's not much more to say, other than thank you again to everyone who has been on this journey with us. It is really, really, it's a shame to see you guys go for now. But again, like we said, do not fret. We do have plans, from what I hear, to put on more events. And to find out about the events, make sure you go and follow Bragg House on all socials. And for the next event, guys, make sure you download the Bragg House app if you haven't already. Incredible prizes to be won, like the AirPods and the popcorn machine that I'm going to win next time. I didn't win it this time, but I'm going to win it next time, okay? And if anyone does win a popcorn machine, make sure you DM me because I will buy it off you for an extremely large amount of cash. So, yeah, guys, going to sign off now. Thank you so much for everything. Honestly, you've been amazing. I am your host, Dan Campion. Lisa, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure casting with you. See you later, guys.
Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw.